Chapter 524. After sending off Qi Lianing and Yin Xianchu, Lu Ping thought for a while, then took out another sound-transmitting sword and set something into it. After that, he released the flying sword and left the east side of the Phantom City, flying in the general direction of the Fallen Islands. Tens of thousands of miles east of Phantom Spirit City, Lu Ping stared at the endless gray sky in front of him. His eyes flashed with inexplicable shock. Was it the power of the heavens and earth that formed such a magnificent and mystical land, or was it the work of an almighty being? Lu Ping could not help but think of a legend that Yin Xianchu told him before he left the Phantom City, which was spread among the high-level cultivators of the East Sea cultivation world. According to the legend, when Zhao Daoren, one of the seventh patriarch of creation, and Taoist Gui joined hands to open up the overseas cultivation world, Taoist Gui was lazy and liked to sleep. After opening up the South Sea cultivation world with Zhao Daoren, he drifted on the sea and fell into a deep sleep. Zhao Daoren had no choice but to open up the East Sea cultivation world and the North Sea cultivation world by himself. However, because he was too tired, the North Sea cultivation world he opened was the narrowest, which was also an important reason for the barrenness of the North Sea. Zhao Daoren used up most of his potential in opening up the two cultivation worlds by himself, and he was even seriously injured. Therefore, Zhao Daoren found Taoist Gui, who was drifting on the sea and sleeping soundly, and asked him for a few healing pills. Unexpectedly, Taoist Gui, who was in a deep sleep, mixed a poisonous pill with the pills he gave to Zhao Daoren. Zhao Daoren did not know what was going on. After taking the pill in seclusion in the fallen secret land, his injuries worsened. In the end, he spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm near the current Fallen Islands, which covered the sea and the islands, forming the current Fallen Islands. Many years later, Zhao Daoren returned to the Fallen Mystery Land with his injuries under control. He was going to deal with the poisonous blood sputum he had spat out. However, not only did Zhao Daoren's bloody phlegm contain the highly toxic essence of Taoist Gui's poisonous pill, but Zhao Daoren himself was also a master of poisons. His saliva was highly toxic to begin with. With the combination of these two factors, the entire Great Poisonous Archipelago and the surrounding sea area turned into a poisonous world. Just as Zhao Daoren was about to deal with it, he realized that the bloody phlegm he had spat out that year contained the essence of poison, but it also contained the enormous vitality of Zhao Daoren. Over the past hundreds and thousands of years, even though the area of the sea that had been contaminated and eroded by the highly toxic pollution had continued to expand, because of the special region it had formed, it had also nurtured many rare cultivation resources. In the end, Zhao Daoren did not eradicate this poisonous area. Instead, he set up this magnificent heavenly poison wall to completely seal this area in order to prevent the poison from leaking out. Due to the influence of the toxic fog, the myriad poison firmament wall was usually pitch black. Only when the toxic fog in the myriad poison Great Archipelago weakened and the toxic fog in the sky became thinner, would the myriad poison firmament wall turn gray. Although Lu Ping did not believe that the appearance of the Great Poisonous Archipelago was due to Zhao Daoren's bloody phlegm, the appearance of the heavenly poison wall made Lu Ping somewhat believe that it was the work of a powerful being. However, Lu Ping really could not believe that Taoist Gui, one of the seventh patriarch of heaven creation, would give Zhao Daoren the wrong pill just because he was sleepy. Perhaps this was a conspiracy specifically aimed at Zhao Daoren. When this idea appeared in Lu Ping's mind, even Lu Ping himself was shocked, but he immediately denied it. After all, according to the legend, this heavenly poison wall was set up by himself after his injuries were contained. A golden shield suddenly lit up around Lu Ping's body, but he did not step into the heavenly poison wall. Instead, he clenched and opened his hands, and a golden bubble appeared in his hands. Lu Ping blew on it with his mouth, and the golden bubble floated up from Lu Ping's palms and flew into the heavenly poison wall. Lu Ping stared at the golden bubble intently. Just as it flew into the heavenly poison wall, the small bubble suddenly trembled violently, and a faint layer of gray stained the golden bubble. A moment later, the bubble burst with a pop. Seeing this, Lu Ping lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then stepped into the heavenly poison wall. The golden gang qi around him became brighter and brighter, tightly wrapping Lu Ping's body in it. Lu Ping felt like he was a snowman suddenly standing under the intense sunlight. Just as Lu Ping stepped into the heavenly poison wall, Lu Ping's Zhenyuan suddenly leaked, and the Zhenyuan around him was almost corroded by the poisonous fog around him. Fortunately, Lu Ping's Zhenyuan was strong and he reacted quickly. The golden Dan in his body suddenly shook, and the Zhenyuan around him was retracted. The dim golden myriad meteoric poison star gang became brighter than before. The poisonous fog that was corroding his gang chi was like a swallow flying into the forest, and was refined by the myriad meteoric poison star gang, making the myriad meteoric poison star gang even more tyrannical. However, Lu Ping's Zhenyuan consumption was much higher than when he was supporting the myriad meteoric poison star gang before. Lu Ping calmed himself down and used his divine sense to explore the surroundings, but he suddenly found that his divine sense was greatly restricted. Originally, Lu Ping's divine sense was no less than a late-stage core forging cultivator, but now he could barely explore the surrounding situation within a mile. Moreover, Lu Ping could faintly perceive that there seemed to be a hidden poison in the poisonous fog. Not only could it limit the spread of the divine sense of the cultivator, but it was also slowly corroding the cultivator's divine sense. The density of the poisonous fog in the fallen archipelago had dropped to its lowest point. Normally, no cultivator would dare to enter it. No wonder this place was known as a forbidden area by the high-level cultivators of the East Sea. After initially adapting to the environment here, due to the restriction of the poisonous fog on the divine sense and the slow corrosive effect, Lu Ping could only rely on his vision to slowly fly through the poisonous fog. Fortunately, after Lu Ping cultivated the 3 pure true pupils, he had refined 4 kinds of heaven and earth strange treasures, which allowed Lu Ping to see further and clearer than other cultivators in the poisonous fog. At this moment, Lu Ping seemed to suddenly discover something. His flying figure paused in the poisonous fog, and then stopped moving. In the misty poisonous fog, Lu Ping's figure was faintly discernible. In a trance, there seemed to be 2 faint cyan lights streaking across from time to time. Lu Ping's eyes suddenly looked down to the left, and his right hand made a slash. A golden sword light flashed, and a hoarse cry was cut off as soon as it sounded. A black, filthy blood splashed up, but it was blocked by the meteoric poison gang, and a hissing black smoke rose. It seemed that the black filthy blood also contained a terrible corrosive poison. After that, the plop sound of a heavy object falling into the water came from below Lu Ping's figure. There were only 2 sounds, and it seemed that 2 pieces of something that had been cut fell into the sea one after another. The golden scale sword circled in front of Lu Ping, and then floated above Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping's eyes flickered with cyan light, and he was secretly horrified. What a powerful poisonous beast. Just the poison contained in this filthy blood is far more poisonous than the surrounding poisonous fog. It almost corroded the meteoric poison gang. Lu Ping became more cautious, and went several miles into the fallen archipelago. The golden scale sword had already killed 6 or 7 poisonous beasts that were hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to attack Lu Ping. At this moment, Lu Ping's eyes finally saw a small island hidden in the poisonous fog. Lu Ping looked happy. Although this period of flying would not have too much impact on Lu Ping's rich real essence, in this heavenly poisonous poison wall, even the spiritual qi had been polluted by the poison. It was impossible to absorb the spiritual qi to recover. Without replenishment, Lu Ping always felt very uncomfortable. However, just when Lu Ping's feet landed on the small island, a layer of black waves appeared in the dark green grass under his feet. A swarm of black poisonous ants suddenly crawled out of the grass and rushed toward Lu Ping. They attached themselves to Lu Ping's protective gang qi and began to gnaw. Lu Ping's expression changed. The fallen vital energy gang, which had consumed far more real essence than usual, seemed to be unable to persist for a long time under the gnawing of the black poisonous ants. Suddenly, a purple flame lit up on Lu Ping's fingertip. Under Lu Ping's control, the flame suddenly expanded and turned into a wave of fire. With Lu Ping as the center, it swept out in all directions. The black poisonous ants, together with the dark green grass on the ground, were burned clean by the east-rising purple qi flame, revealing the black scorched soil under the grass. Flames were originally one of the means to restrain poison, not to mention the east-rising purple qi flame of the middle-grade east-rising purple qi flame. In the process of the raging fire wave, it seemed that the gray poisonous fog around Lu Ping was burned a lot thinner. Even after Lu Ping put away the flame, He could clearly see the gray poisonous fog around Lu Ping filling up the area that had been burned by the flame. Lu Ping walked toward the interior of the small island. At the same time, he held an upper-grade spirit stone in his hand and operated the cultivation method. The spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone was continuously replenished and refined into real essence. In this area, because it was impossible to directly absorb spiritual energy and refine it into real essence, he could only replenish it through spirit stones. Fortunately, Lu Ping still had more than 400 upper-grade spirit stones. Even if he could only use them to replenish real essence and not cultivate, it was enough for him to support for a long time. After walking a few steps on the small island, Lu Ping's eyes lit up. An ordinary-looking weed-like plant fell into Lu Ping's eyes. 9-leaf grass. This was a rare 3,000-year-old spirit herb, and looking at the age of this spirit herb, it had clearly matured for a long time. Lu Ping bent down to pick it, but his body suddenly stopped. He slowly reached out to grab the 9-leaf grass, but his eyes were not focused on the spirit grass. Just as Lu Ping's hands were about to touch the 9-leaf grass, a piece of black soil behind the 9-leaf grass suddenly turned up, and a mouse-like poisonous beast that looked much thinner than Debao suddenly sprang out of the soil. It opened its mouth toward Lu Ping's outstretched palm, and a pair of sharp front teeth shone strangely in the gray poisonous fog. Seeing that the poisonous rat was about to bite Lu Ping's palm, he did not see a blue long sword appear in Lu Ping's originally empty palm. The poisonous rat opened its mouth and rushed over, but it was pierced by the netherwater sword. The blue light in Lu Ping's eyes flickered again, and at the same time, regardless of the damage that the poisonous fog might cause to his divine sense, he checked the surroundings again. After finding nothing wrong, he was relieved to pick the 9-leaf grass. The area of this small island was very small, not much bigger than an island reef, and it was located on the periphery of the fallen archipelago, so close to the poison firmament wall. It only took Lu Ping an hour to check this small island. However, on this small island, Lu Ping had harvested 5 or 6 3,000-year-old spirit grasses and more than 10,000-year-old spirit grasses. Lu Ping looked into the depths of the fallen archipelago. Just the periphery had such a harvest, then what kind of harvest would there be if he continued to go deeper? After this idea emerged in Lu Ping's mind, he could no longer resist the urge in his heart. He used the high-grade spirit stone to restore the qi in his body, and once again flew towards another small island in the distance. However, just as Lu Ping flew up, he quickly landed on the island. At the same time, a set of stone armor appeared in his hand. After putting it on, Lu Ping hid in a hidden place on the island. Suddenly, 2 unclear escape lights flashed in the gray poisonous fog. 2 late core forging stage cultivators landed on the island. One of the cultivators asked Brother Zhang, "Did you see it clearly?" The other cultivator nodded firmly, "Brother Lu, there is absolutely no mistake. I did see a flash of spiritual light on this island just now. Don't you believe in the magical power of my eyes? That is definitely a kind of treasure's spiritual light." When Brother Lu heard the words, he cautiously reminded, "Brother Zhang, what if it is a cultivator like you and me?" Brother Zhang grinned. Now that the poisonous fog in the myriad poison skywall has just been weakened, the cultivators who entered, as long as they have a little ability, are desperately running into the depths of the fallen archipelago. Fortunately, they can find more cultivation resources before the myriad poison skywall recovers. Except for you and me who are not prepared to resist the poison, only those with low cultivation can wander around the periphery. In that case, what is there to be afraid of? When Brother Lu heard this, his courage couldn't help but rise, but he still smiled and said, "Maybe our luck is really good. We can find a treasure in the periphery." While talking, the two had already landed on the Laughing Road. When the two walked around the island, they saw the land that was previously burned by Lu Ping with the eastern purple qi flame, and there were many traces of spirit herbs being harvested on the island. Brother Zhang's face was dignified. He threw out a handful of flying needles in his hand, densely surrounding his body, looking like a hedgehog. When Brother Lu saw Brother Zhang like this, he whispered, "Has someone been here?" Brother Zhang nodded and said, "Just now. There is 80% chance that someone used the heaven and earth spirit fire to burn the poisonous beast, revealing their tracks. We need to be careful. Once we fight with the other party, we need to end the battle quickly." The poison repellent pills we have on us can't last for a long time. Brother Lu opened his mouth and 2 green lights flew out. One flew around his neck, the other around his chest. The 2 green lights looked like they were going to attack at any time, but it was more like they were protecting themselves. Lu Ping hid in a corner and saw clearly that these 2 were both 7th layer core forging cultivators. Apart from the fact that they really didn't have good methods to resist the poison, the most important reason for them to move around the periphery of the fallen archipelago was their low cultivation base. At this moment, one of Brother Zhang's eyes suddenly emitted a red light. Obviously, he was also using a kind of vision magic to look around, but at the same time, Lu Ping was also using the 3 pure true pupils to look for the location of the 2. Brother Zhang casually looked around, but happened to see 2 flashing green lights in a secret place. The 2 looked at each other and were shocked. The golden scale sword in Lu Ping's hand had already cut through the gray poisonous fog and attacked first. Be careful. When Brother Zhang saw that the golden light wasn't rushing towards him, but Brother Lu beside him, he immediately opened his mouth to warn. At the same time, the countless flying needles around him suddenly disappeared in the gray fog. When they reappeared, they were already around Lu Ping under the cover of the gray poisonous fog. A broken small flag appeared in Lu Ping's hand. He waved it, and a stream of light poured down from the top of Lu Ping's head. In the stream of light, a blue jade lotus floated along with the stream of light and bloomed around Lu Ping, blocking all the dense flying needles. Brother Zhang's face changed, and he heard a loud noise around him. When he turned his head to look, he found that Brother Lu was actually hit by the golden sword light, and flew dozens of feet away. Who are you? We're just passing by. Let's not interfere with each other's business. Let's stop here, shall we? Brother Zhang thought quickly. Obviously, the other party had a treasure to hide his cultivation, so Brother Zhang couldn't detect the depth of Lu Ping's cultivation. However, judging from the fact that the other party was able to repel his partner, whose cultivation was similar to his, with only a sword strike, the other party's strength was probably not weaker than his. As Brother Zhang spoke, he had already retreated to Brother Lu's side. The 2 of them joined hands and retreated from the island. Obviously, Lu Ping's sword strike had made the other party afraid, and he didn't want to tangle with Lu Ping any longer. Originally, Lu Ping didn't want to get involved. Although the 2 of them were at the 7th layer of core forging, their real strength was obviously too low. If Lu Ping fought against one of them, he would naturally have some confidence in winning. However, if the 2 of them joined forces, Lu Ping wouldn't be a match for them. When the 2 of them saw that Lu Ping didn't chase after them, Brother Zhang became even more certain that the other party was also afraid of them. In the fallen archipelago, which was covered by the myriad poison firmament wall, cultivators not only had to rely on their own cultivation, but also the boundless poisonous fog around them and the dangers that lurked in the poisonous fog. However, at this moment, an inexplicable color flashed in Lu Ping's eyes, as if he had made up his mind about something. Just when Brother Zhang and Brother Lu were about to hide in the boundless gray fog, Lu Ping's golden scale sword suddenly shone with a golden light. The sword energy that filled the sky pierced through the gray fog, and under the shocked gazes of Brother Zhang and Brother Lu, the 2 of them were sucked back into the sword light. Chapter 525. Brother Lu and Brother Zhang were shocked and angry at the same time. They didn't expect that Lu Ping would dare to take the initiative to attack the 2 of them. Arrogant! Brother Zhang shouted fiercely, and the flying needles that were circling around him disappeared once again. But he didn't care about the sword light that was coming at him. On the other side, Brother Lu pushed out the 2 rays of light that were hovering in front of him. The 2 rays of light were like 2 wandering spiders. In an instant they weaved a huge light net around the 2 of them, protecting them in the net. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The golden scale sword light pierced the net of light, but was bounced off one by one. However, the originally shining net of light also became dim, as if it would collapse at any time. Brother Lu controlled the 2 lights to dance around, trying to repair the light damaged by the golden scale sword lights. His pale face was covered with a layer of sweat. On the other side, when the flying needles around Brother Zhang suddenly disappeared, Lu Ping also disappeared in the gray poisonous mist. Brother Zhang's eyes were constantly emitting a scarlet color, as he looked at the poisonous creatures around him. In this myriad poison sky wall, The cultivator's spiritual sense was greatly restricted. Moreover, Lu Ping was wearing a set of magical stone armor, which made it impossible for people's spiritual sense to capture him. Therefore, Brother Zhang had to use his eye technique, hoping to capture Lu Ping's traces in the poisonous mist. However, this time Brother Zhang was disappointed. No matter how he used his eye technique, he couldn't detect Lu Ping's location in the poisonous mist. After a moment, Brother Zhang suddenly thought of something and whispered, "Not good. He is deliberately delaying us. I'm afraid this person has already noticed that we can't stay here for a long time with our cultivation. Once the effect of the medicinal pill is over with our cultivation, we won't be able to last long in this myriad poison skywall. I'm afraid we will be at the mercy of others." Brother Lu looked flustered and said, "Then what should we do? How about we retreat first?" Brother Zhang looked at Brother Lu like he was an idiot. It was obvious that Brother Lu didn't want the two of them to retreat, but he still said helplessly, "Fight as we retreat. We must not let this person tangle with us." After the two of them finished speaking, they quickly retreated toward the myriad poison firmament wall. However, before the two of them could turn around, Lu Ping had already appeared behind them out of nowhere. A golden sword light suddenly shot out from behind the two of them. Brother Zhang's expression changed. He turned around and took out a big umbrella from his storage celestial device. He held the umbrella's rib with his right hand and pushed it outwards. The big umbrella immediately blocked the oncoming sword light. Then, the two of them joined forces and rushed toward the direction of the sword light. Looking at the big umbrella, Lu Ping was quite surprised. Obviously, the defense strength of the big umbrella was beyond Lu Ping's expectation. However, Lu Ping didn't feel that it was difficult at this time, because what Lu Ping needed to do was to delay the two of them. There was no need to rush and attack the big umbrella. Lu Ping's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that he still had an item with him. In a strange place like the Fallen Great Archipelago, it might have some unexpected effect. While Lu Ping tried to delay the two of them with the golden scale sword, he touched the golden house on his chest. A jade bracelet appeared in Lu Ping's hand. However, on the crystal clear jade bracelet, there were a few black sparks jumping and flashing from time to time. This jade bracelet was the fire bracelet of the ice and fire bracelets that Lu Ping gave to Lu Qiner. Unfortunately, Lu Ping didn't have the cultivation method to use this set of magic weapons, and he didn't have the special treasure restriction to upgrade this set of magic weapons. Therefore, he could only use a natural treasure to help control this pair of jade bracelets. This set of magic weapons had always been condensed with only one treasure restriction, and couldn't be upgraded further. Now that Lu Qiner's cultivation had reached the peak of the second stage of the core forging realm, she already had the wind and fire wheels refined by Chanlian as a handy magic weapon. Therefore, the ice and fire jade bracelet was no longer in her eyes. But now, Lu Ping suddenly remembered the black prism poisonous fire that was condensed in one of the jade bracelets. The black prism poisonous fire was a kind of fire seed that was relatively powerful among the natural treasures. Under normal circumstances, this kind of poisonous fire couldn't cause any harm to a late core forging realm cultivator. But in a special place like the Fallen Great Archipelago, it was hard to say. As soon as the jade bracelet condensed with the black prism poisonous fire seed was exposed, a black spark suddenly jumped up from the fire ring. However, after this spark jumped up, it didn't return to the jade bracelet. The surrounding black poisonous fog was like a tautai that smelled delicious food, gathering towards the black spark. The spark, which was originally attracted by the fire seed and was about to return to the jade bracelet, suddenly stopped jumping up in the air. Just as the poisonous fog gathered, the bean-sized spark suddenly jumped up violently and the fire became bigger and bigger. At this time, the jade bracelet floating below the spark also trembled. Lu Ping patted the jade bracelet with his left hand, and a black fire seed suddenly jumped out of the jade bracelet. It was the black prism poisonous fire that was condensed in the jade bracelet. After the black prism poisonous fire seed came out of the jade bracelet, the previous black spark instantly returned to the fire seed. The flame of the black prism poisonous fire suddenly jumped up, and the poisonous fog in the surrounding hundreds of feet suddenly seemed to be summoned, gathering towards the fire seed. The fire seed, which was the size of a fist, suddenly rose again, and under the control of Lu Ping's real essence, it soared into a black fireball the size of 10 feet. The The two people who were struggling to break out of the encirclement with Lu Ping's golden scale sword saw the poisonous fog around them gathering towards Lu Ping's position like a storm. Brother Lu's expression shook, and he happily said, "That guy is dead for sure. He actually gathers such a thick poisonous fog. Who does he think he is? Jiao Daoren? How can he control so much poisonous fog?" Brother Zhang's expression relaxed at first, but he was cautious by nature. But he still used the magical power in his eyes and tried to look into the dark poisonous fog. There seemed to be a black shadow jumping in the dark fog, and every time the shadow jumped, Brother Zhang felt a sense of fear. Brother Zhang's premonition, which had been wandering between life and death for many years, made him try to control the fear in his heart, and he hurriedly said, "Not good, let's go." Although Brother Lu was still surprised, he had always trusted Brother Zhang, and when he heard this he rushed behind Brother Zhang. However, it was already too late. The thick poisonous fog that had previously gathered suddenly became turbulent, and then, under the frightened eyes of the two people, the poisonous fog from all directions gathered towards them. Brother Zhang opened up a big umbrella, and a curtain of rain fell down, trying to resist the impact of the poisonous fog. The real essence in his body poured out like water, and Brother Zhang's face quickly turned pale. "Brother Lu, give me a hand." When Brother Lu heard this, he hurriedly reached out and held the umbrella's handle, and injected a stream of real essence into it, and immediately slowed down the loss of Brother Zhang's real essence. However, good things did not last long, and just when the poisonous fog surrounded the two people, a black flame suddenly rushed out of the black fog like a ghost, and attached to the curtain of rain hanging down from the big umbrella, and burned fiercely. Chi-chi, the sound of chi-chi was endless, and under the panicked eyes of the two people, not only was the curtain of rain gradually burned out, but the body of the big umbrella was also gradually being eroded by the black fire. Brother Zhang, Brother Lu's eyes for help had a trace of despair in them. "The effect of our poison-dispelling pill is almost over." Brother Zhang had been trying to resist the invasion of the poisonous fog and the black fire, but he did not notice that the black poisonous fire and poisonous fog were not only eroding the real essence in his body, but also the poison-dispelling effect in his body was being eroded by this strange poisonous fire. Brother Zhang's face showed a trace of determination, and suddenly fiercely shouted in the direction of Lu Ping, "Your Excellency is so ruthless. The two of us will not let you have an easy time even if we have to self-destruct." Brother Zhang's words made Lu Ping hesitate for a moment. He could hear that Brother Zhang's words were not false, and if he was really forced into a corner and self-destructed, even if Lu Ping was lucky enough to escape, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. Then what was the point of delaying the two people? However, Brother Zhang did not expect that his words would cause Brother Lu's panicked face to become even paler, and a trace of maliciousness suddenly flashed across his face, and he suddenly slapped Brother Zhang's back with both of his palms. Brother Zhang was caught off guard, and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Before he could turn around to ask, a strong force surged from behind, and he was already involuntarily flying in the direction of Lu Ping. At this time, Brother Zhang's heart was full of despair, and he never thought that his partner would actually attack him from behind at such a critical moment. "I still have a wife and child, Brother Zhang, I'm sorry." Brother Lu saw that after Brother Zhang was sent flying, it really attracted the opponent's attention, so he pointed at the two cyan lights that were revolving around him, and the cyan lights suddenly exploded in a direction, blasting open a passage in the black poisonous fog. Brother Lu did not care about the injuries caused by the self-destruction of his life source magic weapon, and plunged into the passage to escape. Good, if that is the case, then no one will have an easy time." Kala crisp sound was followed by a muffled, poochie sound. Brother Zhang shattered his golden core one after another, collapsing the space in his heart. His whole body's Zhen Yuan rushed into his blood vessels, and his blood flowed rapidly. Bright red blood vessels protruded from his skin, and his whole body looked as if it had been fished out from a pool of blood. Self-destruction. How powerful was the self-destruction of a late core forging cultivator? However, at this moment, a golden light flashed again, and even the thick black poisonous fog couldn't block this golden light. Great divine swordsmanship. Under Brother Zhang's desperate eyes, the big umbrella that was on the verge of collapse under the corrosion of the black flames and poisonous fog was suddenly cut into pieces, and the black poisonous fog and fire surged towards him. A pitiful scream came to an abrupt end, and Brother Zhang, who didn't have the time to self-destruct, turned into a pool of poisonous water in the blink of an eye, and sprinkled onto the sea surface. Chapter 526. Lu Ping reached out and grabbed the storage bracelet that had fallen into the sea. However, he couldn't retrieve the hundreds of flying needles, hidden in the poisonous fog in time, and they all fell into the sea. At this moment, a loud explosion suddenly came from the poisonous mist in the distance, followed by a shocked and angry voice. It was Brother Lu, who had abandoned his partner and friend to escape alone. Lu Ping smiled contemptuously. His figure flashed and he fled in the direction of the roar. Brother Lu was about to escape. At this time, the antidote in his body had already been exhausted by the black prison poisonous fire. He was only relying on his late core forging realm cultivation to resist the invasion of the poisonous fog. However, seeing that the myriad poison skywall was close at hand, a series of strong winds hit Brother Lu's face. Demon race. Brother Lu was, after all, a late-stage core forging cultivator, so he still had good eyesight. With a glance he could clearly see that there were 6 core forging cultivators in front of him, led by a mid-stage core forging cultivator. The other 5 were only at the early stage of core forging. Under normal circumstances, Brother Lu, a late-stage core forging stage cultivator, naturally wouldn't put these attacks in his eyes. However, at this time, most of his Zhenyuan was used to resist the erosion of the poisonous fog, and because of the self-detonation of his life source magic weapon, he was seriously injured, so he couldn't exert more than 20% of his strength. As such, he could only watch helplessly as these attacks blocked his way in front of the myriad firmament poison wall. At this time, Brother Lu didn't dare to stay in the myriad poison skywall for even a moment. At this time, he could feel that the poisonous fog around him had corroded his last layer of protective aura. If this layer of protective aura was broken, he could only abandon his body and use his gold core to reincarnate. Moreover, there was no loud sound of Brother Zhang's self-detonation. Brother Zhang was most likely dead. His heart was even more afraid of Lu Ping. Brother Lu grabbed a handful of talismans from his waist. There were many talisman treasures inside. Obviously, they were accumulated by Brother Lu. Brother Lu threw more than 10 talismans at the 6 people in front of him. Brother Lu's figure flashed and once again rushed towards the 6 people. Talisman treasures were naturally rare protective treasures for blood condensation realm cultivators, but for core forging realm cultivators, their power was limited. Unless they could use the talisman weapons made by Fa Xiang Laozu, they could pose a threat to core forging realm cultivators. Naturally, Brother Lu would not pin his hopes of breaking out of the encirclement on a few talismans. When the dozen talismans and talismans exploded, another magic treasure appeared in Brother Lu's hand. He charged towards the youngest of the 6 Yao cultivators blocking his way, a little girl. The 6 demon cultivators easily blocked the talismans and talisman treasures flying towards them, but it was already too late to stop Brother Lu from rushing towards one of them. They could only attack Brother Lu with the magic treasures in their hands. Brother Lu ignored the attacks from the others and only attacked the youngest of them, Lu Ling. Lu Ling stood in front of Brother Lu, refusing to retreat even though she was a late core forging realm cultivator's attack. Just as Lu Ling was about to be injured by Brother Lu's magic treasure, a golden sword light finally arrived. Brother Lu, who was almost at the end of his rope, was once again sent flying. At this moment, the attacks from the others also landed on Brother Lu's body, who was sent flying by Lu Ping. The faint layer of light surrounding Brother Lu's body was finally broken by Brother Lu's desperate howls. The poisonous fog surged up and suddenly submerged Brother Lu. Several rays of light flashed from within the black fog. Brother Lu's final struggle was ultimately futile. After the miserable howls stopped, only a pool of blood was left behind, sprinkling into the sea. Lu Ping also grabbed Brother Lu's storage magic treasure in his hand, then he turned his head to look at the 6 people behind him. Lu Bai, Lu Hai, and Lu Ling struggled to hold up a shield, enveloping Lu Qin Luan Yu, and Lu Dagui in it, resisting the erosion of the poisonous fog. Samling was originally a highly poisonous demon beast, so he had a great resistance to the poisonous fog. In addition, when Lu Hai smelted his protective aura, he also used the myriad poison meteorite evil qi. Therefore, after the three of them joined forces to hold up the protective aura, although they were not as strong as Lu Ping, they could still barely withstand the poisonous fog. Lu Ping smiled and the protective aura around his body suddenly expanded, covering the 6 people in his own myriad poison meteorite evil qi. Samling suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ping took Samling, Lu Qiner, and Lu Daguay into the Golden House, leaving only Luan Yu, who had just smelted the wood attribute low-grade earth-step spiritual wood and broken through to the middle stage core forging realm. Lu Ping smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to have this kind of magical power. You can see that the anti-poison pills on these 2 people are about to lose their effectiveness." Luan Yu smiled and said, "This is also a risky plan. If you hadn't returned in time, I'm afraid Lu Ling would have been injured by that person. This is a magical secret technique carried in the inherited memory of my Wood Luan clan after I broke through to the middle stage core forging realm. I didn't expect to use it here." Lu Ping knew that the Wood Luan clan's knowledge of spirit grasses could be said to be the best in the cultivation world. If Luan Yu could explore this forbidden area with him, the harvest would be even greater. So he asked, "What do you plan to do? Do you want to return to the Golden House? Or do you want to explore this fallen archipelago with me?" Luan Yu shook her head and said, "I know what you're thinking. However, although I have a good understanding of spirit grasses, I can't defend against the attack of this poisonous fog. Even if you have the protection of your myriad poison meteorite evil qi, it will drag you down. Not to mention this time, I heard that the cultivators gathered in the fallen archipelago are all at the late stage core forging realm and above. If I'm exposed, I'm afraid it will bring you big trouble." Lu Ping knew that Luan Yu was telling the truth, so he could only nod with regret. Just as he was about to put Luan Yu back into the Golden House, Luan Yu took out a jade slip and handed it to Lu Ping. Luan Yu said, "This is a compendium of spirit grasses passed down by my Wood Luan clan. You can take it to check if you're missing anything so you don't miss out on any treasures." Lu Ping's face lit up with joy, but he was a little hesitant. He said, "This item is really important to me, but won't this break the rules of the Wood Luan clan?" Luan Yu smiled bitterly and said, "It's fine. The real inheritance of the Wood Luan clan is how to cultivate spirit grasses. The more spirit grasses you know, the more types of spirit grasses you can find, and the more abundant the spirit grasses in the Golden House will be. This will also be beneficial to my cultivation. Besides, how many people are left in the Wood Luan clan? Maybe after I die, the inheritance of the Wood Luan clan will disappear." Lu Ping took the jade slip and said, "Brother, you shouldn't be so gloomy. Maybe the hope of the Wood Luan clan to rise again lies in you. As long as you're alive, there will always be hope." Luan Yu didn't want to talk about these things. Just as he was about to return to the Golden House, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Don't forget about your Wonder Dew. Don't you think the environment of the fallen archipelago is even worse than the Golden Canyon in the 7-star heavens?" Lu Ping's eyes lit up. He said, "You're saying that the environment of the Wonder Dew is formed in this kind of poisonous place?" Luan Yu was a little uncertain. He said, "It's just my guess. But at least this kind of environment is very beneficial for the formation of the meteorite poison essence serum." Lu Ping thought back to the time when he was in the Land of 100 Flowers. The Wonder Dew absorbed all the miasma in the Land of 100 Flowers, and in the end, only a few drops of meteorite poison essence serum were formed. The poisonous mist in the fallen archipelago was still above the Golden Canyon. If the Wonder Dew absorbed the poisonous mist here, it would definitely be able to form more meteorite poison essence serum. This was one of the most peculiar and tyrannical water attribute natural wonders. Inside the Golden House, the meteorite poison essence serum and half of the Wonder Dew that were stored in a large bluestone vat had now been placed by Lu Ping in a pool that was specially built with bluestone. The half of the Wonder Dew was somewhat listless as it continued to sink into the small amount of meteorite poison essence serum. After Luan Yu returned to the Golden House, Lu Ping circled around the island and searched the surrounding sea. After finding no traces of cultivators, Lu Ping landed in the center of the island and took out the Golden House that had shrunk to the size of a thumb. Lu Ping had been carrying the Golden House on his chest all this time. Lu Ping tossed the Golden House king into the air, and the thumb-sized Golden House quickly expanded to the size of a house. Then, the door of the Golden House opened abruptly. At this moment, The half of the myriad wonder jade nectar in the green stone pond seemed to have sensed something. It abruptly rushed out of the meteorite essence liquid from the bottom of the pond and leaped 3 feet into the air before falling back into the myriad poison liquid. When Luanyu, who was standing beside the bluestone pool, saw that, a look of joy appeared on her face. She said, as expected, "It is effective. This fellow is truly lucky." Naturally, what was happening inside the golden house could not be hidden from Lu Ping. The moment the half of the Wonder Dew jumped out of the bluestone pool, the gray-colored poisonous mist covering the entire island suddenly shook violently. One by one, they surged into the open door of the golden house. The commotion caused by this move was much greater than the one caused by the appearance of the black prism poison flames. Suddenly, Luan Yu's exasperated voice rang out from inside the golden house. "Not good. I cannot let the Wonder Dew continue to absorb the poisonous mist. The spiritual herbs in the spiritual herb garden will be destroyed." Hearing that, Lu Ping was shocked. The golden house was a spatial artifact. Although the poisonous mist was attracted by the Wonder Dew, once the poisonous mist permeated the space, the large area of spiritual herbs that Lu Ping had been helping Luanyu to cultivate over the years would suffer a calamity. Lu Ping hastily slapped his palm on the golden house. An intense blue light gushed out from Lu Ping's palm. It almost dyed the entire golden house blue. Fortunately, the golden house was a spatial artifact that had been meticulously refined by Lu Ping. After Lu Ping poured his real essence into the bluestone pool, he quickly established a spatial passageway between the bluestone pool and the door of the golden house. The poisonous mist that was surging into the bluestone pool passed through this passageway and gathered above the bluestone pool. It formed a pitch-black cloud. The dark cloud became thicker and thicker. It floated gloomily above the bluestone pool. About 2 hours had passed by now. Almost all of the poisonous mist on the island had been absorbed into the golden house. The poisonous mist in the surroundings had become thinner. However, the poisonous mist from the distance was still continuously pouring into the small island. The movement caused by the golden house's absorption of the poisonous mist was getting louder and louder. Chapter 527. Seeing that the commotion from the gold house was getting louder, Lu Ping grew increasingly worried. Seeing that the surrounding poisonous fog had thinned out, Lu Ping took the opportunity to quickly extend his divine will out. At the same time, Lu Ping's face grew increasingly pale. Clearly, as his divine will spread out further, the density of the poisonous fog increased and the corrosion on his divine will became more severe. At that moment, Lu Ping's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly retracted his divine will. Ignoring the dizziness caused by the corrosion of his divine will, he quickly wiped away his sweat and pointed at the gold house. The 2 doors of the gold house instantly closed and the gold house rapidly shrank. Then Lu Ping grabbed it in his hand and flew towards the depths of the Great Fallen Archipelago. Without the gold house's ability to absorb the poisonous fog, the empty area of the poisonous fog that had formed on the small island was quickly filled up by the poisonous fog from all directions. Not long after Lu Ping left the small island, a few streaks of grayish light flashed within the poisonous fog. A few cultivators with blurry figures landed on the small island, one after another. "We've already lost track of him. Looks like the treasure has already been taken by someone else. This person is very vigilant. He actually risked his divine will to check his surroundings. If not for that, he would not have discovered our tracks. I wonder what that treasure is. There are not many treasures that can cause such a huge commotion in the Great Fallen Archipelago's poisonous fog. Could it be the Wonder Dew? The Wonder Dew is the Wonder Dew. I think the few of you only know about the Wonder Dew. 8 out of 10 cultivators who have entered the firmament wall of poisons are here for the Wonder Dew. If the Wonder Dew really appeared at the edge of the Great Fallen Archipelago, why would those Dharma adepts go deeper into the Great Fallen Archipelago?" A cultivator who seemed to be the leader reprimanded in a low voice. What these people did not know was that their earlier guess was actually correct. Lu Ping flew for about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before landing on a small island. After checking the surroundings and confirming that it was safe, Lu Ping carefully picked up the 5 3,000-year-old spirit grasses and more than 20,000-year-old spirit grasses. Lu Ping was still wearing his stone armor. He found a relatively hidden corner of the island, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered by others. Then, he reached out and grabbed the 4 high-grade spirit stones in his hand. He swallowed a medicinal pill and began to restore the Zhen Yuan that he had consumed in the previous battle with Brother Zhang and Brother Lu. Due to the erosion of the poisonous fog, even though Lu Ping had the protection of the myriad meteoric poison gang, the consumption of his Zhen Yuan was still twice as much as usual. Lu Ping had smelted the myriad meteoric poison essence plasma, which was also known as the mother of all poisons. Therefore, one could imagine the situation of the other cultivators in the Fallen Islands. After a long while, Lu Ping finally restored most of the Zhen Yuan in his body. He spread out his left hand and a small golden house appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping's spiritual sense entered the golden house and found that the myriad wonder jade nectar was suspended in the air above the bluestone pool. It had formed a huge ball of water. Above the myriad wonder jade nectar, the previously thick dark clouds had shrunk to more than half of their original size. Moreover, they were tumbling and flashing with a golden luster from time to time. When Lu Ping's spiritual sense carefully investigated the situation, he found that an invisible aura was being stripped away from the dark clouds and converging towards the myriad wonder jade nectar suspended in mid-air. Every time an invisible aura was stripped away from the dark clouds, a golden luster would flash within the dark clouds. This process continued for 12 hours. The dark clouds suspended above the bluestone pool had shrunk to a quarter of their original size. Moreover, the dark clouds had also changed from black to a pale golden luster. At this moment, something shocking happened to Lu Ping. The head-sized half of the myriad wonder jade nectar suspended above the bluestone pool suddenly swelled up. Its volume had unexpectedly increased by 10%. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of Lu Ping and Luan Yu, who was standing not far away from the bluestone pool, the myriad wonder dew directly fell into the myriad poison liquid in the bluestone pool like an overstuffed fatty, splashing golden water droplets. After the myriad wonder jade nectar fell into the bluestone pool, the completely golden clouds floating above the bluestone pool seemed to have reached their limit. They turned into golden water droplets and fell into the bluestone pool like rain. The myriad poison nectar, which had originally only been at the bottom of the pool, suddenly increased by a third. Luan Yu stood beside the bluestone pool and looked at the myriad wonder jade nectar in the myriad poison nectar. She muttered, "Sure enough, sure enough." Lu Ping seemed to have been petrified. He sat cross-legged in the corner of the island with a look of disbelief on his face. Soon after, he reacted and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The myriad wonder jade nectar could actually form and grow on its own. No wonder Jiao Daoren didn't want to destroy the Great Fallen Archipelago. Although the Great Fallen Archipelago was a dangerous place, it was also a great land of fortune. Lu Ping forcibly suppressed the urge to open the golden house again to absorb the poisonous fog. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and pondered for a moment. Then, he reached out and took out the jade bracelet that had previously smelted the black prison poisonous fire. The black jade poisonous fire had also swallowed a large amount of poisonous fog, and had undergone many changes. However, Lu Ping was in a hurry to deal with the 2 late core forging cultivators, so he didn't have the time to carefully examine it. Lu Ping once again summoned the fire seed from the jade bracelet. The fire seed, which was originally the size of a walnut, had now doubled in size. The pulsating black flame was a lot more lively than before. Even Lu Ping seemed to have an illusion that the black flame seemed to have a trace of intelligence in its pulsation. Could it be that the black prism poisonous fire could turn into a spiritual fire of heaven and earth? This thought only flashed in Lu Ping's mind for a moment. Then Lu Ping threw it to the back of his mind. After the black prism poisonous fire was exposed to the poisonous fog, it was still slowly absorbing the surrounding gray poisonous fog. However, the movement it made was much smaller than before. As the gray poisonous fog was continuously devoured by the black prism poisonous fire, the fire seed of the black prism poisonous fire doubled in size again. From the looks of it, it was already half the size of a fist. The flames of the black prism poisonous fire also grew stronger. However, at this moment, the gray poisonous fog finally stopped gathering around the black prism poisonous fire. It was as if the black prism poisonous fire had grown to its limit. Lu Ping continued to fly in another direction. Along the way, he encountered several cultivators who entered the fallen islands. However, the stone armor on Lu Ping's body made it impossible for them to see through Lu Ping's strength. Both sides were wary of each other. They were also worried that they would fight each other in the fallen islands, which was filled with poisonous fog. So they retreated. Lu Ping deliberately avoided the larger islands and specifically looked for small islands that were not eye-catching. After picking the few spiritual grasses on the islands and confirming that it was safe nearby, Lu Ping opened the door of the golden house and connected it to the bluestone pool. The surrounding poisonous fog once again gathered towards the golden house, forming a black cloud above the bluestone pool, which was much smaller than the previous one. It seemed that the myriad wonder dew nectar in the bluestone pool had eaten and drunk its fill after the huge commotion that was equivalent to triggering a natural phenomenon. When Lu Ping connected the passage again, the myriad wonder dew nectar lazily floated above the surface of the myriad poison liquid from the bottom of the bluestone pool, peeling off the invisible aura of the black cloud floating in the sky. Then it sank to the bottom of the bluestone pool motionless. The dark cloud that had turned golden turned into golden raindrops and fell down, flowing into the myriad poison liquid in the bluestone pool. After 3 consecutive times, when Lu Ping once again opened the door of the golden house on a small island, the myriad wonder dew nectar, whose volume had increased by 1/4 from its original size, lay motionless at the bottom of the myriad poison liquid. The gray poisonous fog in the surroundings no longer gathered towards the golden house. It seems that it has eaten its fill. Luan Yu stood beside the bluestone pool, looking at the myriad wonder dew nectar at the bottom of the pool. She did not conceal the envy on her face. Lu Ping rubbed his chin, then took out a huge jade essence bottle from his storage ring, and threw it into the golden house. Luan Yu saw a jade essence bottle with a big belly and a thin neck suddenly appear above the bluestone pool. Then the jade essence bottle tilted down. Under Luan Yu's incredulous gaze, a large mass of liquid that was exactly the same as the one at the bottom of the bluestone pool fell from the jade essence bottle and smashed into the bluestone pool. The myriad poison liquid that splashed up almost fell on Luan Yu. Luan Yu was so frightened that she retreated and cried out in alarm, "Myriad wonder dew nectar! How can you still have myriad wonder dew nectar? Moreover, it's an entire portion of myriad wonder dew nectar. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible." Lu Ping chuckled and did not answer. This portion of myriad wonder dew nectar was a treasure that Lu Ping had stolen from Aoyu's ice dragon cave. When Lu Ping had ventured into the deep-sea demon domain by himself, Lu Ping had always treated it as his own secret and had never told anyone about it. Luan Yu calmed herself down with great difficulty and said, "You don't have to worry. If I were to reveal this secret of yours, do you know how many Laozus from the Eastern Sea would come looking for you? This is the myriad wonder dew nectar. Each drop of myriad wonder dew nectar in the hands of an alchemy grandmaster is equivalent to a 30-year longevity pill. In the cultivation world, how many Dharma Laozus are there? How many drops of myriad wonder dew nectar are there? Not to mention that you already have more than 1.5 portions of myriad wonder dew nectar." Lu Ping was outside the House of Gold, but he could naturally hear Luan Yu's words. Lu Ping smiled and did not say anything. Luan Yu's thoughts were clear. There were some things that did not need to be clearly explained to him. After a complete portion of myriad wonder dew nectar reappeared, it quickly fused with the myriad wonder dew nectar at the bottom of the bluestone pond. The gray poisonous mist around the small island once again roiled and gathered towards the House of Gold like a tsunami. Fortunately, this time Lu Ping was prepared. The gray poisonous mist only gathered for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before he decisively closed the House of Gold and fled in a certain direction. After doing this 6 times in succession, Yang Kai had only spent 2 days searching for a suitable island and confirming whether the surroundings were safe or not. The wonder jade nectar in the bluestone pond was no longer able to gather the gray poisonous fog, and the volume of the wonder jade nectar had increased to 3/4. As for the golden myriad poison nectar in the bluestone pond, it had filled 3/4 of the entire bluestone pond. Chapter 528. After entering the Great Perilous Archipelago, Lu Ping had been deliberately avoiding the high-leveled cultivators there. Instead, he would find some smaller islands to rest his feet. That way, although Lu Ping's harvest of spiritual herbs was limited, he would not encounter too much danger. After Lu Ping had carefully fed himself with the 10,000 wonder dew from the cyan stone pool, the half-filled portion of the 10,000 wonder dew had grown to 3/4 of a portion. Add the portion that Lu Ping had obtained from Aou. Lu Ping had unknowingly obtained so many of the treasures that the entire world of cultivation would flock to. At that very moment, Lu Ping could still vividly remember the frenzy caused by the one drop of the 10,000 wonder dew back in the auction house. There were 24 drops of the 10,000 wonder dew, and Lu Ping possessed a total of 42 drops of the 10,000 wonder dew. At that moment, Lu Ping was standing on a small island, listening to something. After a while, Lu Ping nodded his head. Both his hands formed a seal and a golden-colored light shone out from Lu Ping's chest. The light transformed into a golden-colored door before Lu Ping. The door slowly opened and a boy and 2 girls walked out from the door. They were 3 children around the age of 8 or 9. After coming out from the golden house, the 3 children sat down cross-legged beside Lu Ping. Lu Ping, on the other hand, had already activated the myriad meteoric poison's energy shield to envelop Samling. Samling stretched out a small palm each to place it upon the golden-colored shield formed by the myriad meteoric poison's energy shield. Next, the surrounding poisonous mist slowly surged towards Lu Ping's shield. After being filtered by the myriad meteoric poison's energy shield, Samling absorbed the poisonous mist for his cultivation. At this moment, Lu Bai's body was shrouded in a cyan mist. This was the wind poison that Lu Bai had separated from the poisonous mist absorbed by Lu Ping's myriad meteorite origin Gang Qi. After Lu Bai absorbed the wind poison, apart from enhancing her own talent, it was also greatly beneficial to the growth of her cultivation. In addition to Lu Bai, Lu Hai and Lu Linger also tamed the poisonous mist bit by bit through Lu Ping's myriad poison meteorite astral dipper, and then separated the poison that was useful to them, and then absorbed and cultivated. Among the Samling, Lu Hai was the one who cultivated the fastest through Lu Ping's myriad meteoric poison's energy shield. Because Lu Hai also cultivated a water attribute cultivation method, which was the same as Lu Ping. Not only did he receive guidance from Lu Ping during his usual cultivation, but he could also gain a lot from Lu Ping in the process of condensing his shield. At least, Lu Hai's shield had condensed the myriad meteoric poison's energy shield, Kuei water essence, and other 4 kinds of water attribute heaven and earth strange objects. Among the Samling, his shield was the first to be accomplished. Although Lu Hai also condensed the myriad meteoric poison's energy shield, his Zhenyuan could not be compared with Lu Ping, and his cultivation had only reached the peak of the first level of core forging realm. He could not withstand the erosion of the poisonous mist on the fallen archipelago alone. However, after Lu Ping used his own shield to filter the poisonous mist, he was the one who cultivated the easiest. Lu Linger was originally the youngest sister among the Samling, and also the one with the lowest cultivation among the Samling. However, after Lu Ping obtained the Ice Dragon Pearl from Ao Wushuang, and let Lu Linger integrate many inheritances of the Ice Dragon clan, Lu Ling's cultivation had caught up. Now she was not much worse than Lu Hai, and was only one step away from breaking through the second level of core forging realm. As a result, Lu Bai, the eldest sister among the Samling, became the one with the lowest cultivation. However, Lu Ping would not favor one and discriminate against the other. Among the Samling, only Lu Bai liked swordsmanship, and Lu Ping's most convenient means of fighting the enemy was swordsmanship. Although Lu Ping cultivated swordsmanship of the water attribute, after Lu Ping's swordsmanship reached the level of great divine power, he had a wider range of other swordsmanship. Many swordsmanship could be comprehended by analogy, so it was more than enough to teach Lu Bai. Not to mention that Lu Ping also passed on the Merry 18 sword of Xianling sect that he obtained from Liang Xianfeng to Lu Bai. The Merry 18 swords was an authentic swordsmanship of the wind attribute. The only pity was that Lu Ping had only figured out a small divine power level swordsmanship. As for the cultivation method of the great divine power level swordsmanship, it was taught orally by Xianling sect's cultivators, so Lu Ping did not know. In the future, whether Lu Bai could comprehend the great divine power level swordsmanship through this swordsmanship would depend on her own aptitude and hard work. Therefore, although Lu Bai was still far from advancing to the second level of core forging, if the Samling were to fight against each other, Lu Bai would be the strongest one. Lu Ping supported the myriad meteorite poison energy gang for the Samling to cultivate, which was extremely serious to Lu Ping's own true essence. This was also Lu Ping. If it was another cultivator, even if their cultivation reached the late stage of core forging, they would not be able to bear such a severe true essence consumption. Samling was a green sea snake. Poison was their talent, and it was even closely related to the growth of their cultivation. If it was not for the fact that the poisonous fog was a mixture of many toxins, and the toxicity was far from what the Samling could bear with his current cultivation, even if Lu Hai had also condensed the myriad meteorite poison energy gang, he would still not be able to bear it. This fallen archipelago could be used as a cultivation holy land for green sea snakes. However, now that there was Lu Ping's myriad meteorite poison energy gang to filter it, and Lu Ping was watching from the side, the Samling did not have such concerns, and began to concentrate on cultivating. Lu Ping smiled bitterly, and once again held 4 high-grade spirit stones in his hands and began to accelerate his cultivation. Although this still could not catch up with the speed of the true essence consumption in the body, it could more or less prolong the cultivation time of the Samling. Due to the request of the Samling, Lu Ping had to temporarily give up the exploration of the fallen archipelago, and closed himself in this remote island for 3 days in a row. On this day, the figure of Lu Hai, who was cultivating, suddenly shook, and the surrounding spiritual qi began to accelerate towards him, along with the poisonous fog entangled with the spiritual qi. Lu Ping looked at this scene and was suddenly taken aback. The movement of this moment almost caught up with the situation when the dark prism poisonous fire was just taken out. Lu Ping had also consumed a lot of the true essence in his body in the past 3 days. If he encountered the erosion of such a thick poisonous fog again, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, Lu Hai's breakthrough was already a foregone conclusion. Lu Ping formed several seals in his hands and shouted, "Collect!" A golden beam of light suddenly covered Lu Hai, and Lu Hai suddenly disappeared in the light beam. At the same time, on the small lonely mountain in the Golden House, in the palace that Lu Ping came from the clear stream cave, Lu Hai suddenly appeared in one of the cultivation rooms. At the same time, a series of 36 high-grade spirit stones and hundreds of middle-grade spirit stones appeared in the cultivation room, and a spirit gathering formation was arranged around Lu Hai. This was not the end. The small lonely mountain in the Golden House also had a kind of effect of sealing spiritual qi. Lu Ping usually put the Golden House on the spiritual vein of Huangli Island. He wanted to seal all the rich spiritual qi in the spiritual vein that was not used in the spiritual vein in the small lonely mountain for emergencies, so as not to waste it. This time it just came in handy. As Lu Ping cast a few hand seals, the entire mountain suddenly trembled. The spiritual energy that was sealed in the mountain in the past suddenly spread out from the mountain. The density of the spiritual energy was no less than that of a small spirit vein. At this time, Lu Linger had also reached the edge of the breakthrough. Lu Ping also took her into a secret room in the Clear Stream Palace. Although Lu Bai still needed a period of time to break through the second level of core forging realm, the absorption of wind poison had obviously reached a saturation level, so Lu Ping simply took Lu Bai into the secret room for closed-door training. In this way, Lu Ping arranged a spirit gathering formation for each of them. In each secret room, a formation equivalent to a small spiritual vein was opened. A total of 3 people cultivated. At this time, Lu Hai had already completed the breakthrough and began to consolidate the results of the second level of core forging realm. Lu Ping paid attention to the state of the 3 people in closed-door training. He knew that in this year and a half, Samling would not be able to come out to help him. However, Lu Ping still felt pain for using more than 100 upper-grade spirit stones in the blink of an eye. Before the auction, Lu Ping still had 1,700 upper-grade spirit stones. After the auction, there were only more than 400 left. Now a quarter of it was gone. Spirit stones really flowed like water. Lu Ping shook his head and sighed. He suddenly remembered that he still had the storage artifacts obtained from Brother Lu and Brother Zhang. He did not know what kind of harvest these 2 would have. Although the 2 were not strong and only dared to appear in the periphery of the fallen archipelago, they were still 7th-level core forging realm cultivators. They should have some wealth. Lu Ping had just taken the storage artifacts of the 2 people in his hand. His face was shocked. His eyes were like blue lightning, looking into the depths of the poisonous fog beside him. Without saying anything, Lu Ping stood up and fled out of the island. As soon as Lu Ping left the small island, a voice came from behind him. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? May I know what kind of treasure you've obtained? Can you tell me? I'm willing to exchange it for an equivalent value." Although the person's tone was sincere, he did not slow down at all. His previous attempt to sneak up on Lu Ping failed. Now, while saying equivalent exchange, he quickly caught up. Lu Ping had to leave. Previously, he supported Samling's cultivation for 3 days. Although he had the upper-grade spirit stones to supplement his cultivation, Lu Ping still consumed more than half of the Zhen Yuan in his body. This was definitely not the time to argue with others. Moreover, after Lu Ping noticed the person behind him, although it was only a glimpse, Lu Ping still felt a strong Zhen Yuan fluctuation from the person behind him. Obviously, this person was an 8th-level core forging realm cultivator. At this moment, Lu Ping was no match for him. Equivalent exchange? Who are you trying to fool? If this person had good intentions, he would not have approached Lu Ping in such a sneaky manner. Thinking of the vibration of the poisonous fog caused by Lu Hai's breakthrough, Lu Ping secretly scolded himself for being careless. Previously, Lu Ping already knew that once there was a large-scale gathering of poisonous fog in the Fallen Archipelago, it mostly meant the appearance of some treasures. Previously, in order to feed the Wonder Dew nectar, Lu Ping spent several days constantly changing the place where he absorbed the poisonous fog in order to not attract the attention of other cultivators and cause trouble. Now he stayed on the island for 3 days in a row. It was only when Lu Hai's cultivation broke through that he attracted attention, which was already considered lucky. Chapter 529. Relying on the stone armor and the poisonous mist to weaken the spiritual sense, Lu Ping spent half a day's effort to finally get rid of the pursuit of the cultivators behind him. Lu Ping directly opened up a cave mansion on a small island and arranged a simple formation to temporarily block the poisonous mist outside the cave mansion. Then he released the Xian Luan, Lu Qiner, and Lu Dagui to guard the cave mansion. Lu Ping's face was a little pale as he sat cross-legged in the cave mansion. He used 12 upper-grade spirit stones and hundreds of middle-grade spirit stones to arrange a simple spirit-gathering array, and began to restore the true essence in his body. Just 1 day later, Lu Ping was awakened from his meditative state by Lu Qiner. It turned out that the formation Lu Ping arranged was about to collapse under the erosion of the poisonous mist. After repairing the array formation, Lu Ping entered a meditative state again to recover his Zhenyuan. 3 days later, Lu Ping's Zhenyuan was almost fully recovered and he finally woke up from his meditation. Looking at Lu Qiner, who was chattering with Lu Dagui, Lu Ping speechlessly shook his head. This little Xian Luan was a chatterbox. As long as it wasn't cultivating, there was no time for it to stop talking. Anything could be said. Xian Luan was now at the 3rd level of core forging realm. After taking Lu Ping's forging heart pill, it had just consolidated its cultivation. Now, it was still the existence with the highest cultivation among Lu Ping's spiritual pets. Of course, Luan Yu's identity was not Lu Ping's spiritual pet, but Yin Wujiu entrusted Lu Ping to take care of it. Luan Yu could actually be regarded as a guest who lived under someone else's roof. Lu Dagui was another extreme. This burly young man was the shyest and most honest among Lu Ping's spiritual pets. Perhaps because of the habits inherited from Taoist Gui, Dagui was usually quiet and did not like to move. Although he was already a human cultivator at the core forging realm, he never appeared in the human form like Samling and Lu Qiner. Instead, he often took the form of a black tortoise, either soaking in the white jade lotus pond that Lu Ping used to refine magic weapons, or soaking in the quenching pool that was affected by the Xianyuan heavy water, and slept in the quenching pool that Lao Zu used to refine magic weapons. The scene Lu Ping saw was the same. Lu Qiner was chattering happily on the side, and a huge black tortoise was lying on the ground drowsily on the other side. Lu Ping was too lazy to pay attention to these two people. Instead, he took the storage magic weapons of Brother Zhang and Brother Lu, who had died in his hands before. Although these two were at the bottom in the hands of a late core forging realm cultivator, their hundreds of years of lifespan was enough for them to collect some valuable treasures. However, in fact, at least Brother Lu's collection disappointed Lu Ping. Lu Ping rummaged through the storage bracelet in his hand with some disbelief. 70 or 80 upper-grade spirit stones, a few bottles of cultivation pills that Lu Ping was not interested in, 20 or 33,000 years old spirit herbs and more than 100,000 years old spirit herbs, a few inconspicuous magic weapons and 2 broken magic weapons, and a pile of spiritual materials. Lu Ping rummaged through, but did not even see a second-class variant spiritual material. These things, in addition to the upper-grade spirit stones and the 1,000-years-old spirit herbs, Lu Ping generally threw them into the sex warehouse for the younger generation disciples to practice with. Lu Ping looked at the remaining 2 jade boxes with some disappointment. He hoped that these 2 jade boxes would bring him a trace of surprise. Lu Ping tore off the spirit sealing talisman on one of the jade boxes. After opening it, a soft sound of wind came from the box. Finally, there was a treasure that could make people's eyes light up. Otherwise, Brother Lu's status as a late core forging realm cultivator would be too low. A fist-sized silver white stone appeared in the jade box. After Lu Ping opened the jade box, a soft sound of wind came from the silver white stone. It even made people feel as if a breeze was caressing their faces. Wind attribute heaven and earth strange stone. This treasure was just right for Lu Bai to use to refine a small protective spirit ability. Lu Ping admired this strange treasure. Currently, Lu Ping's 7 treasure thunder gourd had reached a bottleneck. If he couldn't condense the 4th spiritual treasure restriction and advance to a spiritual treasure, then he wouldn't be able to refine heaven and earth strange treasures to enhance the treasure's power. Therefore, this treasure would first benefit Lu Bai. With this treasure as the foundation, Lu Ping's previous disappointed expression finally recovered a little. He opened the second jade box with a little hope. Looking at the thing inside the jade box, Lu Ping simply didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wind attribute low-grade profound level heaven and earth spirit treasure. Whirlwind feather. Lu Ping should be happy about the appearance of a spirit item, but the whirlwind feather was one of the lowest grade spirit items, so Lu Ping really didn't think it was worthy of his attention. Low-grade profound level heaven and earth spirit treasure. What use could it have? Which early core forging realm cultivator would refine a low-grade profound level heaven and earth spirit treasure in order to advance to the mid-core forging realm? At the very least, Lu Ping's martial sisters and junior brothers would never use this treasure. Lu Ping felt a little helpless as he put the whirlwind feather into his storage ring. In any case, it was still a heaven and earth spirit treasure, wasn't it? Although the cultivation world of the East China Sea was rich, it wasn't that there were no poor people. At least Brother Lu, a dignified late core forging realm cultivator, only had such a small amount of wealth. This made Lu Ping feel very disdainful. It was a pity that Brother Lu's 2 self-detonated spiritual treasures were the only and most valuable treasures that Brother Lu had. With Brother Lu as an example, although Lu Ping knew that Brother Zhang's wealth might be better, Lu Ping didn't have much hope. Sure enough, after Lu Ping put away more than 100 high-grade spirit stones and more than 100,000-year-old spirit grasses, there was another pile of junk in Lu Ping's eyes. Although there were 2 good magic treasures, Lu Ping reluctantly picked one and threw it to Lu Degui. Sam Ling and Lu Qiner both had magic treasures that Lu Ping had specifically asked Chun Lian to refine for them. Dagui advanced to the core forging realm, so Lu Ping didn't have time to prepare a magic treasure for him. So he had to find one for him to use first. Brother Zhang's cultivation pills were more authentic for late core forging realm cultivators. Lu Ping took them out and identified several kinds of pills that were suitable for Lu Ping to use now, so Lu Ping put them away. In addition, there were 4 jade boxes, which looked more exciting than the 2 jade boxes in the storage magic treasure. Lu Ping casually opened one of them and found a water spirit bead inside. The water spirit bead was a second-grade mutated water elemental spirit material that could be used to forge water elemental mystic treasures. However, a mere second-grade mutated spirit herb was kept in a jade box by a late core forging realm cultivator. Lu Ping couldn't help but curse inwardly. However, this water spirit bead attracted Lu Degui's attention after Lu Ping took it out. The previously sleepy giant tortoise suddenly opened its half-closed eyes, startling Lu Qiner, who had been talking non-stop. Lu Dagui suddenly stood up and turned into a burly young man. He asked Lu Ping, "Master, can you bestow this spirit bead to Dagui?" Dagui feels that this spirit bead is the most suitable to refine his own magic treasure. Lu Ping asked curiously, Dagui. Do you also have inherited memories? You actually know how to refine a magic treasure? Lu Dagui shook his head and said, this subordinate doesn't have any inherited memories. That's something that only top demonic beasts have. This subordinate just soaked in the quenching pool for a long time. When I was cultivating, a profound essence water spirit bead actually formed in my core space. Although the water spirit bead in Master's hand isn't mutated by the profound essence heavy water, it's similar to the water spirit bead in this subordinate's core space. This subordinate feels that this water spirit bead can also be used. Lu Ping looked at Lu Dagui with some surprise and asked, you usually soak in the white jade lotus pond to cultivate. Don't you have a Xian Yuan water spirit bead? Lu Dagui shook his head and said, Master, the essence of Xian Yuan water is a rare treasure. It can't be refined into a magic treasure, but Dagui has used it to refine my protective aura qi. Lu Ping patted his head and said, I forgot about this. But I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter. I'll give this water spirit bead to you to refine. As for what kind of natal mystic treasure you can refine, that will depend on your luck. Lu Dagui smiled foolishly, but the joy in his eyes was even more intense. After receiving the water spirit bead, he swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he turned into a black tortoise and lay on the ground motionlessly. This time he was completely asleep. Lu Ping simply put Lu Dagui into the golden house and threw him into the quenching pool to let him cultivate by himself. Then he opened the second jade box. What made Lu Ping speechless again was that the second jade box still contained a second-class variant spiritual material. Fortunately, this spiritual material finally seemed to be a little special. It was actually a magic treasure with wind and fire attributes, which was rare. When Lu Qiner saw this thing, she immediately ran over and circled around the jade box. Seeing that Lu Ping's face was still expressionless, the anxious Lu Qiner finally couldn't help but say, Brother, I want this spiritual material. If I want to advance my wind and fire wheels to a psychic magic treasure, this spiritual material is just right. When Lu Ping saw that Lu Qiner was still so impatient, he suddenly laughed. When Lu Qiner saw Lu Ping's appearance, she immediately knew that Lu Ping was deliberately teasing her. So she said in a spoiled manner, Brother, how can you bully your little sister like this? I don't care. Little sister's heaven and earth spirit treasure to advance to the mid-core forging stage will fall on you. Moreover, it must be a wind and fire attribute type of heaven and earth spirit treasure. Lu Ping felt a burst of headache. This kind of dual attribute heaven and earth spirit treasure was the most difficult to find. Previously, at the auction, the gold and water attribute mid-grade earth spirit treasure, jade flowing goblet, was even more valuable than ordinary earth-grade earth spirit treasures. It could be seen how rare this kind of heaven and earth spirit treasure was. With great difficulty, he sent the talkative girl, Lu Qiner, to the golden house to bother Luan Yu. Only then did Lu Ping open the third jade box. Soft water. The water attribute heaven and earth spirit treasure was also a kind of treasure to smelt the protective aura qi. The protective aura qi smelted by this kind of strange thing was the most flexible, which was the opposite of the Kuei water essence. The protective aura qi smelted by the Kuei water essence was the most rigid. The two complemented each other, and could achieve a combination of hardness and softness. Unfortunately, Lu Ping had now smelted 6 layers of protective aura qi. Before his cultivation broke through to the late core forging stage, he could no longer smelt the 7th kind of aura qi. Moreover, the amount of soft water was not enough for Lu Ping to smelt aura qi. After Lu Hai consolidated his cultivation, he would smelt this strange thing for his protective aura qi. Lu Ping also had some regrets. Chapter 530. Soft water was one of the most suitable water attribute treasures for Lu Ping to smelt his protective aura qi. Unfortunately, the quantity was too little, and Lu Ping could no longer smelt it due to the limitations of his cultivation, so he had to leave this treasure to Lu Hai. Lu Ping shook his head and tossed the little bit of regret to the back of his mind. Then he focused his attention on the last jade box. Originally, Lu Ping thought that there should be a spiritual treasure in this box, but he didn't expect that there was another treasure inside. Moreover, this treasure was changed to 100 waves sand, which was another treasure with water and earth attributes. Not finding a treasure that he could use, Lu Ping was somewhat disappointed, but this kind of dual attribute treasure was rare. Previously, Lu Ping had obtained a second-class mutated spiritual material of wind and fire attributes, which made him quite happy. He didn't expect to get another dual attribute treasure after advancing. For people who needed it, this was really a rare treasure. Unfortunately, there was no cultivator who practiced water and earth dual attribute cultivation method around Lu Ping, so Lu Ping could only keep this treasure for the time being. After leaving the cave house, Lu Ping passed several small islands in succession, but found that the spirit grasses growing on them had been picked by others, and the methods used to collect the spirit grasses were different. Obviously, they were not from the same person. It seemed that during the few days when Lu Ping was recovering his true essence, more and more cultivators came to the fallen archipelago. Lu Ping looked at the traces of collecting spirit grasses on the island. He floated in the air and thought for a long time. Then he flew deeper into the fallen archipelago. Along the way, the spirit grasses on the islands that Lu Ping passed had been collected without exception. On the way, Lu Ping also encountered several cultivators who were appearing in the fallen archipelago. Both sides maintained restraint and silently gave way to each other. For such a long time, Lu Ping never met a cultivator who entered the fallen archipelago again. But the spirit grasses on the islands that he occasionally met had already been picked up. Lu Ping couldn't help but be vigilant. It seemed that Lu Ping had now left the periphery of the fallen archipelago and began to go deeper. Sure enough, after a while in the gray poisonous fog, Lu Ping vaguely saw a huge black shadow. When he got close, Lu Ping, who was flying in the air, saw that this huge black shadow was a medium-sized island. Lu Ping landed on the island. As he walked toward the island, his eyes flashed with blue light, looking for some spirit grasses growing on the island. At the same time, he killed all the poisonous beasts that rushed from all corners of the island. After collecting several kinds of spirit grasses in succession, Lu Ping thought that no one had visited this medium-sized island, but he saw traces of spirit grasses being collected in an open space not far away. Lu Ping's expression changed several times, as if he was thinking about something. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he continued to walk toward the island along the traces of spirit grasses being collected. In the center of this island was a blackwater swamp. When Lu Ping reached the edge of the swamp, the blue light in his eyes shone brightly again. Looking into the swamp, he vaguely saw several figures standing in an arc above the center of the swamp. Just as Lu Ping withdrew his gaze, a majestic divine thought suddenly appeared. Before Lu Ping could take any precautions, the divine thought was withdrawn as soon as it touched the swamp. A slightly old voice came from the swamp. "Since you are here, why don't you come out and meet me?" Lu Ping pondered for a moment, and looked at those faint figures for a moment. Then he walked toward where the people were standing from the blackwater swamp. This blackwater swamp hid all kinds of poisonous insects, poisonous fish, poisonous mosquitoes, poisonous beasts and poisonous weeds. As Lu Ping walked through the swamp from time to time, all kinds of poisonous insects and poisonous beasts would attack Lu Ping. However, they could not break through the myriad poison meteorite energy around Lu Ping's body. From time to time, poisonous insects would even be eroded to death by the stronger poison of the myriad poison meteorite energy. As Lu Ping walked closer, he saw 6 people forming a large half-circle, surrounding a grassland in the middle of the swamp that was paved with black grass. When Lu Ping looked at the grassland, he found that the surrounding poisonous fog was slowly converging towards the center of the grassland. Moreover, the gathering poisonous fog was getting thicker and thicker, and the scope of its influence was also getting larger. Seeing Lu Ping walk out of the poisonous fog with such ease, the expressions of the 6 people changed. Suddenly, 6 divine senses came from all directions and oppressed Lu Ping. Each of these divine senses had reached the level of a late core forging cultivator, and they faintly carried a faint pressure. Facing the pressure of the 6 divine senses, Lu Ping was startled at first, but his expression did not change. A divine sense that was not inferior to any of the 6 people's divine senses suddenly burst out from Lu Ping's body, pushing away the 6 divine senses from Lu Ping's body and firmly guarding around Lu Ping, resisting the other 6 people. The 6 divine senses of the fallen archipelago retracted. Lu Ping already knew that this was just a test. The poisonous fog in the fallen archipelago was quite corrosive to divine senses, so Lu Ping also retracted his divine sense. He walked straight to the empty half of the circle formed by the 6 people. The 7 people formed a circle in the middle of the grassland, but no one else could come and get a share. After Lu Ping stood still, a short cultivator laughed. It was the cultivator who had invited Lu Ping. He only heard him say, "Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. It was just a test. If fellow Taoist cultivation is not high enough, you are not qualified to join." Lu Ping did not answer Cultivator Minor Repairs' words, he just nodded calmly. The 6 cultivators originally wanted to test Lu Ping's strength through the pressure of their divine sense. After all, Lu Ping was wearing a stone armor, so it was impossible to detect his cultivation. However, what they didn't know was that, in fact, according to cultivation, Lu Ping was really not qualified to stand together with the 6 people. However, they used the method of probing with their divine sense, and Lu Ping's divine sense was extraordinary. At this time, his divine sense was no weaker than a late core forging cultivator. This made the others mistakenly think that Lu Ping was also a late core forging cultivator like them. However, what made Lu Ping somewhat confused was how the short cultivator discovered him when he was at the edge of the swamp. It must be known that Lu Ping was wearing a divine sense armor that could avoid the detection of cultivator's divine sense, and the short cultivator Minor Repairs' divine sense had clearly captured his movements. However, although Lu Ping was quite hesitant in his heart, he could not ask. This was obviously Cultivator Minor Repairs' divine sense. If Lu Ping opened his mouth and asked, he would offend this person for no reason. At this time, more and more poisonous fog had gathered in the grassland, forcing the 7 people to retreat half a zhang in order to avoid the increasingly thick poisonous fog that was eroding their true essence. Lu Ping cupped his hands to the surrounding cultivators and said, "May I ask what the treasure in this grassland is, and how long will it take for it to be unearthed?" The other 5 people still looked indifferent. Only the short cultivator Minor Repairs said with a smile, "No one knows this. We were actually attracted by the poisonous fog that the grassland here constantly breathed. Whenever this happens in the fallen archipelago, there is a high chance that some treasure will appear. However, if we want to know what treasure it is, we have to wait for the treasure to mature and appear in front of us. If it is unearthed in advance, it is very likely that the treasure will not be able to mature. Therefore, after the 6 of us arrived one after another, none of us made a move." Lu Ping nodded and said no more. Unexpectedly, Cultivator Minor Repairs asked, "When fellow Taoists first arrived, the gang qi around your body flashed with golden light. Many poisonous insects and ants around were poisoned to death by your gang qi. Could it be that the gang qi that fellow Taoists refined is the legendary myriad poison meteorite power gang?" The words of Cultivator Minor Repairs made the other 5 cultivators around look at Lu Ping. The myriad poison meteorite power gang was a gang qi that was refined from the myriad poison liquid, known as the mother of all poisons. It could be said that it was truly invulnerable to all poisons. In the Fallen Archipelago, a famous poisonous forbidden area in the cultivation world, the cultivators who had refined the myriad poison meteorite power gang were undoubtedly like fish in water when exploring. In an instant, Lu Ping could feel the eyes of the surrounding cultivators full of curiosity, surprise, and greed. Lu Ping looked at the short cultivator Minor Repairs meaningfully and said with a smile, "Your Excellency was able to discover my tracks just now, which surprised me quite a bit. However, I wonder how Your Excellency's divine sense can still be used freely under the erosion of this gray poisonous fog? If Your Excellency is willing to tell me your secrets, I will not go too far. I am willing to tell you the trick of resisting poison. What do you think?" Lu Ping's words caused the surrounding cultivators to turn their attention to the short cultivator Minor Repairs. The short cultivator Minor Repairs gave a hollow laugh and said, "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. We should pay attention to the treasures in this grassland. The gathering of the poisonous fog seems to have reached its limit. I fear that the treasures will appear soon." Lu Ping smiled and also looked at the center of the grassland. At the same time, he was also secretly on guard. Once a dispute arose over the ownership of the treasures, Lu Ping's true cultivation would immediately be exposed. At that time, Lu Ping was afraid that he would become the target of public criticism, At this moment, the second cultivator on the right of Lu Ping with a slender figure and a fair complexion suddenly said, "Don't be in a hurry. We should first discuss how to distribute the treasures when they appear. There is only one treasure, but there are 7 of us. If we can't distribute the treasures, we will inevitably have to fight for them. At that time it would be a small matter for others to take advantage of it, but if some of us are accidentally injured, it would be very bad." Everyone nodded, but they still had their own small calculations in their hearts. At this time, the short cultivator minor repairs said, "Since this fellow Taoist has seen the problem, do you have a solution?" The slender cultivator nodded and said, "This one is only making a suggestion. Whether it succeeds or not depends on everyone." The short cultivator minor repairs seemed to have volunteered to be the representative of everyone. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, please speak." The slender cultivator looked at him and said, "If the treasures can be distributed, we will naturally divide them into 7 equal parts. However, the order of selection will be in accordance with the order of first come, first served." The slender cultivator then looked at Lu Ping. Lu Ping was the last to arrive. If the distribution was like this, Lu Ping would naturally be the last. If Lu Ping was unwilling, then the slender cultivator's plan would probably not work. Naturally, Lu Ping was not that stupid. At this time, if he had any objections, he was afraid that he would immediately be attacked by everyone. Thus, he stood there without changing his expression, as if tacitly agreeing to the cultivator's proposal. Seeing that Lu Ping had no objections, the short cultivator minor repairs asked again, "What if the treasures cannot be divided?" This was the question that everyone was concerned about. Chapter 531. What if the treasure can't be divided? This was the question that many cultivators were concerned about. The tall cultivator also knew that this was the key question. He pondered for a moment and said, "In my opinion, if there is only one treasure or not enough for 7, then the treasure will be divided according to need. However, the person who gets the treasure will have to convert the value of the treasure into spirit stones or pills, and then distribute it to everyone. What do you think?" Everyone was silent for a moment. Then they nodded one by one. Obviously, they had agreed with the tall cultivator's distribution plan. But at this time, Lu Ping interjected, "I don't have any objections to converting them into spirit stones and medicinal pellets. But if the spirit stones are only mid-low grade, then don't take them out. It'll save everyone an awkward situation." Lu Ping's words caused the other 6 to fall silent. But when they thought about it, it made sense. After reaching the late core forging realm, the impure spiritual energy contained in low-grade spirit stones was no longer attractive to cultivators. Only high-grade spirit stones could benefit their master's cultivation. At this time, the short cultivator minor repairs also said, "That's right. If you don't have enough spirit stones or pills, then give the treasure to others." The tall cultivator also nodded, obviously thinking that Lu Ping's proposal was reasonable. The others also didn't raise any objections. In this case, even if some people were reluctant because of lack of spirit stones, they couldn't speak out against it. Otherwise, they would be ridiculed in vain. At this moment, the surrounding gray poisonous fog gradually began to calm down, and the thick poisonous fog began to slowly disperse. Everyone's face lit up. The treasure was obviously going to be unearthed soon. Gulula. The sound of boiling water came from the ground. Everyone's expression didn't change, but their eyes all flashed. This sound sounded like the sound of flowing water. Obviously, it was more likely to be a water attribute treasure. In this way, it could be divided into 7 parts and no one would get anything. At some unknown time, the soil in the center of the grassland gradually sunk, and a pale blue liquid shone from the ground. "This is..." Lu Ping looked at the pale blue liquid and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the short cultivator minor repairs was pleasantly surprised. "Yuanqing liquid. This is a good thing." Hearing this, everyone else's faces lit up with joy. Yuanqing liquid was also a kind of heaven and earth strange object, and it was a water attribute heaven and earth strange object suitable for Lu Ping. This kind of heaven and earth strange object was not used to smelt protective or a qi, but it was suitable for Lu Ping to practice 3 pure true pupils. Lu Ping's 3 pure true pupils had only smelted 4 kinds of water attribute heaven and earth strange objects. And then it had not increased anymore. However, whether it was seeking danger or fighting with others, 3 pure true pupils were of great help to Lu Ping. So Lu Ping was also looking for water attribute heaven and earth strange objects suitable for washing spirit eyes, but unfortunately, he had not found it. The pool of Yuanqing liquid on the grassland flickered with green light, causing everyone to be somewhat silent. After a moment, the short cultivator, minor repairs, finally smiled and said, "In that case, we will divide this pool of Yuanqing liquid equally. If everyone trusts me, let me first collect this pool of Yuanqing liquid, and then divide it equally. What does everyone think?" Everyone looked at each other and took a step back. Then, the tall cultivator and the cultivator on the other side of the short cultivator, minor repairs, each took a step to the left and right just in time to let the short cultivator, minor repairs, be surrounded by the 6 people. The short cultivator, minor repairs, smiled bitterly. Obviously, everyone did not trust him. While they agreed to let him collect the Yuanqing liquid, they also had to guard against him escaping alone. The short cultivator, minor repairs, walked in front of the pool of Yuanqing liquid and formed a simple water spell with both hands. Lu Ping's eyes shone with green light, and the surrounding people also carefully watched each and every movement of the short cultivator, minor repairs. As the short cultivator, minor repairs, used his water spell, the Yuanqing liquid immediately gathered into an irregular ball of water and floated into the air. The short cultivator, minor repairs, took out 7 jade bottles from his storage magic tool, and the 7 jade bottles flew in front of him. The short cultivator, minor repairs, stretched out his right index finger and carefully drew 6 lines at the ball of water in the air. The ball of water was immediately divided into 7 neat balls of water, and then fell into the 7 jade bottles. The short cultivator, minor repairs, kept one of the 7 jade bottles, and the other 6 flew to the other 6 people. After Lu Ping and the others examined their respective jade bottles, they put them into their storage magic tools. The short cultivator, minor repairs, let out a long sigh of relief, returned to his position, and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Seeing this, the tall cultivator said, "Since the treasure is in hand, I will take my leave first." With that, a cloud appeared under the tall cultivator's feet and enveloped him. When the cloud dissipated, the tall cultivator had already disappeared into the poisonous mist. With the tall cultivator taking the lead, the others also left one after another. Lu Ping looked at the short cultivator, minor repairs, and saw him also turn and leave. Lu Ping pondered for a moment, then also turned and flew out of the swamp. A moment later, the 7 cultivators left one after another. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a dim light cut through the gray mist and landed on the grass. After the light disappeared, the cultivator that appeared was the short cultivator, minor repairs. The short cultivator stood on the black grass and cautiously scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. However, his expression immediately changed. He looked in the direction that the tall cultivator had left and said, "I didn't expect you to be so cautious. You actually didn't leave." A figure walked out of the gray fog step by step, and a voice said, "If you leave, won't the treasure be taken by you alone?" The short cultivator watched as the tall and slender cultivator walked out of the gray mist and said, "Since you've discovered it, I'm afraid it's impossible for me to take it for myself. Since that's the case, how about we split the treasure evenly? The rules were set by you just now." The tall cultivator smiled somewhat mockingly and said, "Are you so sure that I am willing to share the treasure with you and not fight with you to take it for myself?" The short cultivator laughed and said, "Since you are so confident, you must have held back when you tested each other. However, how can you be sure that I don't have a trump card? Besides, I fear that no one has gone far at this time. If you are not sure that you can kill me in one blow, then you will inevitably attract the attention of others. When that time comes, how can they not know what happened here?" The tall cultivator laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "That is true. In that case, you can take out the treasure and we will divide it equally." As soon as the tall cultivator's voice fell, the short cultivator's expression suddenly changed again and he turned to look at the gray mist on the other side. Another voice came from the direction that the short cultivator was looking at. "Your spiritual sense is really strange. Although it is not as vast as other cultivators, It is much more condensed than ordinary cultivators. That is why you can persist in this gray mist for a longer time without being eroded. A figure leisurely walked out of the gray mist. It was Lu Ping who had left earlier. When the tall cultivator saw Lu Ping suddenly appear, a look of surprise flashed across his face. At this time, the short cultivator's expression became somewhat unsightly. He said, "You have good eyesight. To be able to see through the secret of my spiritual sense, I presume that your spiritual sense is not weak. However, I am curious as to how you can be sure that there is still a treasure buried here." Lu Ping smiled mysteriously and said, "This is not something that outsiders should know." The short cultivator snorted coldly and said no more. However, the tall cultivator next to him said thoughtfully, "Since you are also aware of the secret here, then there are now 3 people who want this treasure. To avoid undue delay, I think we should first take out the treasure, and then use the previous method to ask for it. The person who obtains the treasure will then compensate the other 2 according to the value of the treasure. What does everyone think?" Lu Ping didn't even think about it and said, "Very well." The short cultivator was unwilling, but when he saw the 2 people looking at him, the short cultivator's heart suddenly jumped. He clenched his teeth and said, "All right." After saying this, the short cultivator minor repairs struck the small pool where the Yuanqing liquid had appeared. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and a pit 10 feet deep appeared in front of the 3 people. "So it is this thing." Lu Ping looked at the blue boulder at the bottom of the pit and suddenly said, "What do you know about this?" "I can only see that this boulder is a second-class metal attribute spirit material, but I don't know what it is." The tall cultivator was happy to see the boulder at the bottom of the pit, but then he became somewhat puzzled. After hearing Lu Ping's words, he quickly asked Lu Ping for advice. The short cultivator minor repairs obviously didn't know much about this boulder, so he immediately looked at Lu Ping with an inquiring gaze. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment and seemed reluctant. But in the end, he said helplessly, "You too should know that after a spirit item loses its spirituality, it will either become a third-grade spirit material or become a heaven and earth oddity. Of course, most heaven and earth oddities are born naturally, not born from a spirit item." The short cultivator minor repairs and the tall cultivator nodded when they heard this. Lu Ping then continued, "But do you two know that this Yuanqing liquid was originally a spiritual object? After losing its spiritual nature, it was nurtured by the fallen archipelago and became a natural oddity?" The short cultivator and the slender cultivator looked at each other in astonishment. It was clear that they hadn't heard of such a strange matter. The slender cultivator thought for a moment and said, "Does your esteemed self mean to say that before the origin azure liquid was successfully nurtured, it was originally a worldly spiritual item, and this second-grade metal attribute spirit material was affected by that worldly spiritual item?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "Exactly." The short cultivator minor repairs looked at the boulder that was half the height of a person and said with some uncertainty, "To be able to mutate such a large piece of or into a second-class spirit material, this spiritual object must have been at least an earth-class spirit material." Lu Ping nodded and said, "Exactly. This spiritual object was originally a low-grade earth-class heavenly gang golden liquid. Although it was a metal attribute spirit material, it was in a liquid state. This is why after losing its spiritual nature, the heavenly gang golden liquid became a water attribute spiritual object. Of course, among the 5 elements, metal gives birth to water is another reason." When the short cultivator heard Lu Ping's explanation, he became somewhat impatient and said, "Since you already understand, then let's talk about how this boulder should be divided. In my opinion, this ore is more than enough to refine 3 metal attribute magic treasures. Moreover, it will be easy to upgrade it to a spiritual type magic treasure in the future. How about the 3 of us divide this boulder equally?" The tall cultivator was already somewhat disappointed when he saw that it was only a second-class mutated spirit grass. When he heard the short cultivator minor repairs' words, he shook his head and said, "I don't cultivate a metal attribute cultivation method. This ore is useless to me." Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "I have 2 juniors who cultivate a metal attribute cultivation method. Now that they are about to advance to the core forging stage, they are about to refine their lifebound magic treasures. Since you don't want it, how about this boulder? Please appraise it. I will give you 2 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 532. The short miner repairs cultivator listened to Lu Ping's explanation and became impatient, so he said, "Now that you understand, let's talk about how to divide this boulder. In my opinion, this ore is more than enough to refine 3 metal-attributed magic weapons. Moreover, it can be upgraded to a spiritual-attributed magic weapon in the future. Why don't the 3 of us divide this boulder equally?" The tall cultivator was disappointed when he saw that it was only a second-class mutated spirit grass. When he heard the short miner repairs cultivator's words, he shook his head and said, "I don't practice a metal-attributed cultivation method. This ore is useless to me." Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "I have 2 juniors who practice a metal-attributed cultivation method. Now that they are about to advance to the core forging stage, they are about to refine their magic weapons. Since you don't want it, how about this boulder? Please appraise it. I will give you 2 high-grade spirit stones." The short miner repairs cultivator hesitated when he heard this. Lu Ping saw this and said, "I am an alchemist and I have a lot of pills at the late core forging stage. If you don't want high-grade spirit stones, I am willing to exchange a few bottles of pills for it. What do you think?" The short miner repairs cultivator's eyes lit up and said, "You are also an alchemist? In that case, I will give this ore to you. However, I need some pills at the late core forging stage." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Naturally, no problem." Lu Ping walked around the ore and said, "The quality of this ore is good, and the amount is enough. I will give you 280 high-grade spirit stones each. How about it?" The short miner repairs cultivator quickly waved his hand and said, "Too little, too little. If this ore is refined into magic weapons, it is enough to refine 3 magic weapons. Moreover, its quality is enough to upgrade it to a spiritual attributed magic weapon in the future. I think we should at least give each of us 150 high-grade spirit stones." Lu Ping smiled and said, "How about this? You give me and this fellow Taoist 300 superior grade spirit stones, and we'll let you have this ore?" The short miner repairs sergeant was stunned for a moment, but he still waved his hand and said, "Anyway, it's still too little." Lu Ping glanced at the tall cultivator next to him and said, "If that's the case, then I'll give you 2 100 high-grade spirit stones each. If it's more than that, then I won't take the ore." The short miner repairs cultivator was a bit reluctant, but the tall and slender cultivator said, "That's fine too." The short miner repairs cultivator had no choice but to say, however, "I want to exchange my 100 high-grade spirit stones for pills that can be taken by late core forging cultivators." Lu Ping smiled and said, "That's not a problem." Lu Ping exchanged the pills and spirit stones with the 2, then walked to the side of the pit to collect the ores. "Wait!" The tall and slender cultivator suddenly shouted, causing Lu Ping's face to instantly sink. Lu Ping turned to look at the tall and slender cultivator and asked with a bad expression, "What's wrong? Could it be that you're regretting it?" The short miner repairs cultivator was about to leave, but he didn't expect the tall and slender cultivator to suddenly shout, so he stood to the side and watched the excitement. Seeing Lu Ping's bad expression, the tall and slender cultivator smiled and said, "I naturally won't regret it. But for the sake of peace of mind, I think it's better for you to divide this ore into 2 pieces. In any case, it won't affect the ore's ability to be refined into magic weapons. What do you think?" The short miner repairs cultivator instantly reacted and echoed, "That's right. If there is something else in this ore, wouldn't we suffer a loss? After all, you're the only one who knows about the Qiangang golden liquid." After the 2 finished speaking, they each took a step towards Lu Ping's side. Obviously, if Lu Ping didn't do as the 2 said, then he would have a guilty conscience and the 2 would immediately join forces to snatch the ore. Lu Ping looked angry. A golden light flashed in his hand, and the ore in the pit was neatly cut into 2 pieces from the middle. The smooth cross-section flashed with cold light. It was obviously just a piece of metal attribute variant spiritual material. The short miner repairs cultivator looked a little embarrassed. The tall and slender cultivator cupped his hands toward Lu Ping and said, "Please don't blame me. In such a dangerous place, you and I don't know each other. It's inevitable that we can't trust each other." Lu Ping snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, He cut the ore into 2 halves and kept them in his interspatial ring. Then, a ball of watery light appeared beneath his feet, and he melted into the black mist that covered the sky. The tall and slender cultivator and the short cultivator glanced at each other, then left without saying a word. Only the half-meter-deep pit in the grassland at the center of the Blackwater swamp was left as proof of what had happened. In one breath, Lu Ping flew for a few hundred miles. Along the way, he changed directions a few times before he finally arrived at a deserted island with no signs of life. Lu Ping found a secluded place and opened a cave. He arranged a simple formation at the entrance of the cave and then sat cross-legged. He took out the boulder that he had just cut in two with the golden scale sword from the storage ring. Lu Ping took out a jade crystal bottle with a long mouth and a thin neck and put it aside. His eyes glowed with a bright green light as he carefully examined the 2 pieces of ore. Then, he took out a flying needle mystic instrument from his interspatial ring and stabbed it at a protrusion on the surface of one of the ore pieces. Puff! The flying needle magic weapon easily pierced a hole in the second-class metal attribute variant spiritual material. Then a stream of golden liquid suddenly flowed out of the small hole. Lu Ping patted the half-piece of ore, and it suddenly flew into the air. The hole was pierced downward, and the golden liquid suddenly emerged from the hole and flowed straight into the slender-necked jade crystal bottle that had already been placed. When the last drop of golden liquid flowed out, the slender-necked jade crystal bottle was filled. Lu Ping sealed the slender-necked jade crystal bottle and carefully put it in the storage ring. He then took out another slender-necked jade crystal bottle. Lu Ping examined the other half of the ore and found a bump. He repeated the process and obtained a whole bottle of golden liquid. After collecting this bottle of liquid, Lu Ping let out a sigh of relief and then threw the 2 halves of the ore on the ground into the storage ring. Lu Ping seemed to want to continue. He took out the 2 jade bottles filled with golden liquid and admired them. He then chuckled softly. The Heaven Gang golden liquid was a low-grade earth-grade metal attribute Fey, and it was so easily picked up by Lu Ping. Moreover, it was 2 portions. In fact, when Lu Ping saw the essence azure liquid, he guessed that there might be the Heaven Gang golden liquid below. Lu Ping had seen in the ancient books collected by Hu Lily that the essence azure liquid and the Heaven Gang golden liquid were born together, but he wasn't too sure. Therefore, Lu Ping returned to confirm whether there was still the Heaven Gang golden liquid underground. Unexpectedly, when the short miner repairs cultivator was retrieving the essence azure liquid, he had already noticed the abnormality underground, but he didn't make it public. He originally had the idea of taking it for himself, but he didn't expect that not only would Lu Ping return, but the slender cultivator would also return because of caution. Fortunately, these 2 people didn't seem to know much about the relationship between the essence azure liquid and the Heaven Gang golden liquid. After seeing the huge mutated ore underground and being persuaded by Lu Ping's lies, they finally gave this ore to Lu Ping. After Lu Ping saw the ore, he already knew that he had hit a treasure this time. The Heaven Gang golden liquid was most likely sealed in this ore. However, what made Lu Ping even more surprised was that when Lu Ping used the 3 pure true eyes to examine the Heaven Gang golden liquid inside the ore, he discovered that there wasn't 1 portion of the world Fey inside, but 2 portions. This made Lu Ping even more overjoyed. Fortunately, these 2 Feys weren't distributed in the center of the ore, but on both ends of the ore. This was also the reason why Lu Ping dared to cut this ore with a sword. After fiddling with the 2 portions of Qian Gang golden liquid in his hand for a long time, Lu Ping finally put them away. He then opened a jade bottle that contained the portion of Yuanqing liquid he obtained earlier. Lu Ping blew on it, and a drop of essence azure liquid floated out of the jade bottle. When this drop of essence azure liquid floated to the center of Lu Ping's eyebrows, Lu Ping's eyes suddenly burst out with 2 azure lights. Under the 2 azure lights, the drop of essence azure liquid suddenly split into 2, and then each fell into Lu Ping's eyes. After a burst of coolness, there was a burst of tingling. Lu Ping hurriedly practiced this secret technique. After about half an instance's time, Lu Ping's closed eyes suddenly opened. There were 4 azure halos on the edge of the black gem-like eyes, and at this time, outside the 4 azure halos, there was a faint halo that seemed to be about to appear. Lu Ping put away the jade bottle containing the essence azure liquid. If he wanted to completely refine the fifth spiritual liquid and improve the power of the three pure true eyes to another level, it couldn't be done in one go. At this time, Lu Ping was quite deep in the fallen archipelago. Lu Ping could often see some medium-sized islands in the soil where he flew. Whenever he encountered such an island, Lu Ping quickly patrolled the island where the most suitable area for the growth of spirit grass was, and then collected all the growing spirit grass and left for the next island. In fact, the area of a medium-sized island was already quite vast, and the growth of spirit grass could be regarded as quite scattered. But at this time, Lu Ping obviously didn't think that searching for a few spirit grass in those corners would be very efficient. Instead, after collecting the most easily found spirit grass, he would go to the next island. This way he could find the most spirit grass in the shortest time. Boom! Clang clang! A sudden explosion of roars and violent yuan qi fluctuations a few miles away interrupted Lu Ping, who was collecting a 3,000 years old spirit grass. Lu Ping furrowed his brows, wondering who would be so unwise to fight in such a dangerous place. Not to mention the intense consumption of true essence. Just the poisonous mist alone was enough to tell how many dangers were lurking in it. Weren't they afraid that they would end up as a jade clam in the eyes of others? However, such a scene could also explain that if the two sides did not have a deep hatred, they must have encountered some kind of treasure that was difficult to give up. If so, how could Lu Ping not go and have a look? Chapter 533. At this time, Lu Ping's position was quite deep in the fallen archipelago. When Lu Ping rushed towards the direction of the battle, he vaguely found several escape lights sneaking towards the direction of the battle in the poisonous fog. It's actually these people. Lu Ping hid in the poisonous fog 2 miles away from the battle. Using the three pure true pupils, he tried his best to flash circle after circle of cyan light, watching the battle 2 miles away. In the past few days, Lu Ping smelted a drop of yuanqing liquid into his eyes every day, so that the power of Lu Ping's three pure true pupils had increased. In this gray poisonous fog, he could clearly see the two sides fighting 2 miles away. It seemed that the two sides didn't deliberately hide their tracks, and they didn't pay attention to the surrounding cultivators who were spying on them. Lu Renjian, what do you think of my proposal just now? If you can hand over the still liquid saliva in your hand to me, I won't let you suffer a loss. Still liquid saliva? Lu Ping was shocked. This was a water attribute spiritual object of the upper rank of the earth rank. The Lu family actually found such a treasure in the fallen archipelago. Sure enough, as soon as the name still liquid saliva came out, the surrounding cultivators moved, and several faint killing intents came out from the surroundings. However, Lu Ping didn't intend to touch this treasure. It was not that Lu Ping didn't want it, but Lu Ping knew the two sides of the battle quite well. Since they dared to fight openly in such a dangerous place like the fallen archipelago, how could they not have some backup plans? Lu Renjian, what's your decision? Didn't you notice that the surrounding cultivators swallowed their saliva when they heard the still liquid saliva? Humph, Yuan Feixiang, this still liquid saliva was first discovered by our Lu family, and there are disciples in our Lu family who need this kind of spiritual object. Are you relying on the power of your Yuan family to force us to sell it? The one who spoke was not Lu Renjian, but Liao Ruanjia, who had a deal with Lu Ping. Who is this? Are you also a cultivator from the Lu clan? But I don't recognize you. How should I address you? Although my Yuan clan is rather influential, your Lu clan is also a prestigious clan in the Middle Earth. How can you say that you are using your power to bully others? I merely fancy the spiritual item in your hands and wish to make a fair trade with you. Sure enough, as soon as the names of the Yuan family and the Lu family were revealed, the practitioners hiding in the dark all restrained their killing intents. There was no need to mention the status of the Yuan family in the central region. Although the Lu family was not as good as the Yuan family, it was also a famous alchemy family in the central region and had a wide circle of friends in the cultivation circle of the central region. Even the Crystal Palace did not want to offend these two families. Of course, there were outlaws everywhere. The names of the Yuan clan and the Lu clan were not necessarily able to scare off the cultivators hiding in the surroundings. In such a dangerous place, if one were to kill someone and run away, who would know who the murderer was? No matter how powerful the Yuan clan and the Lu clan were, what could they do? Could they overturn the entire cultivation world? Fair trade? Fair trade depends on whether the Lu clan is willing or not. We are not willing to trade this spiritual item with young Master Yuan, but young Master is pestering us like this. Is this also a fair trade? It was still Liao Ruanjia who spoke. The other cultivator who teamed up with Liao Ruanjia to fight against Yuan Feixiang was the middle-aged cultivator that Lu Ping met at the treasure house. He should be the Lu Runjian that Yuan Feixiang mentioned. However, this person was busy suppressing Yuan Feixiang and remained silent about Yuan Feixiang's questions. In fact, the current scene was incomprehensible in the eyes of ordinary people. Liao Ruanjia was a core forging stage cultivator, while Lu Runjian was a core forging stage cultivator at the core forging stage. It seemed that she had just advanced to the late core forging stage. The other cultivator who was helping Yuan Feixiang was impressively Shangguan Hao, who Lu Ping was eager to kill. Shangguan Hao was only a core forging stage cultivator at the core forging stage, and his strength was the weakest among the four. Most of the attacks that he used to help Yuan Feixiang were easily resolved by Lu Runjian and Liao Ruanjia. Lu Runjian and Liao Ruanjia teamed up to fight against Yuan Feixiang. In fact, Lu Runjian and Liao Ruanjia had already gained the upper hand. However, although Shangguan Hao was insignificant, Yuan Feixiang was able to block the attacks of the two cultivators with her own cultivation and defend with ease. Lu Ping stared at Yuan Feixiang. Although neither Yuan Feixiang nor Lu Runjian and Liao Ruanjia used their full strength, Yuan Feixiang was able to easily resist the joint attack of the two. At the very least, Lu Ping could not do this. Of course, at this time, Lu Ping was only at the core forging stage. If Lu Ping advanced to the late core forging stage, he might have the strength to fight against Yuan Feixiang. Although Lu Runjian and Liao Ruanjia had the upper hand, Yuan Feixiang did not seem to care at all. Instead, her words were aggressive. Although Lu Runjian and Liao Ruanjia had the upper hand, Liao Ruanjia and Yuan Feixiang were somewhat helpless in the dialogue. I don't have any bad intentions, and the spirit stones I gave are far more than the value of this still liquid saliva, but Brother Lu has been indifferent. I have repeatedly asked for it, but I hope that Brother Lu can see that I really want this spiritual object. Yuan Feixiang was still talking with confidence and composure, neither fast nor slow. Humph, I have already told you that the still liquid saliva is also urgently needed by a disciple of my Lu family. If you continue like this, aren't you afraid of causing a dispute between the two families? As Liao Ruanjia spoke, a red fireball suddenly exploded beside Yuan Feixiang. Yuan Feixiang's expression changed, and she reached out to her side. A large net of interwoven lightning wrapped around the exploded fireball, and then both of them were annihilated in mid-air. Liao Ruanjia saw that Yuan Feixiang was able to so casually block his attack, and his face was quite gloomy. This Yuan clan's thunder attribute cultivation method is really overbearing. This Yuan Feixiang's cultivation is obviously lower than mine, but her strength is tyrannical and terrifying. This time, if not for Brother Runjian's cooperation to suppress her, I fear that I would not be her opponent. This is quite similar to Jinling's water sword immortal. I just don't know what the scene will be when these two meet, but the current water sword immortal is probably not this person's opponent. After all, her cultivation is only at the 5th stage of core forging. Lu Runjian saw that Yuan Feixiang was able to easily block Liao Ruanjia's attack, and the corner of his eyes unconsciously twitched. The Liao clan originated from the Lu clan, so Lu Runjian naturally knew about Liao Ruanjia's fireball divine ability. The seemingly ordinary fireball was actually a great divine ability that Liao Ruanjia painstakingly cultivated. This Yuan Feixiang was worthy of being an outstanding existence among this generation of disciples of the Yuan clan. To be able to so easily neutralize this great divine ability. Yuan Feixiang's face was already gloomy after receiving Liao Ruanjia's great divine ability, and he said, Brother Lu, in this battle, both of us more or less left some leeway in order to not alarm the elders of both sides. This Lu clan cultivator, could it be that he wants to stir up trouble? At this time, Lu Runjian had no choice but to speak. If young noble Yuan wants this still liquid saliva, it is not impossible. Liao Ruanjia's face was startled, and he said, Brother Runjian, this is... Lu Runjian waved his hand to interrupt Liao Ruanjia's words, and said, it's just the previous spirit stones, my Lu clan is not short of those spirit stones. If young noble Yuan wants to exchange for this still liquid saliva, then please take out a spirit item of the same grade. As for what kind of spirit item, I will not make any requirements, but the grade must be at the upper grade of the earth grade. Otherwise, young noble Yuan can call your elder Laozu over. My Lu clan is not necessarily afraid of your Yuan clan. Hearing Lu Runjian's words, Liao Ruanjia calmed down. Yuan Feixiang glanced at Shang Guanhao next to him, but he was a little serious. Although Shang Guanhao looked a little unwilling, he still whispered, "Young noble, forget it, I will look for a suitable spirit item later." Yuan Feixiang glanced at Shang Guanhao, and suddenly said with a smile, "Shangguan, your family has made great contributions, and you have done your best for me for many years. Since I said that I will find you an upper grade of earth grade spiritual item, I will not go back on my words. You can rest assured." Shang Guanhao looked very grateful and he said, "Thank you for your kindness," but Yuan Feixiang interrupted Shang Guanhao's refusal, turned to Lu Runjian and said, "Brother Lu, an upper grade spiritual item of earth grade is hard to come by. Although I don't take it seriously, I don't have a spirit item of the same grade with me at the moment. How about this? If Brother Lu trusts me, you can give this still liquid saliva to me first. In the future, when I return to the Middle Mainland, I will personally present an upper grade spiritual item of earth grade to the Lu clan. What do you think, Brother Lu?" Liao Ruanjia snorted coldly and said, "You have a good plan." Lu Runjian pondered for a moment, then looked up and said, "I don't trust you." Yuan Feixiang's face suddenly changed, and a stream of hot blood suddenly surged up, and his face turned red. However, Lu Runjian then said seriously, "However, I do trust the Yuan clan. I can give you this still liquid saliva first, and I believe that the reputation of the Yuan family in the Middle Mainland for tens of thousands of years will not be destroyed in your hands." Yuan Feixiang looked a little relaxed, and he grabbed a jade bottle handed over by Lu Runjian in his hand, and then he said coldly, "Thank you, Brother Lu. In the future, I will personally return a spiritual item of the same grade to the Lu clan." Lu Runjian glanced around and said, "In this case, see you later. I think Laozu of the Yuan family must be waiting anxiously in the central islands of the fallen archipelago. Young Master Yuan should go to meet them quickly, and we will leave first." Yuan Feixiang glanced disdainfully at the cultivators hiding in the dark, and then he handed the jade bottle in his hand to Shang Guanhao, saying, "You keep it first, and we will go to meet Laozu first." Shang Guanhao respectfully took the jade bottle with both hands, and was about to put it in his storage device, when he heard Yuan Feixiang's cold shout, "How dare you!" Clang! A sound of gold and iron colliding came, and a golden sword light was quickly submerged in the gray poisonous fog. Chapter 534. Yuan Feixiang didn't expect that someone would really dare to attack him, and this sword light came very abruptly. After the attack missed, it quickly retreated into the gray poisonous mist, so Yuan Feixiang couldn't lock the position of the attacker for a while. This golden sword light seemed to have aroused the greed of the cultivators who were peeping around. After the golden light, there were several magic treasures mixed with several spiritual techniques that attacked Yuan Feixiang and Yuan Feixiang. When the golden sword light appeared, Shang Guanhao was shocked. Then he quickly put the still liquid saliva into the storage artifact, and then he threw out a green flying sword to help Yuan Feixiang resist the magic treasures and spiritual techniques that were flying around. However, Shang Guanhao soon found that most of these attacks were directed at him, and Yuan Feixiang was blocking the attacks for him. Shang Guanhao was also a quick-witted person, so he immediately guessed that these people were actually coming for the earth-rank upper-grade spiritual item in his hand. However, when the first golden sword light attacked, it was not directed at Shang Guanhao, but it directly slashed at Yuan Feixiang. After the attack missed, it never appeared again. Yuan Feixiang was born in the top family in the central region, so her family's knowledge was naturally profound. She had dabbled in many cultivation techniques, spiritual techniques in the cultivation world, so she was quite knowledgeable. However, these attacks from the surrounding poisonous mist were messy and seemed to be clueless. Although the true essence contained in each attack was very strong, the power was very little. Yuan Feixiang was quite puzzled at first, but she soon understood that although the surrounding cultivators were greedy, They were afraid of the prestige of the top family in the central region, so they all hid their true magical powers to avoid being seen through by Yuan Feixiang, and the Yuan family would seek revenge in the future. Therefore, all these attacks seemed to be specious, and Yuan Feixiang could temporarily stabilize his position under the siege of many cultivators with his strong strength. However, there was more than one cultivator hiding around. Even though all of them had concealed their sex and cultivation bases, Yuan Feixiang was unable to avoid falling into a disadvantageous position after a long time. In the end, he died under the siege of so many cultivators without even knowing how he died. That's right. However, how could Yuan Feixiang be helpless in such a situation? He suddenly threw out a shield flashing with lightning. The shield had just flown above Yuan Feixiang's head, and it was blown into pieces under the siege of many attacks. Just when everyone was wondering why the lightning shield was so useless, they saw that the exploded lightning shield suddenly formed a huge lightning shield around Yuan Feixiang. The lightning shield covered Yuan Feixiang and Shangguan Hao. The surrounding attacks hit the lightning shield, but they were dissolved by the flashing lightning. Moreover, when the lightning hit the magic weapon, it made it difficult for the cultivator to control the magic weapon. Fortunately, at this time, everyone was besieging Yuan Feixiang, so he had no time to care about it. If it was a one-on-one battle, the moment he lost control of the magic weapon, it would be the moment when Yuan Feixiang counterattacked. Practitioner weapon. How can the descendant of the Yuan family not have a practitioner weapon? This is hard to say. Let's break his practitioner weapon first. I'm afraid. Yuan Feixiang listened to all kinds of strange tones around him. He knew that everyone had coincidentally concealed their true tones. He could not help but sneer, and there was a wooden sword engraved with all kinds of runes in his hand. Another practitioner weapon. Oh no, this is a practitioner weapon flying sword. The Yuan family is really rich and overbearing. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd of cultivators, the talisman weapon flying sword quickly disintegrated as Yuan Feixiang shouted, "Gee!" Countless sword lights scattered from the disintegrated talisman weapon. The cultivators hiding in all directions were in a flurry, shouting and cursing in all directions. Yuan Feixiang sneered and whispered to Shangguan Hao beside him, "Let's go." Shangguan Hao did not dare to neglect and quickly flew out behind Yuan Feixiang. Although Yuan Feixiang's practitioner weapon flying sword brought a lot of trouble to the surrounding cultivators, there were still a few cultivators who escaped the attack of the practitioner weapon. Seeing that Yuan Feixiang and Shangguan Hao were about to escape, they all tried to stop them. For a time, although Yuan Feixiang tried his best to resist, there were still many attacks that hit the lightning shield of Yuan Feixiang and Shangguan Hao. Yuan Feixiang's face was livid. He reached out his hand and took out another item from his storage device. The surrounding cultivators thought that he was going to use a practitioner weapon again, and the whole attack suddenly stagnated. They all secretly scolded this person for being a prodigal, but they were more and more afraid of the Yuan family. However, what Yuan Feixiang was holding was only a sound-transmitting sword. Not good, stop him. Many cultivators had realized something and shouted to stop him, but it was too late. The sound-transmitting sword passed through Yuan Feixiang's sneer, and the gray poisonous fog disappeared. At this moment, Yuan Feixiang and Shangguan Hao had already relied on the defense of the lightning shield to resist the attacks of the crowd, and they were about to break out of the encirclement. Humph! As long as we break out of the encirclement, Lao Zhu of the family will be able to come from the inside of the fallen archipelago in a moment. At that time we will definitely kill these overseas cultivators who have offended the dignity of the Yuan family. When has the dignity of the Yuan family ever been so provoked? However, just as Yuan Feixiang and Shangguan Hao were about to break out of the encirclement, the lightning shield that enveloped them suddenly shook, and the shield that was made up of hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly collapsed. Hundreds of lightning bolts rushed in all directions, and the lightning shield also completely dissipated. As Yuan Feixiang and Lu Ta were making use of the cover provided by the lightning bolts to break through the entanglement of the last cultivator, the golden sword light that had not appeared since the cultivators besieged Yuan Feixiang and Lu Ta broke through the layers of mist once more to appear in the direction where the two cultivators were breaking out from. Yuan Feixiang's expression was gloomy, and his heart was filled with hatred. Just now, he had been besieged by many people, and although he had relied on 2 practitioner weapons to survive, it had also consumed a lot of his qi. This sword light, when Yuan Feixiang was at his peak, naturally would not have taken it seriously, but at this moment he had to pay attention to it. A crackling sound rang out, and a purple copper drum appeared in Yuan Feixiang's hand. The golden flying sword, on the other hand, emitted sparks from time to time as it flew back unsteadily. Although this golden sword light returned without success, it had successfully delayed Yuan Feixiang's footsteps to break out of the encirclement. The cultivators who were previously blocked by Yuan Feixiang's practitioner weapon saw the opportunity, and like a school of bloody sharks, they once again surrounded them. Yuan Feixiang roared angrily. He hated the 2 golden sword lights that appeared at the right time. This was obviously a premeditated plot against him. Under the joint attack of the cultivators, even though Yuan Feixiang was a genius, it was difficult for him to fight against so many hands, and he was beaten until he vomited blood. Shang Guanhao on the side, although Yuan Feixiang tried his best to protect him at this moment, Yuan Feixiang could not even protect himself, and Shang Guanhao was already seriously injured. You all deserve to die. Yuan Feixiang's face was ferocious, and a misty talisman was suddenly torn apart in Yuan Feixiang's hand. The scattered pieces of the captives floated in mid-air, but they formed a golden door. The door shone brightly, and a huge force suddenly came through. The whole door made a loud noise, as if it was about to be broken from the inside. Who is it, who dares to attack the cultivators of the Yuan family? A majestic shout came from behind the door that was about to be broken. Not good, it's a teleportation talisman. The Dharma adept of the Yuan family is about to arrive. In a dangerous place like the Fallen Archipelago, Dharma Laozu rarely used space magic to travel freely. This was also why Yuan Feixiang had previously used a telepathic sword to inform the family's Dharma Laozu to come and help. And this teleportation talisman was something that only the most outstanding disciples of the Yuan family could have, and it was meant to be used at the last moment to save their lives. The teleportation talisman was originally Yuan Feixiang's trump card, and he would never use it unless he had no other choice. This was because this would undoubtedly lower his status in the eyes of the family's Laozu. But now Yuan Feixiang was really at a critical moment of life and death, and he had no choice but to use it. We must kill him before the Dharma adept arrives, or else no one will be able to benefit from it. An outstanding disciple of the Yuan family, not to mention that high-grade earth-level still liquid saliva. Just how much wealth does he have in his magical storage device? The Yuan family is not only the most powerful family in the Central Plains, but also the most luxurious family in the Central Plains. He must have some good stuff on him. Cut the crap, kill him first. Dong! There was another muffled sound, and the door formed by the torn talisman shook again, and the empty space within the door continued to ripple like water. At this time Yuan Feixiang was facing the attacks of the crowd. Although his face was getting paler and paler, his expression was still calm. After Yuan Feixiang used the Thunder Light Bronze Drum to repel the obstruction of the Golden Sword Light, he did not take back his life-bonded magic treasure. Yuan Feixiang raised both his hands, and the Thunder Drum instantly grew to the height of half a person, and a pair of purple electric hammers appeared in his hands. Yuan Feixiang waved both his hands violently, and a thunderous sound exploded beside him. The 2 treasures that were flying from afar suddenly seemed to be drunk, and they lost control of the sky, and their power was greatly reduced. Although the power of Yuan Feixiang's purple drum was tyrannical, and each blow could repel or annihilate the attacking magic treasures and magical powers, but every time Yuan Feixiang swung the pair of hammers, it seemed to fly away, and it consumed a lot of true essence magic power. His treasure seemed to be the same as Lu Ping's Genshin array. Although it was powerful, the consumption of true essence was a great burden for cultivators. Fortunately, after Lu Ping was lucky enough to smelt the Xianyuan heavy water, this problem had been preliminarily solved. Although Yuan Feixiang's cultivation was deep and outstanding among the cultivators of the same level, he had not smelted a spiritual object like the Xianyuan heavy water that could increase the density of a cultivator's true essence. The grade of the purple drum was also far higher than Lu Ping's Genshin pearl, and the 9th grade white jade lotus array. In addition, Yuan Feixiang was also at the end of his flight, so it was even more difficult for him to hold on. Yuan Feixiang's twin hammers, one in front and one at the back, produced a peculiar drumbeat. A clump of lightning suddenly burst out from the bronze drum, spreading outwards from the inside to the outside to force the attacks of the surrounding cultivators to a halt. Yuan Feixiang's pale face turned livid and he coughed out a mouthful of blood onto the surface of the bronze drum, causing a peculiar layer of red to appear on the purple-colored bronze drum. Lao Zhu of the Yuan clan, who was in the portal formed by the talisman paper scraps, seemed to have felt the crisis of Yuan Feixiang. The previous loud banging sound of the portal stopped, followed by a more ferocious explosion of thunder than before. The void in the portal suddenly shattered, and a fist and half of an arm flashing with lightning suddenly appeared from the shattered void. Then it retracted. A cold snort came, and an insufferably arrogant pressure with soaring anger and murderous intent suddenly appeared above the besieging Yuan Feixiang. The whole sky seemed to become silent because of this cold snort. From time to time, one or two rays of light flashed in the gray poisonous fog. There were already cultivators who saw that the situation was not good and finally gave up the treasures that were at their fingertips. However, there were still some people who were driven by greed and intended to take a risk. At this time, Yuan Feixiang had also reached the point of exhaustion. On the side, Shang Guanhao simply curled up beside the bronze drum, already dispirited and listless. Crack! There was another loud sound as the lightning fist once again smashed the door in the air. Behind the door, which was pitch black and seemed to be swallowing everything in its path, there seemed to be the faint sound of a Dharma adept panting. A sword light soared into the sky, evolving into various sword styles in the sky, and then each sword style seemed to form a kind of wind. There was a gale, a hurricane, a breeze, a cool breeze, a cold wind, a storm. All kinds of wind swords gathered together to form a huge tornado. A golden tornado brought by the psychic sword light, along with the magical spells cast by the remaining cultivators who tried to take a risk, went toward Yuan Feixiang. At this moment, Yuan Feixiang seemed to have some strength left, but she was determined to not be able to take these attacks. However, there was no despair in Yuan Feixiang's eyes at this time. There was only anger toward the third golden sword light. The bronze drum suddenly shrank to the size of a palm in Yuan Feixiang's hand, and was grabbed by Yuan Feixiang. The purple copper mallet was also left in her right hand. At this moment, only the golden tornado was left in Yuan Feixiang's eyes. The copper mallet in her right hand hit the bronze drum fiercely, and a purple thunderbolt burst out from the bronze drum. She ignored the other magical weapons and magical powers that attacked her, only aiming at the golden sword light. With a loud explosion, the golden tornado suddenly disappeared in the instant of the thunderclap. Yuan Feixiang's face suddenly changed, but she suddenly heard a scream from Shang Guanhao under her feet. When she looked down, a faint blue sword light quickly flew back and disappeared into the poisonous fog. Shang Guanhao, who had been seriously injured, was already dead. Chapter 535. Yuan Feixiang knew very well that his natal magic weapon did not hit the golden flying sword, but the flying sword took the initiative to retreat when his bronze drum exploded with thunder and lightning. However, immediately afterward, Shang Guanhao was deliberately killed. All of this seemed to be deliberately arranged. The golden flying sword attracted his attention, but the blue flying sword took the opportunity to kill Shang Guanhao. Yuan Feixiang suddenly realized that the golden flying sword might have been aiming at Shang Guanhao from the beginning, and it was just confusing him before. Why did they kill Shang Guanhao? Am I, the proud son of the Yuan family, inferior to a destitute cultivator whose family is ruined and can only be my attendant? Or is there some secret hidden in Shang Guanhao that made people want to kill him at the risk of offending the Yuan family? Yuan Feixiang was a genius cultivator of the Yuan family, so his wisdom and talent were naturally extremely high. He just thought of so many things the moment he saw Shang Guanhao being killed. However, at this time his crisis had not been resolved. Just when Yuan Feixiang was forced into a corner by the attack of the crowd just now and could only choose his most resentful golden sword light to counterattack, the attacks of the others had already fallen on Yuan Feixiang at this time. How dare you! The void that had been smashed by the thunder light fist was broken. With this roar, a cloud of golden thunder light filled the entire portal. With a cracking sound, a shocking roar came. A big bird flashing golden thunder light between illusion and reality smashed the void full of cracks. The broken space fragments were flapped by the wings of the big bird, and they all flew behind Yuan Feixiang. Dharma! Thunder Rock Dharma! The surrounding cultivators who were hiding within the gray-colored poisonous fog cried out in shock. They hastily retrieved their magic treasures and turned to flee. However, there were still a few magic treasures that were damaged by the spatial fragments. Fortunately, the damage to the magic treasures only affected the cultivators themselves. However, the spatial fragments completely destroyed the magic treasures. Those who happened to encounter their life-bound magic treasures were seriously wounded as well. A middle-aged cultivator in his 40s lowered his head and walked out from the pitch-black portal in mid-air. The portal behind him shook for a moment before returning to its original state. As for the portal formed by the torn talismans, it was completely incinerated into ashes. The 3-meter-long lightning bird circled in the air and let out a long cry before disappearing above the middle-aged cultivator's head. The middle-aged cultivator sneered as he looked at the escaping light shrouded by the poisonous mist. Escape? Now, all of you must pay the price for offending the dignity of my Yuan clan. A late core forging cultivator was injured due to the destruction of his magic treasure, so he was slightly slower in escaping. The middle-aged cultivator pointed at the top of the cultivator's head and softly shouted, "Descend!" A golden lightning silently descended. The late core forging cultivator didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a mass of flying ash. The middle-aged cultivator stretched out his hand and shot out 2 more balls of lightning. Another 2 screams came from the poisonous fog. With a wave of his hand, 3 late core forging cultivators fell, causing the surrounding cultivators to become even more terrified. They desperately fled into the depths of the poisonous fog. Uncle Feng. After the middle-aged cultivator appeared, Yuan Feixiang's expression became calm. Although he was seriously injured due to the consumption of his true essence, Yuan Feixiang's face looked extremely pale. Yuan Feixiang took the storage magic tool from Shang Guanhao's body. Inside it was the high-grade earth-level, still liquid saliva. Originally, Yuan Feixiang exchanged this spiritual item for Shang Guanhao. Now that Shang Guanhao was dead, the transaction between Yuan Feixiang and the Lu family had lost its meaning. However, the cultivator who killed Shang Guanhao didn't fight for his storage magic tool. This was also the reason why Yuan Feixiang was more and more certain that the golden sword light and the blue sword shadow were definitely aimed at Shang Guanhao. Unlike the other cultivators, they came for the treasures on the 2 of them. The middle-aged cultivator didn't answer. Instead, he waved his hand and summoned 2 lightning bolts from the air, striking towards the 2 cultivators who fled in the distance. This time, because the distance was too far, the poisonous mist weakened the power of the middle-aged cultivator's spell. In addition, the 2 fleeing late core forging cultivators were not weak. Although they were seriously injured by the 2 lightning bolts, they didn't die. Seeing that everyone had fled, the middle-aged cultivator originally wanted to catch up and kill a few more people to calm the anger in his heart. However, seeing that Yuan Feixiang was seriously injured, if he left and someone attacked him again, Yuan Feixiang would undoubtedly die. So the middle-aged cultivator snorted, turned around, looked at Yuan Feixiang and said, "How can you be so unwise, putting yourself in such a dangerous situation?" In the central area, the competition between the various overseas sects has become white-hot. This is a critical moment, but you first used a sound transmission sword, and then simply used a teleportation talisman. If the family's harvest is greatly reduced because of you, after returning to the Central Plains, aren't you afraid that someone in the family will take the opportunity to suppress you? A cold light flashed in Yuan Feixiang's eyes. She recounted the previous events and respectfully said, "Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Feng. This time this nephew was reckless. The overseas cultivation world is not comparable to the Central Plains, but in the future, Feixiang will certainly spread the prestige of my Yuan family to the overseas cultivation world." The middle-aged cultivator nodded with an expressionless face and asked, "Do you have any clues about the cultivator who killed your companion?" Yuan Feixiang shook her head and said, "The intruder is very cunning. One of them attacked from the front while the other attacked from the back. Furthermore, this nephew was busy with other people, so I couldn't find any clues. However, the golden flying sword user's sword technique isn't weak. He attacked 3 times in a row, and each time he used a different sword technique. Clearly, he was trying to hide his sword technique on purpose. However, the power of each sword technique wasn't any weaker than a minor divine ability. Furthermore, both of them seemed to have some kind of treasure that could hide them from divine sense. This nephew couldn't find the exact location of their hiding spot in the poisonous fog. That's because of your companion. The Shangguan clan was ordered by the family to lurk in the Eastern Sea and monitor the overseas cultivation world. They were a chess piece of the family's overseas plan. However, they didn't expect that the Shangguan clan would offend the Green Sea Snake and be annihilated. The Shangguan clan's 1,000 years of inheritance was destroyed in a day. Perhaps, apart from the Green Sea Snake, the Shangguan clan might have offended some other powers. When Yuan Feixiang heard about the Green Sea Snake, a thoughtful look appeared on her face. The middle-aged cultivator noticed this and asked, "Did you think of something? Shangguan Hao once told me that he once provoked an alchemist in the Northern Alliance. At that time, the alchemist's cultivation was lower than his, but he suffered a great loss at the hands of the alchemist. Ever since then, he has been holding a grudge against the alchemist, even holding a deep grudge against him." The middle-aged cultivator nodded and said, "Most alchemists are weak compared to other cultivators at the same level, but there are exceptions. Besides, alchemists have many strange skills, and they are a special group in the cultivation world that's difficult to offend. It's not a big deal to suffer a loss at the hands of an alchemist. Just like in the Fallen Archipelago, alchemists are like fish in water, so it's unwise to offend an alchemist. Do you suspect that the person who killed Shangguan Hao is that alchemist, or was ordered by that alchemist? But do you know why he became enemies with that alchemist?" Yuan Feixiang shook her head and said, "This nephew doesn't know. Shangguan Hao has always been secretive about this. I even suspect that the reason why the Shangguan clan was annihilated by the Green Sea Snake might have something to do with that alchemist." The middle-aged cultivator replied with an O and said, "When the Green Sea Snake annihilated the Shangguan clan, it claimed that the Shangguan clan had captured and raised the Green Sea Snake, but Shangguan Hao has always denied this. If it's really like what you've guessed, could it be that the alchemist captured the Green Sea Snake and framed the Shangguan clan?" Lu Ping didn't know that his identity was almost guessed by Yuan Feixiang and the middle-aged Dharma adept. It was only because the Shangguan clan was a chess piece that the Green Sea Snake had been placed overseas by the Yuan clan, and because Shangguan Hao had attacked Lu Ping and exposed the identity of the Samling who had yet to transform, he had provoked the Green Sea Snake and was annihilated. Shangguan Hao didn't dare to take the responsibility for the annihilation of his clan, so he had never reported this matter to the Yuan clan. Otherwise, with the Green Sea Snake in Lu Ping's hands, and with the powerful strength of the Yuan clan, who knew how much trouble they would make. In fact, Lu Ping didn't have the time to think about these things because Lu Ping was in extreme danger. Lu Ping, who was seriously injured, wasn't any better than Yuan Feixiang. Although Lu Ping had already overestimated Yuan Feixiang's strength, after fighting with Yuan Feixiang, Lu Ping realized that Yuan Feixiang's true strength was still above his estimation. Lu Ping made 4 sword moves in succession. The first move aroused everyone's greed, and they all attacked Yuan Feixiang. However, Lu Ping himself was almost shaken out of control by Yuan Feixiang's golden scale sword. The second move forced Yuan Feixiang, who was about to break out of the encirclement, back into the encirclement of the cultivators. If Yuan Feixiang hadn't taken the risk to activate the teleportation talisman in such a dangerous place as the Fallen Archipelago, only death awaited him. However, although Lu Ping's sword move was hurriedly repelled by Yuan Feixiang, Lu Ping was still almost injured by the counterattack of his thunder and lightning. The third move was a feint attack by Lu Ping to cover the fourth move, which killed Shangguan Hao. Just when Lu Ping killed Shangguan Hao, the middle-aged cultivator had already broken the void from the portal formed by the teleportation talisman and appeared on the battlefield. Lu Ping turned around and fled without saying a word. However, just as Lu Ping turned around and fled, a purple thunder light chased after the faint attack of the golden scale sword. This thunder light was the thunder and lightning magical power Yuan Feixiang used with all her strength to attack the golden scale sword, when she was in a desperate situation. Although Yuan Feixiang couldn't completely lock on Lu Ping's figure hidden in the poisonous fog, this thunder light had a strange magical power. It actually followed the golden scale sword's trajectory in the poisonous fog and caught up with Lu Ping, who was about to escape. In desperation, Lu Ping had to use all his strength to block the thunder and lightning magical power of Yuan Feixiang. Chapter 536. The 6 layers of Gang Qi on Lu Ping's body were like a blooming 6-colored lotus, and Lu Ping himself was standing in the center of the lotus. A broken water-controlling flag slowly rose from Lu Ping's head, like a wounded butterfly dancing around the lotus. A blue light curtain of running water poured down from the water-controlling flag, and palm-sized white jade lotus flowers floated in the running water. Lu Ping didn't want to use the golden scale sword to weaken Yuan Feixiang's lightning attack first. Lu Ping had already sensed that Yuan Feixiang's lightning attack was not only powerful, but also able to erase the user's divine sense and destroy the mystic treasure's spirituality. The golden scale sword had continuously withstood Yuan's divine lightning twice, and Lu Ping had already noticed that although the sword itself was protected by Lu Ping's zhenqi, it was still inevitably damaged. Afterward, Lu Ping would probably need to nourish it in the core space for a period of time before it could recover. With a loud crackling sound, the lightning caused the blue light curtain to be suffused with a brilliant purple light. The white jade lotuses floating on the light curtain were destroyed one by one. However, with the endless supply of true essence from Lu Ping, the white jade lotuses stubbornly regenerated on the light curtain. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't keep up with the speed of being destroyed by the purple lightning. Lu Ping's face darkened slightly, and the blooming lotus Gang Qi suddenly expanded outward, driving away the purple lightning flowing on the blue water curtain, turning it into nothingness in the poisonous mist, and Lu Ping's body could not help but tremble. At this moment, a golden spot suddenly broke through the gray mist, and it was precisely at the moment when Lu Ping's control of his body was at its lowest due to the lightning strike. Someone actually came to take advantage of Lu Ping at this time. Lu Ping's face changed slightly, and a white jade lotus the size of a bowl suddenly came out of his chest. When the light flowed over the white jade petals, dense runes appeared on them, and Lu Ping's body immediately stopped trembling. Lu Ping suddenly gave a low shout, and the white jade lotus gang suddenly shrank, merging with the light curtain pouring down from the water-controlling flag. With a cracking sound, Lu Ping's divine lightning was full of cracks. The water-controlling flag fluttered and stretched rapidly above Lu Ping's head, but the golden spot still shattered the double defense of Lu Ping's divine lightning and defensive magic treasure. Lu Ping shouted, and the golden scale sword, which was already ready to strike, turned into a golden curtain of light. A total of 1,296 sword lights almost gathered together and slashed at the golden curtain of light. A golden light flashed and the body was revealed, which was actually a fist-sized golden pill. A spirit-nurturing magic treasure. This was a late core forging master, who had just participated in the siege of Yuan Feixiang. When the middle-aged Dharma adept of the Yuan family arrived, he knew that there was no hope of killing Yuan Feixiang, so he immediately retreated. Unexpectedly, he met Lu Ping halfway through, who was entangled by the mysterious magic of the Yuan family. However, what surprised him even more was that when Lu Ping blocked the attack of Yuan Feixiang, the stone armor could no longer conceal the depth of Lu Ping's cultivation. This seemingly very young cultivator was actually a mid-core forging adept. This person had a lot of guts, and he dared to participate in a battle between late-core forging adepts. The ignorant were truly fearless. Even if this person had a trump card, how could he ignore the difference between a mid-core forging adept and a late-core forging adept? Moreover, he was a 9th-core forging adept who was about to reach the golden core stage. Since he was going to die sooner or later, he might as well die at the hands of the old man. Although the old man did not care about the wealth of a mid-core forging adept, it was still meat. Moreover, this time he was going deep into the fallen archipelago to look for a heaven-level spiritual item. Under the pressure of the Dharma adepts of Laozu, the chances of success were slim. If he could not achieve his goal, he could only exchange spirit stones and treasures. That would be the most difficult time for him. Therefore, it was a good choice to take this opportunity to prepare for a rainy day. Just when Lu Ping was in a weakened state after blocking the attack of Yuan Feixiang, the cultivator directly attacked with his life treasure, intending to kill him with one blow and then quickly escape. After all, there was a crazy Dharma adept behind him. If he caught up with him, he would not be able to escape. However, what surprised the cultivator was that this mid-core forging cultivator was able to recover so quickly from his sneak attack. The successive protective magic treasures and magic treasures seemed to be extremely powerful, allowing this mid-core forging cultivator to use his flying sword to block the attack. However, this struggle was still useless in the eyes of the cultivator. How could the life treasure of a 9th core forging adept be so easily blocked? However, an even more shocking scene occurred. Although Lu Ping's golden scale sword tried its best to disperse the light on the golden bead, it still could not stop the golden bead from moving forward. Just as the golden bead was about to pierce through Lu Ping's heart, a white jade lotus the size of a bowl suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ping's chest. The pure white petals glowed with light and the runes on them seemed to form a mysterious array formation. The golden bead slammed into the white jade lotus and felt as if it had fallen into a ball of soft cotton. The white jade lotus swayed continuously and the light it emitted became brighter and brighter. In the end, the golden bead couldn't take another step forward. Lu Ping opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. But before the blood could splatter on the ground, his hands formed a complicated hand seal in midair. Under the 9th layer core forging realm cultivator's shocked gaze, Lu Ping turned into a streak of blood-red light and disappeared into the poisonous fog. The bright blood-red light almost dyed the surrounding gray poisonous fog a dark red. Blood light escape. The 9th core forging adept stepped through the poisonous fog and grabbed the golden bead in his hand. The dim golden bead immediately returned to its original state. He raised his head and looked in the direction Lu Ping disappeared in. The strange smile on the cultivator's face deepened. Can he escape from the old man? The old man insisted on chasing after Lu Ping. Perhaps he would find some surprises on this mid-core forging adept's body. Behind him there was a faint flash of lightning. The 9th core forging adept's expression changed, and he chased after Lu Ping. However, he seemed to be in a panic. Lu Ping used the bloodlight escape to increase his speed. Just as he was about 10 kilometers away, his face paled and he quickly stopped the secret technique. The blood Lu Ping had just spat out had turned into a bloody mist that surrounded Lu Ping's body. This was what Lu Ping was relying on to use the bloodlight escape. However, the bloody mist had already turned dark red. If Lu Ping used the secret technique again, the poison hidden within the bloody mist would infect Lu Ping's true essence and contaminate Lu Ping's bloodline. Although Lu Ping had the myriad poison meteorite shield to protect his body, it would still greatly damage Lu Ping's vitality. It would take years or even decades for him to recover. Just as Lu Ping stopped using the bloodlight escape, Lu Ping's expression changed. Although Lu Ping was unable to fully spread out his divine sense, Lu Ping could still faintly feel a tyrannical aura, rapidly approaching from several kilometers behind him. Although Lu Ping could not determine who it was, the severely injured Lu Ping immediately determined that it was the late core forging adept. Even if it wasn't, Lu Ping could only act like a frightened bird. He changed directions and fled again. After covering another distance of tens of li, Lu Ping could still faintly sense the aura of the cultivator behind him. By then, Lu Ping was certain that the cultivator behind him was coming for him. Additionally, the distance between the two of them did not widen. Instead, it grew closer. Ever since Lu Ping comprehended the minor escape technique, especially after Lu Ping combined the minor escape technique with the seed deception art to create an even faster escape technique, Lu Ping had never prepared another escape technique magic treasure for himself. The reason being, there was seawater everywhere in the ocean. It could be said that the ocean was Lu Ping's natural home ground. By relying on the seawater to activate his escape technique, Lu Ping's speed was not inferior to cultivators with escape techniques. At that moment, however, Lu Ping was vaguely regretting his decision. The fallen archipelago was filled with dangers everywhere. However, the most dangerous place was the seawater. Not even a late-stage core forging cultivator would dare enter that place. Therefore, after Lu Ping entered the myriad poison firmament wall, He had only landed on some of the islands. He dared not venture deep into the ocean, let alone use the seawater in the fallen archipelago to cast his escape technique. Your Excellency, why are you struggling like this? You should know that the difference between our cultivation bases is huge. No matter what, it is impossible to make up for it. Since Your Excellency dared to enter the fallen archipelago with the identity of a mid-stage core forging cultivator, it is true that you have some abilities that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, I assume that you are prepared to die here. If Your Excellency can leave behind your storage artifact, I will escort Your Excellency's soul out of the myriad poison firmament wall after Your Excellency dies. Otherwise, Your Excellency's soul will not be able to survive in the fallen archipelago. Lu Ping continued to fly forward, turning a deaf ear to the threat of the cultivator behind him. However, the expression on his face became even more determined. Just a deathbed struggle. The cultivator behind him was getting closer and closer. At this moment, if Lu Ping were to turn his head, he would be able to see a blurry figure through the fog. The figure seemed to be taking a stroll as it rushed over from behind Lu Ping. At that moment, a shining pearl suddenly appeared above Lu Ping's head. The flashing lotus-shaped astral energy around his body shrank, leaving only a layer of golden astral energy around Lu Ping. This layer of astral energy looks familiar. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, his expression changed and he seemed to have thought of something. He quickened his steps and suddenly closed the distance between him and Lu Ping in a flash of light. However, it was too late. The cultivator saw Lu Ping plunging headfirst into the dark red seawater and disappearing from sight. Quite courageous. He even dared to dive into the seawater here. Is he not afraid of being turned into blood by Jiao Doran's phlegm? The cultivator fiercely cursed his bad luck. He hesitated on the surface of the sea for a while, but in the end, he didn't dare to chase after Lu Ping. In his opinion, Lu Ping was already dead. Chapter 537. The ocean of the fallen archipelago was 100 times more dangerous than the island. The poisonous fog that permeated the fallen archipelago was originally condensed from the water vapor in the ocean. The poisonous fog itself was already so tyrannical, then the toxicity of the seawater could be imagined. For the cultivators who entered the fallen archipelago, the depths of the sea should have been the area that Fa Xiang Laozu dared to set foot in. Even a late-stage core forging cultivator would not dare to stay in the sea for such a long time like Lu Ping. Even if the golden aura Lu Ping smelted was similar to the myriad poison meteorite energy gang, it was still the same, not to mention that Lu Ping was injured. This was also the reason why the cultivator finally left the place. In his opinion at this time, Lu Ping had already been corroded by the seawater. How could Lu Ping not know the dangers of the sea of the fallen archipelago? However, at this time he had no way out. If this continued, Lu Ping would inevitably be captured alive by the cultivator behind him, so it was better to take a risk. Lu Ping plunged into the sea, and the water moon pearl hanging high above Lu Ping's head suddenly formed a circular shield around Lu Ping's body, repelling the surrounding seawater. However, the majority of the seawater had suffered from Jiao Doran's vitality was greatly injured and his body was heavily poisoned. How could the water moon pearl resist this kind of corrosive force? Just as the shield formed by the water moon avoidance pearls was about to collapse, the golden myriad meteorite vital poison suddenly expanded to the size of the water moon avoidance pearl shield and quickly fused with the shield, immediately slowing down the corrosive power of the seawater. The Zhen Yuan in Lu Ping's body poured down like a broken dam. Although the myriad poison meteorite energy gang temporarily resisted the corrosion of the seawater and slowly absorbed the toxicity in the seawater to refine itself, it was far from being able to keep up with the corrosion of the seawater itself. Lu Ping could only use his own Zhen Yuan to slow down the speed of the corrosion of the myriad poison meteorite energy gang. In this way, no matter how strong Lu Ping's Zhen Yuan was, there would always be a time when it would be used up. Once the Zhen Yuan was exhausted, it would be the time for Lu Ping to die. A golden light was cast in front of Lu Ping's chest, and a portal formed in front of Lu Ping. The Samling came out of the portal and saw such a scene. How could they not know what was going on? The Samling each propped up their own Jin Yuan and temporarily merged with Lu Ping's myriad poison meteorite energy gang to resist the corrosion of the seawater. Although the myriad poison meteorite energy gang was a heaven and earth strange object of the water attribute, among the Samling only Lu Hai, who was also of the water attribute, used this heaven and earth strange object to refine his Jin Yuan. However, the identity of the Samling green sea snake determined their talent in poison. The Jin Yuan of the three of them were more or less condensed from several kinds of poisonous heaven and earth strange objects that Lu Ping collected for them everywhere. Therefore, their Jin Yuan was extremely resistant to the erosion of the same poison. However, just when they had just merged their Jin Yuan into Lu Ping's myriad poison meteorite energy gang, they heard Lu Ping's hurried voice, "Don't use Jin Yuan. Turn into your real body immediately." When the Samling heard Lu Ping's words, they felt that the Jin Yuan all over their body suddenly had a feeling of losing control when their Jin Yuan merged with Lu Ping's myriad poison meteorite energy gang. The cultivation of the Samling was obviously not comparable to that of Lu Ping. This feeling of Jin Yuan flowing away made their faces suddenly pale. They hurriedly turned into the real body of the green sea snake. The three snake mouths opened, and a deadly poison was spat out from the mouth and injected into Lu Ping's Jin Yuan. Lu Ping suddenly felt that the previous situation of Jin Yuan draining like a flood was suddenly reduced a lot. At least Lu Ping could persist at the bottom of the sea for a longer time. However, how could the danger at the bottom of the sea only be the poison in the seawater? Back then, not only did Zhao Dorn's blood contain poison, but it also contained a copious amount of vitality. This caused many ferocious poisonous beasts to breed in this sea. These poisonous beasts had no intelligence and could not cultivate. They could only act according to their own instincts. Just when Lu Ping's situation was slightly better with the support of the Samling, a school of ink fish 3 feet long surged toward the shield that Lu Ping was in. Looking at this school of poisonous beasts with their mouths full of sharp saw teeth, Lu Ping's scalp went numb. The door of the golden house in front of his chest was once again projected in front of Lu Ping. Lu Qiner was the first to fly out of the door, and let out an insufferably arrogant cry. She spat out a mouthful of Jin Yuan fire toward the school of fish outside the shield. Lu Ping shook his head helplessly but did not say anything. Sizzle! It was as if cold water had fallen into a pot of hot oil. The moment the Jin Yuan fire came into contact with the seawater, it was greatly weakened. The originally arm-thick pillar of fire was reduced to the thickness of a finger by the time it reached the school of fish. In the end, it only burned a dozen or so poisonous fish to death, but it caused the entire school of fish to become even more violent. When Lu Qiner spat out the Jin Yuan fire from her mouth, she already felt that something was wrong. The blue phoenix awkwardly closed its mouth and turned into a 12 or 13-year-old girl with a red face. She smiled at Lu Ping and a wind wheel appeared in her hand. This was the life treasure that Lu Ping had asked Chan Lian to refine for Lu Qiner. The wind and fire wheels were originally a pair, and were suitable for Lu Qiner's wind and fire dual cultivation. However, they were at the bottom of the sea, so the power of the fire wheels was greatly limited. Thus Lu Qiner only took out the wind wheel. The wind wheel in Lu Qiner's hand spun for a while, and a dozen wind blades were thrown out. The wind blades cut through the seawater and penetrated into the school of fish. Almost every wind blade cut through 7 or 8 poisonous fish before dissipating. The dead poisonous fish were quickly devoured by the school of fish. The blood-soaked seawater made the school of fish even more violent. A series of banging sounds resounded in the air as the school of fish slammed into Lu Ping's 1000 poison meteorite essence energy shield. Once again, Lu Ping's Jin Yuan burst out from his body. Lu Dagui came out of the portal and looked at the scene in front of him for a long time. After he reacted, a blue shield swelled from his body. It was also Lu Dagui's protective aura, and this aura was formed by smelting the Kuei water essence collected by Lu Ping. Lu Dagui's blue shield didn't completely fuse with Lu Ping's meteoric poison shield. Instead, it cleverly turned into a shield that covered almost a quarter of Lu Ping's meteoric poison shield. It constantly moved around the surface of the meteoric poison shield. Whenever the poisonous fish were the most ferocious in one direction, this shield would appear in that direction. When Luan Yu was in the Golden House, he had already noticed Lu Ping's predicament with his divine sense. After he came out of the golden house, Luan Yu suddenly stretched out his hand and sprinkled a handful of seeds. There was a cloud of green gas attached to the seeds. When these seeds passed through the meteoric poison shield, they were embedded in the aura shield. One by one, the seeds germinated, and their tentacles pierced into the aura shield. Their branches and leaves spread out, binding the poisonous fish that were hitting the aura shield. After that, these branches and leaves pierced into the bodies of the poisonous fish. The originally green branches and leaves suddenly turned light red, and began to extend along the stem towards the roots. Behind Luan Yu, Debeo suddenly appeared at the entrance of the portal. However, Debeo looked around, and his pair of sparkling eyes rolled around. Then, he turned around and swayed his fat butt back into the golden house. The seawater was the place that Debeo hated the most, not to mention this kind of seawater that could kill people. Pay attention, those red things are the bloodlines of the poisonous fish. You just need to expel these bloodlines from the aura shield. Hundreds of fishes were dying under these vines. The faint red had already seeped into the roots, and the faint red on the vines had turned into a normal red. The vines that had pierced into the bodies of the poisonous fishes had already turned bright red. Luan Yu looked at the vines and warned, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." However, when Lu Ping sensed the bloodlines of the poisonous fish through the meteoric poison shield, and was about to expel them from his body, Lu Ping was suddenly startled. A faint but extremely clear feeling came from the bloodlines of these poisonous fish. It was a feeling that Lu Ping's own bloodline had vaguely felt like déjà vu. This feeling was very familiar to Lu Ping. Before Lu Ping broke through the bottleneck of the mid-core forging realm, Lu Ping's bloodline had this feeling after he saw the Deer Demon's golden core from Taoist Master Chu Xuanqing. It was just that this feeling was far less intense than the palpitation when he saw the Deer Demon's golden core. A kind of hunger to devour and refine appeared in Lu Ping's bloodline again. But this hunger did not seem to be too serious. Refine this bloodline? Lu Ping hesitated in his heart. This could not be sloppy. Lu Ping's ultimate cultivation foundation and purity. Even if the bloodline of these poisonous fish was also the bloodline of the flood dragon, these were just some fierce beasts. How could it be compared with the green sea snake bloodline, primordial giant crocodile bloodline, koi bloodline, and the mysterious deer demon bloodline that Lu Ping had refined? However, this sense of urgency hidden in the bloodline finally made Lu Ping ingest a drop of poisonous beast bloodline. He began to extract the bloodline essence through his Zhen Yuan, and then tried to refine it into his bloodline. It was just such a drop of blood. Even if the bloodline essence in it had an adverse effect on Lu Ping's bloodline, it would not have too serious an impact on Lu Ping. At worst, Lu Ping would spend a few months to eliminate these adverse factors. However, after Lu Ping smelted this drop of bloodline essence into Lu Ping's bloodline through his Zhen Yuan, Lu Ping's consumption of Zhen Yuan to support the myriad poison meteorite spirit was slowed down a little. To Lu Ping, the effect was real, even though it was negligible, it was still there. Lu Ping was overjoyed. Another drop of the poisonous fish's bloodline essence was refined by Lu Ping's Zhen Yuan into his bloodline. This time, the feeling of the Zhen Yuan consumption was slowed down was even more clear. In the environment of the highly toxic seawater, even the myriad poison meteorite spirit, known as the mother of all poisons, could not resist the erosion of the toxic seawater because of Lu Ping's poor cultivation. But the bloodline of this poisonous fish could actually slow down this effect. Lu Ping was naturally overjoyed. Lu Ping suddenly remembered the legend that he had heard that the formation of the fallen archipelago was actually due to Jiao Daoren vomiting a mouthful of bloody phlegm after he was poisoned. These poisonous fish were also affected by the life force, poison, and bloodline contained in the bloody phlegm, thus becoming poisonous beasts. Thinking that the bloodline he was smelting now was originally a mouthful of bloody phlegm, Lu Ping felt disgusted. But at this moment it was a moment of life and death. Lu Ping could not care too much about it. He could only force himself not to think about these things, and wholeheartedly began to refine the bloodline essence of these poisonous beasts. Chapter 538. Just after Lu Ping refined the 108th drop of the poisonous fish's bloodline essence, The 5 four-legged strange dragons hovering on the surface of the Jindan suddenly raised their heads in unison and made a long roar that only Lu Ping could hear. Suddenly, they played on the surface of the Jindan. Lu Ping could clearly perceive through divine thought that the bodies of the 5 strange dragons had become more slender, and the scales on the surface of their bodies had become brighter. The antlers on the top of their heads seemed to have grown branches. Lu Ping's true essence seemed to be running more smoothly in the bloodline, and his foundation seemed to be more solid. Even the size of the Jindan seemed to have grown a little after the integration of the bloodline essence. The refinement of these bloodlines made Lu Ping's cultivation increase, but it also eased the situation of Lu Ping's constant consumption of true essence due to his continuous injuries and the erosion of the poison in the seawater. However, after the integration of the 108th drop of bloodline essence, Lu Ping could no longer absorb a drop of bloodline essence from the poisonous fish. He could only watch the bloodline extracted from the poisonous fish being expelled by the 1,000 poison meteorite power gang. Although Lu Ping's own bloodline could no longer integrate with the dragon bloodline contained in the poisonous fish, the hunger in Lu Ping's bloodline still existed. Lu Ping's heart moved. If it was a poisonous beast with the bloodline of a dragon in the seawater, would his bloodline absorb the bloodline essence again? Moreover, refining the bloodline essence was an effective means for Lu Ping to replenish his true essence and maintain his protective aura. However, the sea area of the fallen archipelago was full of dangers. Who could guarantee that there were no poisonous beasts more terrifying than the poisonous fish? At that time, Lu Ping would not be able to absorb their bloodline, but they would eat Lu Ping's flesh and blood. Just as Lu Ping hesitated whether to continue to stay in the seawater to catch other poisonous beasts, Samling simultaneously withdrew the life-bonded poisonous mist injected into the 1,000 poison meteorite power gang. The process of Samling helping Lu Ping resist the erosion of the seawater was actually a process of refining his life-bonded talent. While Lu Ping resisted the erosion of the seawater, the 1,000 poison meteorite power gang was constantly refining the toxins contained in the seawater to strengthen the 1,000 poison meteorite power gang. It was just that this process was too slow. Just after Lu Ping refined the 108th drop of poisonous fish bloodline to replenish his true essence, Samling took the opportunity to stop refining the life-bonded poison and restore the consumed true essence. An idea came to Lu Ping. The green sea snake also had the bloodline of the Jiao Jiao, and it was known as the direct descendant of Jiao Daoren. Then, could Samling also refine the bloodline essence of these poisonous fish to promote his cultivation? As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, Lu Ping could not wait to experiment. Although he knew that after the cultivators in this world passed the blood condensation realm, he had never heard of any other cultivators still replenishing their bloodline in the process of cultivation after that. After hearing Lu Ping's order, although Samling was puzzled, he immediately followed Lu Ping's order and tried to refine and integrate the absorbed poisonous fish bloodline. At this time, with the cooperation of Lu Qiner, Lu Dagui, and Luan Yu, more than half of the poisonous fish outside the shield had been killed. However, the poisonous fish still surrounded Lu Ping and the others, constantly biting and hitting the shield. In the inherited memory of Samling and the others, there was no legend of refining the bloodline after entering the core forging realm. The three were skeptical, so they extracted the essence of the poisonous fish bloodline and tried to integrate it with their own bloodline. However, to Lu Ping's disappointment, Samling could not smelt the bloodline essence. Seeing Samling's helpless expression, Lu Ping thought about it and personally extracted the essence of the 3 drops of bloodline and gave them to the 3. Puzzled, Samling took the 3 drops of bloodline essence and smelted it, but the result was still disappointing to Lu Ping. Lu Ping thought for a moment, then suddenly forced out 3 drops of bloodline essence from between his fingers. These 3 drops of bloodline essence had already been smelted by Lu Ping. Now, in order to verify his guess, Lu Ping once again reversed his cultivation method and forced out 3 drops of bloodline essence from the poisonous fish that had already been smelted. Lu Ping handed the 3 drops of bloodline essence that had been smelted by his own bloodline to Samling. Although Samling did not know what Lu Ping was doing, he still carefully followed Lu Ping's instructions. Immediately, Lu Bai's volatilization made Lu Ping's heart excited. Father, it really fused, and Bai can feel that these bloodlines that have been smelted by Father can actually improve my cultivation after being smelted by Bai. and it can also replenish the qi in my body." Lu Ping's heart was shocked, but his face did not show the slightest expression. He just patted Lu Bai's little head and said, "These bloodlines are water attribute flood dragon bloodlines. You are wind attribute. Are there any problems? If it's not right, then don't smelt it first. When Father finds the wind attribute flood dragon bloodline for you, then I will help you cultivate." Lu Bai shook her head and said, "Father, it's okay." In the process of smelting the bloodline, Bayer only smelted the essence of the flood dragon bloodline, and did not mix anything else. Lu Ping nodded but didn't say a word. If it was related to the cultivation method's elemental attribute, Lu Ping might not be able to refine a wind elemental bloodline. After all, he only had a water elemental Jiao bloodline. Although Lu Bai said that smelting the same kind of bloodline that was not related to one's own attribute was not an obstacle, Lu Ping still wanted to see the situation of Lu Hai and Lu Ling. Sure enough, after a while, Lu Hai was the first to recover. He stretched comfortably and said, "It's so comfortable. I feel that my cultivation has made great progress." After saying that, Lu Hai looked at Lu Bai and Lu Ling proudly. This time he was in closed-door cultivation to consolidate the second-layer core forging realm he had just broken through. Unexpectedly, Lu Ping interrupted the three's closed-door cultivation because of the critical moment of life and death. But even so, the three of them went through this training and refined their own natal poison to a higher level. However, what the three people did not expect was that Lu Ping actually had a way to fuse with Samling's bloodline again. Moreover, after Samling fused with the bloodline essence of the poisonous fish condensed by Lu Ping, he found that not only was his qi replenished, but it seemed that his cultivation had also been consolidated. More importantly, the bloodline power contained in these bloodline essences was even faintly above the bloodline of Samling's green sea snake. It should be known that the green sea snake had always been known as the direct descendant of Jiao Daoren. Even the primeval giant crocodile did not dare to encroach on the green sea snake's status as the #1 family of the flood dragon bloodline. However, after Samling smelted these 3 drops of bloodline essences, he was surprised to find that the bloodline power contained in these 3 drops of bloodline essences was actually above that of the green sea snake. How could the green sea snake be convinced? Could it be that the fallen archipelago was really formed because of Jiao Doran's bloody phlegm, and the poisonous beasts in the fallen archipelago were also formed from the huge vitality contained in this bloody phlegm? Lu Bai and Lu Linger, although this group of poisonous beasts were obviously of the water attribute, after the integration of their bloodline essence, their bloodline was also enhanced, but the benefits in the progress of cultivation were far less than Lu Hai, which made Lu Hai very proud. Seeing that the 3 of them were fine, Lu Ping once again absorbed the bloodline of the poisonous fish. After refining the bloodline essence himself, he forced Samling from his body to fuse with the bloodline. Although Lu Ping did not know why the bloodline essence had to be refined by his own bloodline, so that Samling could still maintain the characteristics of bloodline fusion after the core forging stage, he was prepared for his bloodline to be different from other cultivators. Because Lu Ping's cultivation had been stuck at the bottleneck of the 3rd level of core forging stage for several years because he had not refined his bloodline. Even if he had a spirit object of heaven and earth, he could not help him break through, until he finally refined the golden core of a mysterious deer demon. In the cultivation world, no one had ever heard of anyone needing to supplement their bloodline for the 4th time to advance to the middle stage of core forging stage, so it became a secret of Lu Ping. Therefore, after Lu Ping found that the bloodline essence of the poisonous fish seemed to have an indescribable attraction to his own bloodline, he did not hesitate to fuse with the bloodline. This was actually more like a kind of bloodline evolution. This slow evolution allowed Lu Ping and Samling's cultivation base to be consolidated from the foundation to ensure that they would go further on the road of cultivation in the future. Lu Ping smelted 81 drops of bloodline essence for Samling. After integrating 27 drops of bloodline essence for each person, they seemed to have reached a saturation point, and could no longer integrate the bloodline essence of these poisonous fish. At this time, the poisonous fish outside the shield were almost completely slaughtered by Luan Yu and the others. The entire sea around Lu Ping had long been dyed dark red by the blood of the poisonous fish. At this time, Luan Yu suddenly said, "I'm afraid the situation will not be good if this continues. Most of the poisonous beasts in the sea have no intelligence. If we encounter them, they will not rest until they die. If this continues, we will be exhausted to death by these poisonous beasts. Moreover, the smell of blood from these poisonous beasts is spreading in the sea. I'm afraid it will attract more poisonous beasts that are harder to deal with." Lu Ping nodded. The effect of the waterproof pearl was activated. Lu Ping and the others immediately became very agile in the sea. They quickly escaped from the sea that was dyed red with the blood of the poisonous fish. However, before Lu Ping left, he had an idea. He threw the bodies of the poisonous fish around him into the golden house. Not long after Lu Ping and the others left, countless poisonous beasts suddenly emerged from the sea in all directions. Some moved alone while others moved in groups. When these poisonous beasts came to the blood-filled sea, they seemed to have been provoked and became extremely crazy. They fought over the bodies of the poisonous fish floating in the surrounding sea. However, there was no conflict between the poisonous beasts. This huge school of fish wandered in the surrounding sea for a long time. After finding nothing, they slowly dispersed from this sea. However, after the huge group of poisonous beasts dispersed, Lu Ping and the others, who were hiding in an underwater canyon in the distance, quietly followed behind one of the smaller groups of poisonous beasts. Lu Ping used the 3 pure eyes to clearly see the group of poisonous beasts. They were a group of poisonous beasts that looked like sea snakes. However, the sea monsters were red all over. From afar, they looked like a mass of blood rolling in the sea. Chapter 539. In front of the group of scarlet sea snakes, a foot-tall gourd that was flickering with colorful brilliance suddenly appeared. Purple lightning flashed from time to time in the space half a foot around the gourd, making the gourd look abnormally demonic from afar. There were hundreds of scarlet sea snakes. The sudden appearance of such a thing in the direction they were heading in immediately attracted the attention of many sea snakes. A few sea snakes took the lead to leave the group and swam forward, looking like they were exploring the way. A few sea snakes circled around the gourd a few times, and one of them carefully approached the gourd. However, when the sea snake approached within half a foot of the gourd, a colorful brilliance flashed, and the sea snake's body immediately stiffened. Seeing this situation, the other sea snakes swam randomly, distancing themselves from the gourd. They watched their companion's stiff body slowly descend to the bottom of the sea from afar. At the same time, the group that was moving slowly behind them also stopped moving, seemingly watching the development of the situation ahead. However, just after the sea snake sank several tens of feet, its stiff body suddenly moved as if it was trying to get rid of something. Then the sea snake's body swayed more and more violently. After a while, the stiff sea snake seemed to have finally regained control of its body. After its sinking body stopped, it swam up and down in the seawater for a while, seemingly checking if its body had suffered any damage. After that, the sea snake suddenly raised its head and swam upward, once again coming to the vicinity of the gourd. After swimming around the gourd a few times, the sea snake seemed to have made up its mind and approached the gourd half a foot away from it again. Another brilliance flashed, and the stiff sea snake sank to the bottom of the sea again. After a while, the sea snake, who had regained control of its body, swam straight toward the gourd again. This time it didn't even test the waters before. It went straight into the range of the gourd, then stiffened, sank, and recovered. The sea snake actually didn't get tired of it, as if it was treating this as a game. Or perhaps, after the brilliance around the gourd flickered, it experienced a kind of pleasure from the process of its stiff body sinking. When the other sea snakes saw what happened to the first sea snake, it finally piqued their curiosity. The other sea snakes that came with the first sea snake also cautiously approached the gourd. What happened after that was the same as the first sea snake. This soon attracted all the sea snakes behind them. After a while, the gourd was submerged in this huge sea snake group. From time to time, the stiff sea snakes sank to the bottom of the sea without moving. The entire sea snake group seemed to treat the gourd suspended in the sea as a toy, and they didn't realize the slightest danger. About a mile away from this group of sea snakes, Lu Ping merged the meteoric poison force and the waterproof pearl into the shield. Then he stood in the shield with Luan Yu and Samling, watching the scene in the distance. I didn't expect it to have such an effect. Originally, I thought that the 7 treasures lightning calabash was the bane of these poisonous beasts. However, I was worried about how to bring all the poisonous beasts into the range of the lightning calabash's attack. Lu Ping chuckled and looked at the scene in the distance as he smiled at Luan Yu. Luan Yu shook her head in surprise. Then she sighed and said, I originally thought that after knowing you for so many years, although I admire your strength and cultivation, I also thought that I understood you well enough. I didn't expect you to have so many magic treasures and secret arts. Every time you show them, they amaze me. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure as well, and it has even grown to the small perfection stage. Lu Ping smiled. His hands moved like butterflies flying through flowers, forming several hand seals in an instant. Suddenly, he pointed in the direction of the 7 treasure thunder gourd, which was submerged by the sea snakes, and shouted, Ja! The group formed by the hundreds of sea snakes was like a volcanic eruption. A purple brilliance instantly penetrated from the center of the group of snakes, drowning all the snakes in the lightning. The beautiful colors seemed to bloom with unimaginable brilliance in the dark sea. The lightning and electricity spread in all directions. Even though Lu Ping and the others were far away from the center of the explosion, the power of the 7 treasure thunder gourd still spread. Lu Ping's meteoric poison force suddenly flashed with countless lights. Luan Yu, who was inside Lu Ping's shield, could still feel waves of numbness coming from his body. However, after being weakened by the meteoric poison force, it could no longer cause any harm to Lu Ping and the others. After Lu Ping refined the 7 treasure thunder gourd to the small perfection stage, he could completely fuse the 7 minor Yin thunders together to form a major divine ability, the 7 treasure Yin thunder. This was Lu Ping's second major divine ability. When the 7 treasure thunder gourd suddenly erupted, hundreds of sea snakes around the thunder gourd were almost completely covered by the thunder gourd's major divine ability. More than 100 sea snakes closest to the thunder gourd were instantly turned into nothingness under the eruption of the thunder gourd's major divine ability. More than 100 sea snakes were turned into charcoal, and their blood had already turned into nothingness. Only more than 200 sea snakes on the outermost periphery escaped the fate of destruction, because they didn't squeeze near the thunder gourd in the first place. They were all stunned by the power of the 7 treasure Yin thunder gourd. This was also the reason why Lu Ping used the 7 treasure thunder gourd to plot against these sea snakes. He wanted to obtain the blood essence of this group of sea snakes, but he didn't want to fight them head-on and waste his Zhan Yuan. After all, the Sea of the Fallen Archipelago could be said to be full of danger at every step. Lu Ping needed to ensure that his strength wouldn't be weakened too much, not to mention that he was already injured at the moment. However, after Lu Ping saw the damage caused by the 7 treasure thunder gourd, he unconsciously frowned. Luan Yu saw this and joked, "What's wrong? Are you still not satisfied with such a tyrannical major divine ability?" Lu Ping looked thoughtful, but he didn't answer. His body moved and immediately moved in the direction of the 7 treasure thunder gourd. Luan Yu had no choice but to follow behind him. His protective magical ability was far inferior to Lu Ping's, not to mention staying at the bottom of the sea in such an environment. Lu Ping arrived in front of the sea snakes and stretched out his hand. The 7 treasure thunder gourd that was submerged in the sea snakes suddenly fell into Lu Ping's hand. After a burst of electric flashes, the 7 treasure thunder gourd was still firmly grasped in Lu Ping's hand. At this time, Luan Yu also saw that something was wrong and asked, "Why does the 7 treasure thunder gourd look a little out of control? Is it going to advance to a spiritual magic treasure? But that's not right. Don't you have the 7 treasure thunder gourd's spiritual restriction on you?" Lu Ping shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. "Don't worry about it. First, collect the sea snakes that haven't been affected. I hope that I can collect enough blood essence from these sea snakes. If it was before, the 7 treasure thunder gourd wouldn't have such great power. At least 100 sea snakes would be able to retain their blood essence. But now, all of them have been turned into charcoal." The 7 treasure thunder gourd was thrown by Lu Ping. Suddenly, it shrunk and fell into Lu Ping's chest before disappearing. But Lu Ping's body unconsciously trembled. Luan Yu found this funny and said, "It seems that your 7 treasure thunder gourd is a bit wrong." More than 200 sea snakes were collected. This time Luan Yu didn't even need to lift a finger. Countless golden threads suddenly extended from the surface of the myriad meteoric poison energy shield. Each thread pierced into a sea snake. A faint blood-red color immediately seeped out of the sea snake's body. It then followed the golden threads back to the myriad meteoric poison energy shield. Soon the entire golden shield was once again dyed with a faint layer of red. Lu Ping quickly smelted a drop of blood essence and carefully fused it with the blood in his body. A moment later, Lu Ping's closed eyes suddenly opened and a hint of joy flashed through them. As he had expected, after changing to a different race, the strange blood in Lu Ping's body finally began to fuse with the blood essence of the sea snakes. The pure power of the blood continuously gathered and condensed into Lu Ping's blood, causing Lu Ping's blood to become even more mellow. A faint pressure of blood gradually overflowed from Lu Ping's body. Luan Yu, who was beside Lu Ping, felt the changes in Lu Ping's body and was shocked. It should be known that the Wood Luan clan, which Luan Yu belonged to, was also a top-level Yao beast in the world of cultivation. Even low-level Yao beasts could feel the pressure of blood in their veins. But now Luan Yu could feel the pressure of blood from Lu Ping's body. Didn't that mean that Lu Ping's bloodline was even more noble than the top-level Yao beasts, who were known as the direct descendants of the seventh patriarch? It was still the same 108 drops of blood essence. Lu Ping's demand for the blood of this strange sea snake had once again reached a saturation point. The 5 strange dragons hovered over the surface of the golden core, seemingly very excited. Lu Ping could almost clearly feel the growth of his cultivation, and the blood in his body changing in a direction that Lu Ping could not quite understand. Lu Ping let out a sigh helplessly. Although his cultivation had now increased, this was only a side effect of smelting the blood. The real effect was that Lu Ping's blood could now withstand more Zhenyuan. In other words, Lu Ping's Zhenyuan would become more vigorous and pure than it was now. Along with this, the growth of Lu Ping's cultivation in the future would also become more difficult. In any case, at least for now, it seemed that the benefits were enough to cover up these flaws. After Lu Ping finished smelting the blood, he once again helped Samling to start smelting the blood. It was still 27 drops of blood essence per person. After Lu Ling finished smelting, she said excitedly, "Father, Ling Er's cultivation is also about to break through. If I can smelt the blood again, I'm afraid I can reach the second level of core forging." Lu Ping smiled and praised Lu Ling. Lu Ling happily went to show off to Lu Hai. Naturally, Lu Hai tried his best to suppress her. Not long after, the two went from debating to quarreling. Lu Ping helplessly slapped his forehead. With a wave of his hand, he stuffed the two troublemakers into the golden house and let the Scion Luan, who wanted to see the world in chaos, judge. At this time, Lu Bai also stood up and said, "Father, Bai Er's cultivation has also reached the peak of the first level of core forging." Chapter 540. At the bottom of the sea, Lu Ping hid under a huge coral cluster and watched as dozens of poisonous crocodiles, each 20 to 30 feet long, slowly swam across the water above his head. Lu Ping had a hard time avoiding the large groups of poisonous beasts in the sea before he found these dozens of poisonous crocodiles with green ripples all over their bodies. Just as these 70 or 80 poisonous crocodiles swam over Lu Ping's head, a 1-foot-tall gourd suddenly rose from the seabed and directly appeared in the middle of the group of poisonous crocodiles. Before the surrounding poisonous crocodiles could react, the gourd suddenly spat out 7 different colored lightning bolts in a row. The 7 lightning bolts intertwined with each other, like 7 chains extending towards every poisonous crocodile in the group. After refining the blood essence of the poisonous sea beast for the 3rd time, not only did Lu Ping temporarily suppress the injuries in his body, but his Zhenyuan also recovered a lot. However, after refining the blood essence for the 3rd time, Lu Ling ushered in an opportunity for a breakthrough. So Lu Ping took her back to the golden house for seclusion. As for Lu Ping, he once again returned to the surface of the sea, ready to temporarily open up a cave residence to sort out and digest the 3 kinds of blood essences so that they could completely fuse with his own bloodline, so as to avoid any hidden dangers. However, the moment Lu Ping slowly rose from the sea, he felt 2 tyrannical divine senses, one on the left and one on the right, pressing towards him from both sides. In just a moment, these 2 divine senses were withdrawn. In a place like the Fallen Archipelago, even a late core forging cultivator's divine sense wouldn't dare to roam outside for a long time. Lu Ping was shocked, and the hairs on his body suddenly stood up. Cold sweat flowed down his back. He was actually ambushed by 2 late core forging cultivators. Only then did Lu Ping realize that the seawater beneath his feet weakened his divine telekinesis even more than the poisonous fog. Before Lu Ping came out of the seawater, he did not realize that there was someone above him. Lu Ping secretly raised his guard, ready to dive back into the sea to escape at any time. 2 late-stage core forging cultivators, 2 cultivators who were no weaker than the one who had been chasing him earlier, were attacking him at the same time. It could be said that Lu Ping had no chance of surviving. However, the attack Lu Ping was expecting didn't come. When Lu Ping raised his head to look to his left and right, he discovered that there were 2 ninth-stage core forging cultivators on either side of him, each looking at Lu Ping with a gloomy expression. At the same time, their gazes would occasionally drift behind Lu Ping. Lu Ping was shocked. Could it be that there was someone behind him? Why hadn't he discovered it? Lu Ping suddenly turned around and looked behind him. He saw a pool of blue water floating above the dark green seawater. It was a very strange sight. The blue light was very familiar to Lu Ping. This pool of water floating above the seawater was the water attribute worldly wonder, sunflower water essence, that Lu Ping urgently needed. Looking at the pool of Kuei water essence, Lu Ping's eyes flashed with a trace of realization. The 2 of them weren't here for Lu Ping, but because of the pool of Kuei water essence. But at this moment, Lu Ping himself strangely appeared next to the pool of Kuei water essence between the 2 of them, instantly drawing their attention to him. This was truly an unexpected disaster. Lu Ping never thought that he would have such a good luck. Lu Ping took a deep breath and was about to explain to the 2 cultivators on both sides that he just happened to be there. He had no intention of getting the sunflower water essence and was ready to retreat. But just as Lu Ping looked at the cultivator on the left, the cultivator's expression changed drastically. He took a few steps back and said anxiously, "Since Senior has taken a liking to this wondrous item, I naturally have no objections. I'll leave now." After saying that, the light under his feet really flickered, and he disappeared into the poisonous fog. Lu Ping was stunned at first, then his heart moved. He calmed down the expression on his face and calmly looked at the cultivator on the right. When the cultivator on the right saw Lu Ping looking at him with a blank expression, his heart trembled. He reluctantly looked at the sunflower water essence behind Lu Ping. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, but he still said respectfully, "Junior just happened to pass by. Since Senior has taken a fancy to this thing, then this thing naturally belongs to Senior. Junior will leave first." After that, he quickly flashed into the poisonous mist and disappeared. At this time, Lu Ping finally guessed the truth of the matter. He looked down at the stone armor on his body. It must be because of this thing. This pool of sunflower water essence should be discovered by the 2 late-stage core forging realm cultivators together. However, both of them had the idea of taking it for themselves, but because their cultivation was similar, they were afraid of each other, so they could only confront each other on the sea. However, at this moment Lu Ping floated up from the sea. In the Fallen Archipelago, diving into the sea to search for treasures was often the privilege of Law Fei's Laozu, because only the cultivation of Law Fei's cultivator could resist the poisonous and corrosive power in the sea that was more powerful than the poisonous mist. What's more, because of the stone armor, the 2 could not perceive Lu Ping's cultivation, which made Lu Ping more and more unpredictable in the eyes of the 2. So after Lu Ping noticed the sunflower water essence behind him, both of them thought that Lu Ping wanted to take this pool of sunflower water essence alone. Although the 2 were extremely unwilling, they really did not have the strength to challenge Law Fei's Laozu. In the end, they could only retreat helplessly and give up the treasure. Lu Ping's divine sense abruptly spread out in all directions, but he didn't find any hidden cultivators around. So the projection of a golden door appeared in front of Lu Ping's chest. The door slowly opened and a suction force came from the door. The Kuei water essence floating on the surface of the sea turned into a thin stream and flowed through the golden door, disappearing without a trace. When Lu Ping was still a blood condensation realm cultivator, He once found a land of hundreds of flowers on an island on the periphery of the fallen secret land. There he obtained one of Lu Ping's life source magic treasures, the 9th grade white jade lotus. Together with the 9th grade white jade lotus, he obtained a pool of sunflower water essence, 9 lotus seeds and a lotus root. The pool of sunflower water essence was used by Lu Ping to smelt his protective aura. In the end, there was only a third of it left. Lu Ping threw 3 of the 9 lotus seeds into the pool for nourishment. After many years, the 3 lotus seeds had begun to grow, but the sunflower water essence was gradually exhausted because of the growth of the lotus seeds. Later, although Lu Ping searched around the North Sea for some, it was still a drop in the bucket. Now, the pool of sunflower water essence was only left with a shallow bottom, causing the 3 growing lotuses to look a lot wilder. The total amount of the pool of sunflower water essence was quite a lot. After being stored by Lu Ping into the golden house, the small pool was filled to the brim. Then Lu Ping used a storage jade bottle to store more than half of the bottle. This kind of storage jade bottle was specially used to store liquids. Although it was only half full, if all the sunflower water essence was poured out, it would be able to fill the small pool of white jade lotus by 1/3. When the sunflower water essence filled the small pool, the 3 lotus leaves floating on the surface of the sunflower water essence, which originally looked wilder, suddenly became verdant, as if it had suddenly regained its vitality. Lu Ping was naturally in a good mood after obtaining such a large amount of sunflower water essence. However, it was not advisable to stay here for long. Lu Ping turned around and disappeared into the thick fog. Lu Ping closed up in a temporary underground cave for 3 days. During this period, Lu Ping always paid attention to the changes in the density of the poisonous fog outside the cave. This was to prevent Lu Ping from missing the opportunity to exit the myriad poison skywall when the density of the poisonous fog began to rise. If that happened, Lu Ping could only wait for death. After combing through the fused bloodline, Lu Ping dealt with all the possible hidden dangers. At the same time, he also completely recovered from the injuries on his body. The golden pill used by the late-stage core forging realm cultivator that attacked Lu Ping was a spirit-nurturing realm magic treasure. However, Lu Ping used several methods to weaken its power. Although Lu Ping was still injured in the end, the 9th grade white jade lotus had just been refined by Lu Ping to the 4th spirit communicating treasure restriction. Its innate material made its defensive power extremely high. As a result, Lu Ping's injuries could not be considered serious. However, this time under the sneak attack of a late-stage core forging realm cultivator, Lu Ping did not suffer a big loss. The most important thing was that when the cultivator launched the sneak attack, Lu Ping was able to get rid of the effects of Yuan's soaring thunder divine ability on his body. Although the lightning divine ability of Yuan's soaring thunder divine ability was blocked by Lu Ping, this divine ability was extremely strange. After Lu Ping blocked the impact of the divine ability, a weakened divine ability erupted from the inside of the divine ability. This method of releasing divine abilities was often called the mother and child divine ability in the cultivation world. The hidden divine ability of Yuan's soaring thunder divine ability was not very powerful. Its purpose was often not to kill, but to control and interfere. In a battle between cultivators, life and death was often decided by a hair's breadth. Caught off guard, Lu Ping was struck by the small divine ability hidden within the lightning divine ability. His entire body was paralyzed and he was unable to control himself. The cultivator took this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Lu Ping. At this moment of life and death, the 7 treasures lightning gourd in his core space suddenly trembled. The lightning that pervaded Lu Ping's body was completely absorbed by the 7 treasures lightning gourd. This allowed Lu Ping to break free from the mother and child divine abilities' control over him. In the end, he was able to block the sneak attack from the cultivator's spirit-nurturing treasure. However, it was precisely because the 7 treasures Thunder Gourd had absorbed the lightning divine art that the Thunder Gourd had cultivated to the minor perfection stage but couldn't advance further due to the lack of a psychic treasure forbidden art. It suddenly became restless. From time to time, lightning flashed out from the 7 treasures Thunder Gourd, causing Lu Ping to be on tenterhooks as he stared at his heart space. He was afraid that the 7 treasures Thunder Gourd would suddenly go out of control and unleash its lightning divine art. Lu Ping originally thought that the 7 treasures lightning gourd had absorbed too much lightning. Therefore, he came up with the idea of using the lightning gourd to capture poisonous beasts. He wanted to release the lightning divine ability from the lightning gourd to regain control of the 7 treasures lightning gourd. Chapter 541. The 7 Treasures Thunder Gourd, which had been causing a ruckus in Lu Ping's heart space for several days, finally stopped. Lu Ping heaved a long sigh of relief. After all, it was extremely dangerous for an unstable mystic treasure to be stored in his heart space. Lu Ping carefully used his spiritual sense to observe the talisman formation inside the 7 Treasure Thunder Calabash. Originally, there were only 3 talisman formations inside the 7 Treasure Thunder Calabash, but now on top of these 3 talisman formations, a shallow and incomplete talisman pattern was gradually being outlined. This incomplete talisman pattern was the main reason why the 7 Treasure Thunder Calabash almost went out of control. When this talisman pattern was formed, it was when the 7 Treasure Thunder Calabash suddenly absorbed Yuan's lightning ability. Although this talisman pattern was extremely shallow and the entire talisman pattern looked incomplete, just this incomplete talisman pattern alone was extremely complex. Even with Lu Ping's meticulous study of the mysterious jade slip he obtained from Fei Ling Island, it was difficult to see the complete picture of the Fei Ling sex restriction techniques. It seemed to be only a small part of an extremely profound restriction. However, it was this incomplete talisman pattern that gave the 7 Treasure Thunder Calabash a different feeling. It seemed to have a trace of a spiritual magic treasure, but it was still too far away. Lu Ping had long suspected that this incomplete talisman pattern was a part of the 7 Treasure Thunder Calabash's spiritual treasure restriction. However, what surprised Lu Ping was that in the cultivation world, there was no legend that the 7 Treasure Thunder Calabash could form a talisman formation without being refined by a cultivator. Could it be because of Yuan Feixiang's lightning god art? Or could it be that the 7 Treasure Thunder Calabash itself could absorb lightning abilities to advance? Lu Ping didn't know the reason behind this, but he guessed that the Yuan clan also had the inheritance of refining the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash. At the very least, the Yuan clan's famous thunder and lightning magical ability in the cultivation world was related to the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash's spiritual barrier. In the world of cultivation, the Kuan Fish clan was known as the direct descendant of Peng Laozu, and the Yuan clan was the only inheritor of Peng Laozu's thunder bloodline in the world of cultivation. Although these 2 clans were both descendants of Peng Laozu's bloodline, one was a demon clan, the other a human clan. Moreover, one was a hegemon in the Eastern Sea, the other was the number 1 clan in the Central Earth, so the 2 clans did not have much interaction in the world of cultivation. However, since they were both descendants of Peng Laozu, and the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash was the number 1 magic treasure in the world of cultivation, then it was reasonable for the Yuan clan to have the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash's inheritance. Not to mention that the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash was of the thunder attribute. The Yuan clan was the only inheritor of Peng Laozu's thunder bloodline, so it was more reasonable for them to have the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash's inheritance. After Lu Linger's cultivation broke through to the 2nd level of core forging, Lu Ping didn't immediately let Lu Linger go into seclusion to consolidate her cultivation. Instead, he continued to roam the sea with Samling, searching for some relatively small groups of poisonous beasts. After using the 7 Treasures Thunder Calabash to stun most of the poisonous beasts, he began to absorb their bloodline essence and smelt it into his own bloodline. On this day, Lu Ping had just smelted the bloodline essence of a poisonous beast, causing Lu Ping to smelt a total of 12 types of bloodline essences. The total amount of bloodline essence he had smelted was 1,296 drops. The feeling of hunger in his bloodline suddenly disappeared without a trace. Samling's bloodline had actually reached saturation when Lu Ping smelted the 9th type of poisonous beast's bloodline. During this period, Lu Bai had also used a few days to break through to the 2nd level of core forging. After that, she was thrown into the Golden House by Lu Ping for seclusion. After that, Lu Ping was the only one who refined the 3 types of bloodlines. After the feeling of hunger in his bloodline disappeared, Lu Ping had a premonition that his bloodline had also reached saturation. Just in case, Lu Ping once again tracked down a group of poisonous beasts in the sea. After knocking all of these poisonous beasts out, He discovered that his bloodline had indeed stopped fusing with the bloodline of these poisonous beasts. Lu Ping shook his head with some regret. Now he believed that the fallen archipelago was formed after the injured Zhao Daoren spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. It wasn't only because of the magical myriad heavenly poison wall, but also because of the poisonous beast's bloodline. The grade of these poisonous beasts' bloodlines might not be comparable to the top-grade monsters that possessed inherited memories in the cultivation world. However, the bloodline essence contained in these poisonous beasts was extremely pure. Lu Ping had smelted the bloodline essence of 12 types of poisonous beasts, a total of 1,296 drops of bloodline essence. In addition to forging a rare foundation for Lu Ping in the cultivation world, these bloodline essences also gave him a noble coercion that came from his bloodline. When Lu Ping deliberately released this coercion, even Luan Yu felt extremely uncomfortable. When Lu Dagui saw Lu Ping, he immediately transformed into his original form and assumed a posture of worship and submission. When Lu Ping deliberately released the coercion of his bloodline, Debao turned around and ran away. Only Samling had not only fused with the bloodline essence, but every drop of the bloodline essence was first refined in Lu Ping's own bloodline before being given to them to fuse with. In this way, not only was Samling not afraid of Lu Ping's bloodline coercion, but his relationship with Lu Ping was even closer. Luan Yu gradually sensed a faint aura of suppression from the three spirits, which greatly displeased him. Lu Ping wasn't a big deal as he was already used to Luan Yu's ability to surprise others. But the three spirits were just top-grade monster cultivators like him, and Luan Yu's cultivation base was higher than the three spirits. So why was the three spirits' bloodline suppression able to affect him as well? Lu Ping naturally did not care about Luan Yu's thoughts. However, he was somewhat happy about his progress in cultivation. After refining the 12 bloodlines, Lu Ping's cultivation had also improved greatly. He was only one step away from the peak of the 5th stage of core forging realm and breaking through to the 6th stage. These 12 bloodlines had saved Lu Ping at least 10 years of hard work in his cultivation. After completing the bloodline smelting, Lu Ping once again began to search for rare treasures on various islands. At this time, it had been nearly 2 months since the opening of the Fallen Archipelago. Every time the Fallen Archipelago opened for 2 months, the concentration of poisonous fog above the Fallen Archipelago could rise at any time. When that time came, the Fallen Archipelago would close. In history, the Fallen Archipelago had never been open for more than 3 months. Although the area of the Fallen Archipelago was large, such a long time was enough for cultivators to collect most of the spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, and other cultivation resources on the islands. However, the seabed was different. It was almost a forbidden area for core forging realm cultivators. Only Fa Xiang Laozu could enter and exit freely. Therefore, Lu Ping set his goal to search for treasures on the seabed. Unfortunately, although there were many good things on the seabed was wider. Even if the cultivation resources were more abundant than on the islands, it could not be as concentrated as on the islands. Moreover, although Lu Ping's myriad poison meteorite gang's ability to resist the erosion of the poison in the seawater had greatly increased, it was still a big burden on Lu Ping's zhenqi consumption. It was impossible for Lu Ping to stay in the seawater for a long time. On this day, Lu Ping's luck came again. He had just found a head-sized, second-class metal attribute spiritual material, 1000 sand copper, on the seabed. Although this spiritual material was not high-grade, it was extremely rare. This spiritual material was indispensable for refining high-grade pill furnaces, top-grade pill furnaces, and even magic pill furnaces. This made the 1000 sand coppa's value in the cultivation world comparable to that of an earth-grade spiritual object. Lu Ping carefully examined the 1000 sand coppa's surroundings. After discovering that there were no hidden dangers, he stored the head-sized spiritual material, which actually weighed several thousand kilograms, into his storage artifact. Just as Lu Ping stored the 1000 sand copper into his interspatial mystic artifact, a loud bang suddenly came from the bottom of the sea in the distance. The seabed beneath his feet shook violently and countless specks of dust rose into the air, turning the seawater murky. Lu Ping was shocked. When he turned to look, he saw the seawater in the distance rapidly turbulent. A huge shockwave brought along a powerful undercurrent that was rushing towards Lu Ping. It was already too late for Lu Ping to hide. He held the water control flag in his hand and immediately executed the water control art. The seawater around Lu Ping was also turbulent, and it rushed towards the rushing undercurrent. At the same time, it constantly disintegrated the undercurrent's power, obstructed its speed, and changed its direction. However, the power of the undercurrent was too tyrannical. Even though Lu Ping did his best to execute the water control art, he could only affect a portion of the undercurrent. The rest was still rushing towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. 5 layers of stellar energy bloomed around him like a lotus. Together with the outermost layer of the myriad poison meteorite gang, they formed the white jade lotus gang that was unique to Lu Ping. At the same time, Lu Ping patted his chest. A bowl-sized 9th grade white jade lotus suddenly floated out from Lu Ping's chest. Lu Ping slowly rose from the seabed. The lotus floated under Lu Ping's feet and suddenly expanded, immediately merging with the white jade lotus gang around his body. The undercurrent whistled, and the 9th grade white jade lotus shone brightly. However, Lu Ping was still unable to control his body. He was directly swept away by the undercurrent. Fortunately, although the 9th grade white jade lotus had just advanced to become a psychic artifact, its defense was really strong. The white light lingered around Lu Ping's body, protecting Lu Ping from being affected by the undercurrent. Lu Ping was carried a few miles away by the undercurrent. Only then did he manage to use the water control art to control the surrounding water flow and stop himself. Lu Ping looked in the direction of the loud noise with lingering fear. This was definitely a fight between Dharma adepts at the bottom of the sea, and he had become a fish in the moat. However, he did not know what kind of treasure the Dharma adepts were fighting over. It had to be at least a high-grade earth-level spirit item, or it could be something like the growing soil, which was as valuable as a heaven-level spirit item. Lu Ping thought to himself. Just as Lu Ping extinguished his curiosity to find out what was going on and prepared to go far away, a continuous roar came from the bottom of the sea again. Although the noise this time was not as loud as the first time, it was much more frequent and concentrated. However, what made Lu Ping's heart jump was that the roar was coming towards Lu Ping and was getting closer and closer. Chapter 542. Lu Ping turned around to escape, but how could his speed compare to that of a Dharma adept? With no other choice, Lu Ping could only turn around and hide in a valley at the bottom of the sea, hoping to avoid the aftershocks of the battle between Dharma adepts. Fortunately, Lu Ping had been wearing the stone armor. Although this set of armor could not be detected by late core forging adepts, he did not know if this set of armor could hide from Dharma adepts. The tremors in the sea became more and more intense, and countless amounts of soil rose from the bottom of the sea, stirring up the sea until it was impossible to see clearly, but it also made it easier for Lu Ping to hide. The rumbling sounds were getting closer, and Lu Ping could vaguely hear the angry roars of the adepts. However, the expression on Lu Ping's face became more and more strange. Mei Tianqin, I think you'd better leave that piece of Shantian evil wood behind. Haha, Master Dongji, aren't you afraid that I, Jinling, will take revenge on both the Vast Sea sect and the Conglang sect in the future in the North Sea? Mei Tianqin's words had obviously hit the nail on the head. Not far away, a cold grunt could be heard, and the battle between the two sides became more and more intense. After a while, Dongji Laozu's voice could be heard. The North Sea no longer has the Vast Sea sect and the Conglang sect. There is only one sect, the Conglang sect. Once our two sects merge, there will be 7 Dharma adepts, and 3 of them will be at the mid-Dharma stage. How can you, Jinling, deal with them as you wish? 3 mid-Dharma adepts. Tianqin Laozu's solemn and surprised voice rang out. Could it be that Master Dong Kuan has successfully passed the tribulation of the early Dharma stage and advanced to the mid-Dharma stage? Laozu of the East Pole seemed to have let the cat out of the bag. After a moment of silence, he knew that there was no need to keep it a secret anymore, so he said, "That's right, junior sister Dongkuan has already advanced to the mid-Dharma stage. Jinling's schemes in the North Sea have forced even the Xianling sect to admit defeat. Now that you, Mei Tianqin, have returned to the North Sea, I'm afraid that it will have a huge impact on the North Sea training world again." Of the 9 Dharma adepts, Laozu is the undisputed number 1 among all the sects in the North Sea. However, Zhenling is not the only one who knows how to scheme in the North Sea. The Vast Wave sect and the Vast Seas sect have been divided for a long time. Now that the training world is about to change, it's time for the two sects to merge. What Laozu of the East Pole had said seemed to be accurate about Zhenling's current situation. Tianqin Laozu did not respond for a moment. The two of them engaged in another round of battle, causing the entire seabed to shake violently. Lu Ping stayed in the valley and did not know if his movements had been discovered by the two. He could only try his best to keep the aura around his body from leaking out, and he did not dare to use his divine will to observe the battle between the two. Lu Ping naturally knew that the Xintian tree was a low-grade heaven-level wood attribute spirit object. It was probably only in an environment like the Fallen Archipelago, where poisonous creatures were everywhere, that such a strange heaven-level spirit object like the Xintian tree could be nurtured. Once the Vast Sea sect and Songlang sect merged, the entire sect would have 3 mid-Dharma adepts and 4 early Dharma adepts. This level of strength was already close to that of the Xianling sect and ranked 3rd among all the sects in the North Sea. The 10 great sects would become 9 great sects, and they would clearly be divided into 3 groups. Zhenling, Xianling, and the merged Songlang sect would be in the first group. Shui Yen Pavilion and Hai Yen sect would be in the second group, but the two sects had always been on good terms, and once they joined forces, their strength would be stronger than any of the sects in the first group. The remaining 4 sects, Yujin sect, Chongming sect, Linggu sect, and Feiyu sect, which were already at the bottom of the 10 great sects, would be in the third group, and they would have to see the situation clearly and attach themselves to a few larger sections. Mei Tianqin, your level of practice and strength is far inferior to mine. If we were on the surface of the sea, perhaps you could use your alchemy grandmaster attainments to make up for the difference in our level of practice. But if we were at the bottom of the sea, even your alchemy grandmaster level would be greatly reduced, so how would you be a match for me? That Xintian tree will fall into my hands sooner or later, and I don't want to offend you, Zhenling. As long as you give the Xintian tree to the old man will give you a high-grade earth-level spirit fire of heaven and earth. What do you think? East Pole Laozu seemed to feel that he had not said enough, so he continued, I know you have a disciple called Xian Hui, who is the wife of Jiang Tianlin's disciple. She has been stuck at the 6th layer of the core forging realm for many years. Jiang Tianlin and his wife are mean and ungrateful, so how would they search for spirit items for your disciple? If you have this spirit fire of heaven and earth, you can give it to your disciple. What do you think? This was sowing discord. Although Lu Ping could not see the expression on Tianqin Laozu's face, he heard Tianqin Laozu chuckle and say, Martial Uncle East Pole has a good plan. I wonder if Martial Uncle East Pole knows how many high-grade earth-level spirit fires I can exchange for this piece of Xintian tree in my hand if I bring it out of the fallen Great Archipelago? Then you have to have the ability to bring it out. East Pole Laozu did not speak anymore, but Lu Ping could guess that at this time, East Pole Laozu's face must be gloomy and scary, because a fierce roar came from the sea again. Obviously, East Pole Laozu was also very angry, so the power of his attack was greatly increased. The battle between the two Dharma phase Laozu stirred up the whole seabed, and the aftermath of the battle reached the seabed, causing the whole ground to shake as if there was an earthquake. The valley where Lu Ping was hiding was also shaking, and countless bubbles appeared on the ground. Lu Ping's expression changed. He felt the ground shaking more and more violently, but the momentum of the battle between the two Dharma phase Laozu did not change. This was a real earthquake. It was most likely caused by the battle between the two of them. Rumble. The roar from the underground was getting closer and louder. Finally, even the two Laozu who were fighting in the sea had noticed the abnormality at the bottom of the sea, and they stopped and retreated at the same time. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. At this time he could already judge that the center of the earthquake was at the foot of an underwater mountain in front of him, not too far away from Lu Ping. This was not an earthquake, but an underground volcano eruption. Lu Ping's expression also changed dramatically, and he no longer cared about hiding his body. He rushed out of the valley at the bottom of the sea and fled all the way to the distance. Neither Dongji Laozu nor Tianqin Laozu expected that there would be someone hiding under the ground. Both of them were shocked and had a lingering fear. This person obviously wanted to be a fisherman, but unfortunately, this person seemed to have some treasure on him that blocked the detection of divine sense. The sea at the bottom of the sea was extremely muddy because of the battle between the two sides, so the two could not see the appearance of the person who escaped. Immediately, the two also discovered that what was happening under the ground was not an earthquake, but a volcanic eruption at the bottom of the sea. No wonder the person just fled. The two could not help but retreat without saying anything. The bottom of the sea shook more and more violently, and a mass of scarlet magma suddenly spewed out from an underwater mountain. Countless mud and a large number of bubbles rushed straight to the surface of the sea. After the initial eruption of the magma, the bright red magma began to slowly pour down from the top of the mountain, and the seawater along the way seemed to be boiling. Suddenly, there was another violent shaking under the ground, and another wave of magma rushed out from the top of the mountain, accompanied by a large amount of mud and boiling seawater, spreading in all directions. At this moment, two scarlet flames like blood suddenly rushed out from the muddy seawater. One of the two flames was very agile. After flying out of the volcano, it seemed to immediately realize that the environment here was not suitable for its existence, so it immediately changed direction and rushed above the seawater. As long as it was out of the sea, it could continue to exist. The other flame seemed to be directly spat out from the magma by the huge force of the volcano eruption, and it went straight in a direction in the seawater without a trace of change. Obviously, this flame was not a heaven and earth spirit fire. It did not realize that if it did not leave the bottom of the sea, it would be annihilated in the seawater sooner or later. After all, how could water and fire be compatible? No matter how high the quality of this flame was, it could not compare to the quantity of seawater. Earth high-grade Fey, Earth blood flame. East Pole Laozu exclaimed, and his figure rushed toward the Earth blood flame. It was a pity that the location of the Earth blood flame was too far from him, and Lyra Laozu was one step ahead of him. East Pole Laozu put his hands together in the middle, and a large amount of seawater suddenly collapsed. With East Pole Laozu as the center, a vacuum without seawater was formed, and then the surrounding seawater rushed over and filled up. A dark green water ball appeared in East Pole Laozu's hand. As East Pole Laozu pushed the water ball in his hand, it suddenly disappeared in front of East Pole Laozu, and when it appeared again, it was not far from Lyra Laozu. At this moment, Lyra Laozu was about to suppress the earth blood flame, but he did not expect the dark green water ball to rush over. This was a great divine art that East Pole Laozu had practiced, and it had twice the effect with half the effort in the seawater. Helplessly, Lyra Laozu could only temporarily give up on suppressing the earth blood flame, and suddenly, a golden flame appeared in his hand. This golden flame was not weakened by the surrounding seawater. As Lyra Laozu waved his hand, the dark green water ball collided with the golden flame. A muffled sound that was exactly the same as the one that Lu Ping had heard the first time, but this time it was far more powerful than the first time. Suddenly, the center of the collision between the water ball and the flame erupted in all directions. From the beginning to the end, the two Dharma powers Laozu did not pay attention to the red flame that flew straight into the depths of the sea. Earth blood false flame. A third-grade spiritual material formed from a high-grade earth-level spirit. The earth blood flame, after losing its spirituality. That was why it was called the earth blood false flame. This earth blood false flame was flying in the direction that Lu Ping had escaped from. From the two Dharma powers Laozu's point of view, although the flame was considered valuable, it was flying in the direction of the cultivator who had been hiding in the underwater valley. It was likely that the cultivator had already kept it, and there was no need for the two of them to offend a Dharma adept for a flame that had lost its spirituality. Lu Ping did not go far. Although there were two Dharma powers Laozu fighting here, one of them was Laozu from his own sect, so there was no need for Lu Ping to escape. Chapter 543. Lu Ping naturally knew about the earth blood false flame. Seeing Lyra Laozu and East Pole Laozu fighting again in the distance, he thought for a while and naturally understood what they were thinking. Lu Ping waved his hand to suppress the earth blood false flame and put it away. Although this treasure was not comparable to a spiritual object of heaven and earth, It was still a rare third-class spiritual material. Generally speaking, a magic weapon made of this spiritual material had the potential to become a magic weapon at the level of spirit-nurturing magic weapon. Lu Ping watched the battle between Lyra Laozu and East Pole Laozu from afar. Obviously, these two people could not detect Lu Ping's strength through their divine thoughts. Lu Ping suddenly had a bold idea. He simply stopped hiding and walked straight towards the direction of the battle from the distant seabed. Noticing that Lu Ping was walking towards them, Lyra Laozu and East Pole Laozu did not know whether he was an enemy or a friend, so they stopped fighting and retreated at the same time, looking in the direction of Lu Ping. Seeing that the two people really stopped fighting, Lu Ping became more confident. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he flew straight to the two people. As the distance between Lu Ping and the two people narrowed, the muddy seawater could no longer hide Lu Ping's figure and appearance. Seeing that the person in the sea was actually Lu Ping, Lyra Laozu could not help but show a trace of surprise and doubt on his face. However, Lyra Laozu immediately thought of something. He did not speak, but his face was relaxed and he even smiled at Lu Ping. Naturally, the expression on Patriarch Celestial Harp's face did not escape Patriarch East Pole's notice. Patriarch East Pole's face immediately darkened. Clearly, the two of them knew each other. Additionally, he was actually incapable of seeing through this seemingly young cultivator. Although there were quite a number of magic treasures capable of concealing one's cultivation base in the world of cultivation, could someone who could appear in the waters of the Fallen Archipelago be an ordinary cultivator? Mei Tianqin had been drifting in the East Sea for decades. As an alchemy grandmaster, it seemed that she had gotten to know many high-grade cultivators in the East Sea. Unexpectedly, she was able to meet people she was familiar with in the Fallen Islands. This person could have stayed away from the battle between the two sides and even hid on the sidelines to reap the benefits. But now she came straight to the East Sea. Obviously, it was because of Mei Tianqin. Zhenling sect was really scheming. Although East Pole Laozu was upset, he still looked calm on the surface and bowed. He said, "How should I address you, sir? Do you have any instructions for me?" Lu Ping looked at the mid-Dharma Laozu in front of him, who could kill him with a wave of his hand. He forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart and looked in the direction of Lyra Laozu. He also bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Greetings, sir. I was looking for some spiritual materials for alchemy here, but I happened to see you two fighting. Sorry to disturb you." Lu Ping also bowed slightly to East Pole Laozu. East Pole Laozu smiled dryly. "You don't have to be so polite, sir. You were originally gathering spiritual materials here, and it was us who disturbed you." Unexpectedly, Lu Ping's tone changed and he said, "But fellow Taoist Mei Tianqin is a good friend of mine. I wonder if fellow Taoist Mei can give me face and not make things difficult for her?" Although East Pole Laozu had already expected this result, East Pole Laozu's face still darkened after hearing Lu Ping's words. Lu Ping saw this and smiled faintly. "What's wrong? Fellow Taoist, are you unwilling to give me face?" East Pole Laozu suddenly snorted coldly. Lyra Laozu's eyes immediately flashed with a trace of worry, but this worry only flashed for a moment. His hands hidden in his sleeves were already covered by a golden light. When Lu Ping heard East Pole Laozu's cold snort, he knew that something was wrong. But at this time he was like an arrow on the bow. If anything went wrong, he would immediately be killed by East Pole Laozu. At this time, in order to not be suspected by East Pole Laozu, Lu Ping had already walked not far from the two. If East Pole Laozu really attacked, he was afraid that Lyra Laozu would not be able to save him in time. East Pole Laozu's cold snort was like a heavy hammer, smashing towards the divine sense in Lu Ping's mind. Lu Ping's face suddenly turned pale, but he immediately recovered. He looked at East Pole Laozu and sneered, "I will remember your generous gift." East Pole Laozu looked at Lu Ping with some doubt. At this time, Lyra Laozu had already come to Lu Ping's side. It was obvious that he was going to join forces with Lu Ping to fight with East Pole Laozu. East Pole Laozu glanced at the two with a gloomy face, then turned to the other direction of the seabed without saying a word. After East Pole Laozu left, Lu Ping and Lyra Laozu did not speak. The two were silent for a long time. Then Lyra Laozu said, "He has left." Lu Ping's indifferent expression suddenly disappeared. His face suddenly became paler than before. Blood oozed out of his mouth, nose, and ears. The golden shield around him also became flickering, and was on the verge of collapse. Lyra Laozu saw that Lu Ping was almost unable to support the shield. She frowned and stretched out her slender hand. A fiery red qi overflowed from her fingertips and poured into Lu Ping's qi shield. Although Lu Ping's mouth and nose were bleeding because of East Pole Laozu's previous cold snort, his mind was extremely clear. Seeing that Lyra Laozu wanted to help him, he quickly said, "Martial uncle, wait." Although Lyra Laozu was puzzled, she still took back the overflowing qi in an instant. Her control of qi had really reached the point of perfection. When Lu Ping saw Lyra Laozu take back the qi, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this time there seemed to be 12 copper bells ringing in his mind. His whole body was incomparably sore and weak. He really did not have the strength to explain anything. On the contrary, Lyra Laozu carefully looked at the golden shield around Lu Ping's body. She said with some surprise, "Myriad Poison Meteorite Energy Shield, I should have thought of it. Without the protection of this shield with your cultivation, it is impossible for you to go to the bottom of the sea." Lu Ping reached out and took out a jade bottle. He poured out an orange pill and swallowed it. After a moment, the paleness on his face receded a little. He reluctantly smiled at Lyra Laozu and said, "Martial uncle has good eyesight. It is indeed the Myriad Poison Meteorite Energy Shield." Lyra Laozu curled her lips and said, "Humph, that is the Profound Spirit Pill. It is said that this is a kind of strange pill of the Central Plains Lu family to restore and nourish the mind. It is rarely circulated in the cultivation world. I did not expect you to be able to get your hands on the pill recipe." Lu Ping wanted to point out the relationship between the North Sea's Liao clan and the Central Plains Lu clan. "Hence," he said, "this is a pellet recipe I exchanged from Liao clan's clan head, Liao Ruanjia, when I accompanied Martial Uncle Fornax to the North Sea's Alchemist Conference." Lyra Laozu chuckled and said, "The Liao family is also related to the Central Plains?" "But that's right. The Liao family originally came from the Central Plains. It is normal that they have some inheritance from the Central Plains." Lu Ping watched as old ancestor Tianqin took out a jade essence bottle and poured out a medicinal pellet that looked like a crystal bead. He handed it to Lu Ping and said, "This is a nascent soul pellet, much better than the soul accumulation pellet. Take it first and your divine sense will recover by half. As for the rest, with your extraordinary divine sense, you'll be able to recover in half a month." Lu Ping reached out and took the nascent soul pellet. He saw that the medicinal pellet was stored in a jade essence bottle, and knew it was a half-step core forging medicinal pellet. He hesitated and said, "Martial uncle, this medicinal pellet is very precious and I'm afraid it's very rare. Although my divine sense was severely damaged, it didn't damage my foundation. Even without the nascent soul pellet, I should be able to recover in at least 3 months to half a year." Lyra Laozu looked at Lu Ping with surprise. She didn't expect Lu Ping's mind to be so profound. Lu Ping was afraid that Lu Ping's mind had reached the peak of a core forging cultivator's mind. No wonder Lu Ping could block Laozu's mind attack. Lyra Laozu looked a little unhappy and said, "I told you to take it, so take it. Why do you have so much nonsense? Why did he have to learn all of Lu Tianling's skills, and at the same time, learn Jiang Tianling's courteous skills as a hypocrite? I didn't give this pill to you for free. After you recover for a while, I need you to go somewhere with me. There's something I need you to do." Lu Ping heard this and didn't stand on ceremony. He swallowed the nascent soul pill and said, "Since Martial Uncle has instructed me, disciple will do his best. It's just that disciple's level is too low. I don't want to ruin Martial Uncle's plans." Lyra Laozu chuckled and said, "How is your level weak? Didn't you just scare off a mid-Dharma adept?" Lu Ping's face changed and he asked hesitantly, "Martial Uncle, you don't want disciple to?" Lyra Laozu glanced at Lu Ping and said, "The stone armor you're wearing is not bad. I think it's because of this armor that Dongji couldn't see through you." Lu Ping laughed, tacitly agreeing with Lyra Laozu's guess. The nascent soul pill was indeed worthy of being a half-step Dharma adept's pill. It melted in his mouth and a cool feeling rose from his stomach to his brain. This made Lu Ping's messed up divine will recover by half. Lu Ping was overjoyed. If this continued, he would be able to recover his divine will in less than 10 days. Lyra Laozu had been wandering the East Sea all these years. Although she had joined the boudoir of the current carefree sect, she must have had some fortuitous encounters and gains. This nascent soul pill was like that. At least, Lu Ping had never seen this kind of pill in the Jinling Elixir Pavilion. The Liao family's nascent soul pill focused more on the cultivation of divine will than on recovery. On a deserted island in the center of the perished archipelago, two groups of practitioners were facing each other. On one side were two mid-Dharma adepts and three other Dharma adepts. One of them was the middle-aged practitioner who had rushed to save Yuan Feixiang. Behind him were 7 or 8 late core forging adepts, one of whom was Yuan Feixiang. On the other side, under the leadership of 4 Dharma adepts, there were also a few late core forging adepts following behind them. The 2 Dharma adepts in the lead were also mid-Dharma adepts. Why isn't Mei Xianqin here yet? Could it be that she didn't receive Marshal Uncle Yuhuan's message? She's no longer a member of our carefree sect. Why should she help us? Maybe she was delayed by something. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.